Grammar corrections are only helpful if you already did the hard part yourself. Writing your email. WordTune actually helps you write. Just tell it what you want to say, and it will give you a number of perfectly phrased options to choose from. If you already started writing, it can suggest better ways to phrase your words, make it longer or shorter, and even let you choose the right.
Betta fish are awesome little fish and they're extremely popular for beginners. Here's 3 tips you need to know when keeping betta fish. They can't live in a cup. You may have bought them in a cup, but they won't survive in it for very long. If you want them to live their best life, give them at least 5 gallons. They need clean water. It's true, they're labyrinth fish, so they're special fish that can breathe from both their gills and mouth. But they still need clean water. Make sure you add an aquarium filter to the setup. They need the filter, but they don't like strong water flow, so adjust the water flow on the filter.
They say good things come to those who wait, but were your soggy tacos worth waiting to be delivered? No. So don't wait to earn 5% interest on eligible deposits with a Simply Financial high-interest savings account. Limited time offer. Conditions apply. Visit Simply at simplii.com for details.
Are you thinking of getting a betta fish? First things first, do your research and do a lot of it. Here are a few myths that you might come across along the way that are going to bust for you. Bettas need filters. That's that. End of story. They need your tank to be cycled. If you don't know what that is, you haven't done enough research yet. I don't know who's saying they don't need a cycled tank. Every fish needs a cycled tank. Bettas absolutely need a heater, especially if your room temperature goes below 23 degrees Celsius consistently. Bettas absolutely do not need tank mates. They don't need friends. More friends, more problems. However, having said that, they absolutely can be in a community tank and enjoy it. You just need the right stocking. And finally, bettas do not belong in fish bowls. They need to be in at least 5 gallons or larger of a fish tank, 5 gallons being the minimum. I really would go 6 gallons or bigger. For more no-nonsense aquarium myth-busting tips, check out my channel, make sure to subscribe, and hit that like button. Alright guys, now this pet store has one of the smallest betta racks I've ever seen, as in the smallest containers for their betta fish. It's crazy. Now this wholesome human being has to choose one out of all these betta fish. This lucky betta fish gets a nicely planted aquascaped fish tank with ample room to swim around in. Now I know there's still a lot of betta fish back there in the rack, but one is better than none. Thank you for doing your part.
Amazing golden snails, I was feeding them. Some algae wafers, I was gonna feed my beautiful betta.
Why do I feel like I have pneumonia? To be honest, is it just me, or is the new fish tank worse than the first fish tank? I mean, you got a pleco in there, it's probably a common pleco, and that'll grow more than half the size of this tank alone. The pleco probably enjoys some hiding spots as well, just like what you had in the first tank. Also, with a huge makeover like this, I hope you cycled the tank properly.
So I was just at Walmart grabbing a few things.
Okay, yeah.
And I went over to the fish aisle, and I knew exactly what I need to grab.
Well, that's great. I love a straightforward shopper.
And there was some other lady that was in the fish aisle, and, you know, she and I were kind of like, oh, hey, what kind of fish do you have? And I was like, oh, I've got some betta fish. And she was telling me about her fish, and then I grabbed this off the shelf. And she just started giving me this whole spiel about, like, oh my god, you can't possibly keep your bettas in that, blah, blah, blah.
I mean, she's right, though. That is way too small for a betta fish. That should never put a betta fish in there.
Look, I know. You asked what kind of fish I had, not what was going in here.
Oh.
That little thing right there is what I'm putting in
What
the
is that?
tank.
I can't even see that. What is that?
Call me crazy, but I think a 3mm snail
It's a Malaysian trumpet snail, bro.
before it goes in a 20-gallon.
It's getting upgraded to a 20-gallon? Yo, apologize to his woman now, Chris. Wait, I am Chris. I'm sorry.
What's going on, beautiful people? So today's the day I can finally start the build for my African river tank. I've been looking really forward to this for a long time. Finally, it's ready to go. So we've got a nice low iron glass tank. It's 4 foot, so decent size, and that's going to mean we can get some nice flow going all the way across it. The lighting on the tank was custom made by myself. I say custom, that makes it sound fancy. It's just 2 LED 30 watt floodlights, a strip of wood hung from the ceiling. But I painted everything black, and the LED floodlights are black as well, so I think it looks pretty good. So we've got a really good setup there to get us started. Now one thing I do want to change though is the background, or the lack of a background. Currently the tank's completely clear. Now if you come away from the wall, that's absolutely fine, but I don't want to do that because it's going to come into the room. No. But because it's set back against the wall, you find that once you fill the tank up with water, you get this really weird sort of darkening in the background. I actually done it on my ecosystem tank. It's too late now because I filled it up with water, but you know, you've got to learn from these things. Definitely putting a misted background on the tank. So the next job is to completely clear the background. I'm using rubbing alcohol to go over the whole surface, and then after that I'm just going to take a razor scraper to ensure that there's nothing left on the glass. There's nothing worse than putting the background on and then finding that there's something little crusty bit stuck to the glass, and it makes the background look terrible. It's also quite hard to get out afterwards as well, so more work now means it'll look better later on. So we need to prepare the background film. Now this is an easy process that can be messed up pretty quickly. I know this because I've messed it up so many times myself. First of all, you want to cut it out to roughly the same size as the background of the aquarium. Just measure it all up and then get cutting. Next up, heavily mist the glass on the aquarium. I mean like properly heavily mist it. The whole thing needs to be dripping in soapy water. Usually this process is easier when the aquarium's like facing upwards, but that's not possible, it's too heavy, I'm just going to do it like this. You then want to place the film onto the aquarium with the actual film side on the glass and then the backing facing out towards you. This means that the whole film is stuck to the glass, making it easier to handle. So if we peel off the backing, we can now spray the sticky side, just cover it again, loads of soapy water, the more the better. And now, because we've got some good weight on it all, we can just peel it off, spin it round and stick it on. When you try and do this all on the floor, it ends up creasing up and sticking together. Oh, it's just awful. Then take a squidgy and make sure it's like a proper one. You don't want to use a plastic card because it will scratch this nice sort of film. And what you've got to do is work from the middle outwards, pushing the air and the soap out as you go. Initially I just go over it all lightly, and then I go over more firmly afterwards, because you'll notice that even then there's more air and soap coming out. Next up, grab yourself a brand new razor blade and just run it around all the edges. Don't try doing this with a blunt one, it will go really badly. Right, now we really are ready to go. First of all, I need a base layer going down, but it needs to be a little bit different to how I usually do it. Usually I just chuck it all in and then cap over the top with sand. But we are putting fish in there that are going to dig the substrate. I'm talking about the crebensis for a start. Who knows what else would do it, but I know they dig. They've done it before to me in one of my other tanks and just destroyed the whole thing. So what I'm going to do is put the base layer in little bags. They've got like zips on them. They're all made of plastic, so they're all safe from the water. They won't rust, that kind of thing. Even the zip's made of plastic. So I'm filling the bags with some recycled sand and gravel from some of my previous setups. Try to save everything I can because I know I'm going to need it later on. This is a mixture of coarse gravel, fine gravel, there's a bit of aqua, so there's basically everything in there. Now we don't want to completely fill the bags up because they need to be able to sort of squish down and go a bit flat. About halfway to 3/4 full is fine. So these will be the biggest bags and I'm putting them at the back of the aquarium to create the most height. Right, next up, aquasol. I'm going to put this in a bag as well, but not even as much as we did with the gravel and sand. Just to give like a little layer over the top of the gravel and sand, and then we can cap it all later. Now, believe it or not, the roots will easily penetrate these bags. I know this because I've done it before, and it's worked really, really well. Right, it's time now to cap everything off and lock it down. So the sand we're using is a mixture of fine and media grading. No specific reason, it's just that's what I had. It's a quartz-based sand, so we might get some diatoms from this. We might not. I mean, I'm not going to be using high lighting, so hopefully it's all good. I don't know if you've noticed there, but I keep poking my finger in to check the depth. We need to make sure we've got enough sand all over the areas we're going to be planting in to, you know, actually grip the roots or the stems or whatever's going in there. I'd say you need at least about 1.5 to 2 inches of sand to be able to do this properly. Right, that's the base all sorted. Now it's time to get some hardscape. Now here comes the really, really fun bit. All that rest of it was just like preparation really, wasn't it? Let the fun begin. So what we've got here is a massive piece of generic bogwood. I got this from my local Maidenhead aquatic store. Now a big piece like this is not going to be cheap, is it? But luckily, because it's so big, you only need one or two, like a smaller one as well. You know, you could just do it with one though, couldn't you? How much character though does this one piece have? I can already see the fish swimming in and out of it. That is what I'm talking about right there. It's not until you start moving around it like this that you can really sort of get the actual shape, because from straight on like that it kind of looks like one piece, but then you can see as we come to the side we've got all those channels moving down there, all the way down the back. We can come behind here. There's lots of room for some interesting places for planting, but more than that, there's some great places here for fish. I'm really going to enjoy watching the fish coming in and out of all these different areas and making their own sort of territories. How cool is that going to be? I'm going to put a load of rocks as well up against all of this wood. No doubt they'll be dug out if the cribs have got anything to do with it. But also it would just look really good for detail. I started off with that one there just to sort of get a look, and I think that rock sort of colour really does suit the style I'm going for. Looking at the research I've done anyway, of the African sort of rivers, there's quite a lot of this whitish sand and a lot of lighter rocks. There's a few darker rocks as well, but this is somewhere in the middle, and to be honest I've got a lot of them and I want to use them. Oh, let's just keep going. I no plan, just keep putting stuff in and changing it and sticking with something as we go. Now at this stage when it comes to putting down the rocks, I'm not following any sort of format or plan. I'm just picking out points on the wood where I think rocks will look good. You want to do quite a few rocks that are close to the wood though. It gives it more sort of a natural look, like the wood's fallen there or floated downstream and got stuck. I'm also placing larger rocks on top of the wood at specific points. This is to ensure that the wood doesn't float up. I mean, it's a big piece of bogwood at the end of the day and it will try and float. But we can't just rely on those big rocks. I'm also going to be using the cotton wool method and cyanoacrylate superglue. Don't worry, this is all completely fish and plant safe. After we've applied a good amount of the glue, we then spray on some bicarbonate soda. This makes the glue go instantly rock hard and we get a bond between the two surfaces straight away. And why this is good is because it means we don't have to wait till the next day or even a few hours or whatever. We can carry on with our work straight away. that to me is looking pretty sweet. So it looks random, but it kind of is random if I'm honest, but not completely. So I've tried to give it a sort of directional flow. You notice how that rock was deliberately facing that way, just to continue that sort of line. I felt that we needed something at the back there as well, so we put those nice two just peeking through, and it also gives us something to attach some plants to, you know, the Anubias, Bulbitis, Java fern, whatever we're going to use. Proper African plants those are though. Yeah, everything's stuck down. I think that's plenty of sort of detail rocks, and now we need to go to the finer details and put all the sort of stones around the edges. An absolute treat for you here, some super sexy slow-mo shots of me throwing stones on rocks. When laying down your detailed stones, don't be too formal with it, just get in there, chuck them on top. This actually mimics what it kind of be like in nature as it's flown downstream. That's how I'm viewing it anyway. Next up, we're going to use some even finer gravel just for even more detail. Again, chucking it really loosely, but keeping it close to the rocks. But then every now and again, randomly sprinkling some away from the rocks as well, but not too many. I then wanted to fill out this back section and make sure it had greater height to it. Also, I was worried about detritus collecting there, and now that shouldn't happen. It also means that any plants we put back there will already be at a nice height, which will create a good sense of depth. So yeah, I'm crazy pleased with how this hardscape's turned out. Now, I don't design the hardscape or think about it too much before I do it. You let the hardscape sort of choose for you. If you've got, like, I've got quite a bit of hardscape there, but not a huge amount, like not like a store. If you've got so much to choose from, you can design it first and then find the perfect piece, can't you? But realistically, most of us can't do that. We have to do, you know, we have to make do with what we've got. And that's what I've done in this case. I noticed the flat edge of it. So we could either stick it upright, or we can put it on its side, and on its side work perfect for the dimensions of the tank. Right, guess what? It's time to start on the planting and make this tank come alive. And we have got a ton of plants to choose from because I've been stocking up. So over here is where I've got a ton of all the different Java fern types. I've got trident fern, I've got narrow leaf, and then I've got Anubias, different types of Anubias as well. Look at this one. This is the copperfolia. Look at those crinkled leaves, they're beautiful. I've got tons of varieties, to be honest, as well. I'm going to get them all out and have a look. I need to prepare them all, everything. We've got some larger ones as well at the back there. Oh, it's focusing on the wrong bit. We'll see, we're going to see them all in a minute anyway. Look, new leaves as well, new leaves. Prepping your plants is easy. All you've got to do is peel off the outer rock wall, and then usually there's some more attached to the roots. This just easily scrapes off. Sometimes you might want to give it a rinse in water as well. Right, we've got two types here of Java ferns just to start with. So down here we've got the trident fern. Look at how narrow those leaves are. They look so good, don't they? Call it a trident fern because it's like, that's a poor example. Most of the time there's like, there you go, 3 prongs sort of coming off at the top. It stays really narrow, and this is ironically the narrow variety, which is bigger than the trident, but you know, you can't call them narrow and narrower, could you? So we've got quite a lot of that. I'm going to make that into one sort of section and then make that one sort of section and keep them separate so you get 2 different looks around the tank. I think that will look a lot better than just merging it all in. Actually, do you know what? Before we get started putting them in, I want to start with the biggest Java fern first. And I ordered a special mother plant from next door. Look at this beauty. So that one is huge. Look, I'll start with that one and then I can build around it. So this is a beast of a Java fern, and we want to make it our main focal point. When attaching epiphyte plants, you know, plants that attach to decor, I like to glue them onto a piece of rock first. Reason being is that I can move them around at any point. Apply a generous amount of cyanoacrylate superglue gel to a rock. You can then take the rhizome of the Java fern and push it onto the glue. Don't worry, this doesn't harm the plant at all. And there we go, look, we can just slot it in wherever we want. I then repeat the process for all the smaller Java ferns as well. that's enough Java fern. What I tried to do is keep it in this sort of area, coming across, but not coming out here, because then it will give the impression that's an open river area. Do you know what I mean? I mean, that's how I'm seeing it anyway, but that's plenty there. And you'll notice that none of this Java fern is actually stuck to the woods at all. All of it has either been stuck to pebbles, that kind of thing, or actually this is the only one that's sort of been pushed into a space. So the reason I do that is that if they're in a bad area, or like the flow's bad, whatever, I can move them around at any point. You know, I might find as it grows that covers up the middle section too much. I don't know, who knows? But I'm going to continue to do that now with all the Anubias as well. These Anubias are absolutely stunning plants. Now they need to be in the foreground or up high in my opinion. In the wild, these are the sort of plants that grow near the edges of the river. This means that sometimes they're in water, sometimes they're out of water. They're really tolerant to different conditions as well. I'm going to be placing one right at the top of the tank here in the hope that it will grow out the top in future. This is called immersed growth and it can look awesome. And now I'm making sure that I attach all the smaller Anubias in the foreground. These are also really good for covering up any unsightly roots or glue patches from sticking down of previous plants. Bulbitis. This is like the African plant, isn't it? It wouldn't be an African river setup without this plant in there. So that is all of the plants that aren't planted. There's a lot there, I'm not going to lie, but you guys know me, I like to plant heavy from the start. I'm going to put a sum of all of that in there so far, up in the top corner here somewhere, like total costs. At the end of the day, this is a 4-foot tank. This could be a showpiece for your room. So although it looks like a lot of money, I don't think it's too much to put aside to make your main focal point, you know, seem amazing. I mean, people will happily spend thousands on a television, won't they? And this is better, isn't it? Come on. Okay, so one of the first plants I'm going to be planting is this one here. So this is Cryptocorini balansae. Not strictly an African plant, but I do want some stuff to be able to plant at the background areas. And the alternative is Vallisneria, which I'm not a massive fan of, to be honest. So I'm going to go with this and a few others as well. I'm not talking huge amounts. It's just enough to sort of get the tank started and avoid any algae issues. Stem plants really do help with that on startup. So again, these plants aren't strictly African, but we have got almost a whole bag of aqua soil in there, and we might as well take advantage of those nutrients, haven't we? Right, I'm going to fill it up in a second, and then I can put sort of stem plants in as well, but before we do that, I want one more plant to go in, and that is a Nymphea lotus. That is just going to look so good as a centerpiece coming up the middle there, and also off to the side here. Oh, it look amazing. It's just a big lotus plant that sends up these thingies and they grow massive. Oh, you'll see. Okay, here it is, look. Now, it doesn't look like much at the moment, does it? But give it a month and this guy will be going nuts. It sends up these leaves sometimes all the way to the surface as well, that sit like lily pads on the top. It's going to look so good. I always find that it's a really good idea to lay down some paper towel before you fill up your tank, and then if you fill it really slowly, it'll be crystal clear as well. I don't know if you guys caught that then, right at the end of that time lapse, you can just see the wood starts floating up. And I spotted it as well because it's sort of just on the point where it was going slowly, it was nearly there, so I pushed it down quickly. I grabbed a rock and I've stuck it right there, like you can see all those bubbles are on. It's nicely balanced. And then it's sort of pressed on that section there. So the whole piece of wood was starting to do that, because the area that I glued behind this Anubias here come unstuck. It wasn't enough. I thought that one piece would be enough to hold it all, but come on, that's a massive piece of bogwood. That was very ambitious of me, to say the least. But yeah, all good, all resolved, and now it's weighted down. I think it's going to be quite a long time, to be honest, before this bogwood's actually sinking on its own. It's all good, no problem, crisis averted. But you can already see, look, the tannins are being released into the water from this bogwood. It looks really good, doesn't it? If it stayed at this level, okay, I'm perfect with that, but I know it's going to get so dark. It's fine, we can sort that out in a little bit. We'll get the filtration running, quick water change. We'll put some stuff in the filters to bind all that organic matter as well, and it locks it in and it stops all the colouring. So mosses don't really grow in the African river systems, but Riccia does. This stuff is amazing. It grows quite quickly though, and is so vibrant and green. Traditionally it's a floating plant, but if we tie it to rocks tightly with some cotton thread, it'll grow compact and look so good. Be sure to trim off any loose bits because it will grow back in so much more thick. Oh, we are looking so sweet now. There's that Riccia moss really has, well, it's not moss actually, I don't know what it is. Is it like a epiphyte? I don't really know. We call it a moss because it sort of grows like one, but it actually isn't one. Anyway, it's looking so good in there now. That's all the plants for now that I want to do. I'm thinking about putting a big chunk of Ludwigia in the back there just to help with the water quality whilst we're getting things started. I'll probably put that in later though, you know, after this video. So if you see it in the future vlogs, make sure you're subscribed by the way guys for updates from all of this and all of my other aquariums. Let's just do a little spin around of everything. And that's my computer desk, and there's my mountain scape, and there's my amazing discus. And not to forget the neon tetra jungle, and also the weird sort of, I don't know, Dutch style tank with just a ton of plants in that are growing nice and healthy. Yeah, anyway, the tannins are already kicking in big time, aren't they? You can see this sort of like a browny tinge to everything now. Let's get those filters hooked up and then I can talk you through them as well. Top tip for you, when you're trying to put pipes onto your inlet and outlet, just heat up the edges with either a lighter or a heat gun I'm using, and you'll find that it's so much easier. Making sure to clean off the surface here so that any floating plants don't go straight down into those filters on initial startup. And the net method was taking too long, so a cheeky trick is to use a surface skimmer, does it in seconds. Now it wouldn't be much of a river system without some serious flow, would it? So I'm adding in this wave maker to push water around the tank at a decent rate. By pointing the wave maker at the surface, not only do we get good oxygen exchange, but also we'll get an awesome shimmering effect from the light. Right, Right, let's talk a little bit about filters. So filter 1 is an Oase 250 Thermo, so it's got the built-in heater and a pre-filter. It's the cheapest of the lot, but it does a really good job, and I like that it's got the heater in it. It means we don't have to have it in the aquarium if we need it. I mean, I don't really need it. This room's heated up plenty for the crebensis, and at the moment they're going to be the only fish that require sort of more than room temperature, usual room temperature. I've got a decent level of room temperature. Yes, as many of you know, I actually heat the room rather than each individual tank, except for the discus tank, because obviously that requires a lot more heat. It's much more economical that way, so that means that I don't really have to heat this tank at all actually, but it's there if we need it. And then on the other side, so this inlet and outlet, this is a really budget one. It's an All Pond Solutions filter actually. It's EF1 Plus. It's got a built-in sterilizer, a UV sterilizer, and yeah, no frills really, nice and cheap, does a great job. I think it's the same as sort of Sun brand in America. Yeah, it's like all white label stuff. Anyway, so I now need to leave this overnight. I'll come back tomorrow. It should be pretty clear. I've added an organic binder to both the filters, so that should trap the tannins in there. Hopefully it'll be nice and clear tomorrow. I mean, I do quite like this sort of misted look, but it's going to be like that even with the tannin removers in there, because there's so much bulkwood, at least for a while. But look at the shape of all of this. Look at the depth we're getting. There's going to be so many interesting places to look at. Oh, I cannot wait. So yeah, see you tomorrow. We can put the first fish in. But it got to tomorrow, and guess what? We could not put the first fish in. Now, to be honest, this wasn't too unexpected. It's completely normal with a load of bulkwood to do this to your water. Now, there's two ways you can clear it. One, you just let the filter do its thing and wait a long time. But ain't nobody got time for that, so we're going to do an almost 100% water change. That is more like it. Now, we do still want some tannins in the water because it will look really authentic and awesome, won't it? But the level that we had it at was much too high. Now, it will increase over the next few days, but it won't have that sort of murkiness to it this time. And personally, I can't wait for that to happen. But in the meantime, it's time to get our fish in. And this that we're looking at now is the crebensis tank. Now, I'm staying right back here because, as you can see there, the male is just coming out of his cave, and I know he's going to scoot back in there as soon as I go any closer. Well, we might as well at least attempt it, hadn't we? We're getting there. We're getting there. Are you going to stay out for us? Mr. Male, we're going to see you in a minute, and no, he's gone. I set this tank up about 3 months ago to house these baby cribs. Well, they weren't babies at the time, they weren't even born. But in the previous setup, the parents kept eating the babies, either the male, the female, I'm not really sure. Now, the idea was to set up the tank so that I could easily scoop out the babies when they were really young. However, these guys haven't been predated on at all. It could be the way I set up the tank. There's loads of hiding spaces, and also I think the parents feel comfortable and not threatened. I say parents, I've not seen the female for a very long time now, at least 3 weeks, so I'm expecting the female to have passed, but we have got all of these lovely babies to carry on the generation. I mean, I could be completely wrong though, she's just in the cave constantly. Now, the problem is, I did set that up so that they could hide, meaning I can't catch them, so I'm going to have to take apart the whole scape. It should be quite easy, because all I've got to do is take the rocks off the top. This was actually more difficult than first seemed because I couldn't remember how I built this. It was quite a while ago. Now, the moss looks so good on these rocks, it would be a shame to waste them, so I'm going to save them to use in another setup at some point. No idea what or when, but they're too good to go to waste. Well, it took me a while, but eventually I was able to round up all the baby fish. I'm sure you can appreciate that it's insanely hard to count all of these, but there's got to be over 50 in here, surely. The only fish left in the original tank is the crebensis dad. I think it would be a good idea to catch him now and put him in the tank first. So in goes our first inhabitant, our beautiful male crebensis, and away he goes. No, I'm just kidding. In the last setup, he seemed quite shy and stayed in the cave quite a lot, but in this setup, there is far more hiding spots, and sometimes when there's more hiding spots, you'll see them more because they know they can get to safety a lot quicker. Right, it's time for the babies. And don't they look amazing? It's really interesting how they school together like this. Didn't really see it too much in the smaller tank because obviously they were just compact in small areas, but they really are enjoying going around in little groups. It's so interesting to watch. So I'm at my local Maidenhead Aquatic store in Taunton, UK. A few weeks ago I came here and they had some really cool Congo tetras. I'm hoping they're still going to be here. But first of all, Martin, one of the workers at the shop, showed me these blue diamond tetra that look so good. Definitely something that I might be adding to the tank at a later date. And they also had this awesome collection of corals. Now I won't pretend to you guys I know what I'm looking at because I haven't got a clue, but doesn't it look pretty? They also had these gorgeous blue acaras in stock as well. Now I mentioned to you guys a while back that I want to do a tank specifically for these. A big planted South American tank. Obviously these aren't appropriate for an African river system, but definitely something I'm considering for a future project. Fantastic, they still have the Congo tetras in stock. However, they are only the females. Now the females still look great, but they don't have the big finish that the males have. So what I'm going to do is add these to my tank first, and then I'll add males at a later date. Can you see the fishies, Gracie? Are they good? Is he good? Do you like them? Is it good? Thumb up. Thumb up. That's a finger, that's what she does. Oh. So we are back from the fish shop with the fish, of course. Now the first thing we want to do is float the fish, well, in the bags, on top of the water. That way they can get used to the same temperature of the tank. It won't be a lot in it, to be honest, but still, it's always good practice, isn't it? We also need to make sure we switch the light off so we don't completely freak them out. So we can let the Congo tetras temperature acclimate for a good 20 minutes. After this time, I can cut them out the bags, put them into a net, and then place them into the tank. Now I completely trust my fish store and I know all the guys that work there. So when they tell me the fish have been in for several weeks with no problems at all, they've been through several rounds of medication, as you can see from the tank when I collected it, then in my opinion there's no need for any sort of quarantine period. If you guys just go to some random store and buy fish, they could have been in that day for all you know. So always make sure you just quarantine your fish, or you know, get on a really good first name basis with a local fish store. At the end of the day, it all comes down to trust, doesn't it? I cannot tell you how exciting this is. So obviously the Congo tetras were a bit skittish to start with and went and hid straight away. But what was interesting is that the Crebensis went straight up to them and started sort of sniffing around. And it was good to see they were paying no interest at all to the Crebensis babies. So now that we've got all the fish in, it's time to add some beneficial bacteria to the tank. Now I've already got cycled media inside the canister filters, but this is just an extra precaution. I also do daily water testing when I first set up a tank. If we're getting any spikes of ammonia or anything like that, big water changes straight away. This is the way I've always started my tanks with great success in the past. But it's important to remember water testing and water changes are key. So this is a compilation video of all the work that we put into the 8-foot African river tank behind me there. We've been doing it for like, what, two months? 2.5 months now. I keep messing this up. But yeah, sit back, get some popcorn maybe. Popcorn?
Nice, yeah, nice bit of popcorn.
A nice drink, a beverage, maybe a beer or something like that.
Other soft drinks as well are available.
Are they?
Yeah.
You've never once offered me a soft drink whilst I've been...
No, it's a valid point.
So yeah, sit back and enjoy the movie, I suppose. Right, I'm not gonna lie, I'm pretty excited right now. I'm pretty excited right now.
Only 26 minutes late.
Yeah, that's good for me.
Yeah, we'll let you off that one.
I'm such a timekeeper.
I know, I work in a shop that I've got to open at 9 o'clock. I can't help it.
Let's build.
Let's do it.
Yeah, we're like out in deck, so look, come closer. Tell you what, fancy lighting. But no, too much. Today is the day. We're doing it. I should have warned you that light was quite bright. Behind us is the 8-foot. Hang on, there we go, let's actually get the thing we're doing in shot. Hang on, let me move that between flipping over that, yeah, flipping over that. This is terribly unorganised stuff. It's real, no, it's real. We're keeping it. So here is the 8-foot that we're escaping today. Well, it's not escaping, there's no way we can escape this today. It's going to be an ongoing project. Today is day 1.
Yeah, catch the fish, strip out all of the wood and yeah, get it ready, I suppose.
Okay, we got a place for these fish?
Yeah, Sam's clearing us up around the corner, so yeah, everyone's got a space to go to. A lot of the fish are already promised to a lot of customers, so it's nice we've got big homes for them all to go to. Some of them will be staying in store for other displays, but yeah, the good majority are going to other customers that we know.
So yeah, I've just been chatting with a couple of the other staff, not you, but I think I'm going to do this whole thing as a big series. It's going to be too much to put into one video. It's like a month's worth of filming otherwise.
Yeah.
But today we're prepping everything, which is still like, it's real, isn't it? It's what needs doing.
Yeah, that's
not all just about the pretty, putting the rocks and that in. This is a big tank, we need to do a lot of work. So obviously, Matt, I've never done this. Obviously, I've never done this before.
Yeah.
What on earth do we do now?
So this tank is supplied via these taps that you can see in the back here. So it's on a constant circulation system from the rest of the system.
Well, that sort of tells massive.
So we'll turn those off, that will stop the water flow to here. It will drain down a little bit, but then we'll drain it down halfway, get some of the hardscape out, and then it's really catching the fish out. So yeah, it's because it's on a centralised system, it's a bit trickier, but once you turn it off and drain it, it's fine.
Okay, you're in charge. I'll follow your lead.
Follow my lead? Alright. Well, to be fair, we've got to go behind the system and get Martin. Martin, yeah. I've gone to the other side of the shop.
Oh. Are you serving customers?
No, he's not. He's filter cleaning. I hope you were still behind here.
Oh, we're going to have to do it ourselves.
I'll go turn the water off.
When I say we, I mean you.
Yeah.
Is it draining?
Sort of. So we've turned it all off. It will drain back down through the taps and the drain holes until it gets to the level where they stop. So that's why we've drained the system. You can see around here. So we've drained the system down. So that stops any flooding.
Oh, I see.
Because obviously if that's full and that drains into that, it's not fun.
Okay, yes, this is... I don't know about sumps, you see. I've never had a sump.
No, this one's a little bit different because it's not got a weir in it. So it's a little bit different to a normal sump. But yeah, it still works in a similar way. But that should stop, like I say, about now. And then we'll start draining the water out with a hose.
Oh, look.
They're out.
Go, look, cloud loaches. Or don't.
So great.
Are you going to miss them?
Yes.
Have you got a home for the clown loaches?
Yeah.
Oh, you have?
We've got customers who keep big groups of them, so we've got a couple of customers that the group will be split between, and they've already got like 5s and 6s in their tank, so yeah, they should make 2 decent sized groups.
Well, what you did, Matt started doing stuff. I was like, don't do anything unless I'm filming.
I was just going to drain everything down, so I've just got I've got an inch pipe
Yeah.
And I'm just going to siphon the water out into our soakaway.
Where's the soakaway? Behind me.
Down the side of the building.
There's nothing here, Matt. Oh. The soakaway. One man and his pipe.
That sounds like a rubbish action film, doesn't it? So now we can just wait for it to drain. And it's easier to catch the fish when the water level's lower.
I mean, what sort of speed are we talking here? Because time is money, you know.
Yeah, it'll go down quite quickly.
Yeah, it should do, shouldn't it?
Yeah. Yeah, with an incline.
7 days later.
Yeah. Yeah, update in 4 days when it's drained out. I've lost
Matt, what have you found?
He's down in here. So, oh, there he is. There's a baby.
Oh yeah.
It's a Malawi, so it looks like a baby elongatus.
So yeah, how did he get in here?
So the pipework's all linked to the reservoirs, so they can, every now and again, they can swim up through the pipework and get into this tank. Then most of them stay in the reservoir, but yeah, every now and again, one will make his way up. And we've had it 2 or 3 times over the years.
Okay. Is he the only one?
I think so, at the moment. I haven't seen him.
It's so surprising he hasn't been munched, isn't it?
Yeah, this is it. Normally, the babies, even in the Malawi subs, they get, you know, eaten because there's just too many mouths.
And there's some big mouths here as well.
There are some big mouths, and quick ones as well.
Yeah.
But yeah,
There's probably more then, isn't there? Like, look at the size of that Severn versus...
Yeah.
Look, there, he's in that gap and... Oh, he's gone.
He's in the front like that.
No, there he... He's so small.
Yeah. He's no bigger than your thumbnail.
Survival of the fittest, you know? There's probably hundreds that have been in there, and he's the chosen one. Oh, he's gone. Whoa, we're halfway there. Whoa!
Yeah, it's not too bad actually, is it? That's come down quite a way quickly.
Yeah. In real time, guys, it's been about 10 minutes.
Yeah, it's not too bad.
Right, this is a test.
It's still video.
But it'll still be in the video. I'm just making sure the sound's alright. Matt, say things as if you're talking to me.
Hello, how are you? Are you having a nice day today?
Well, it's 11:15. We've dropped the water out.
Yeah.
What's next?
Catch fish.
Catch the fish.
Let's get some of the hardscape.
That might be easier first.
Yeah. Hardscape
first. Yeah. Okay, cool. Matt, I can't help but notice you've just been stood there for a while now, and nothing's changed. Wood.
Recording now.
Oh yes, recording.
Alright. I was waiting for you to give me the
The go. Hand me your wood. There's going to be all sorts of euphemisms in this. And there's the noises. Where is it? Oh, there he goes. Is it heavy?
Yep.
No, it's not. It's not too heavy. Yeah, so we're reusing. Are we going to reuse both of these bits then?
There's another bit we've got out the back that's really nice.
Good, because we need 3, don't we?
Yeah.
We're thinking tri-island, raised areas. Matt's actually said I can do what I want now.
Yeah, I don't. Yeah.
He said I get the views, so.
Yeah. Where the views are.
Cool. Okay. So, still, a lot of my subscribers were saying they don't want the whole wall look background, but it's not their shop, Matt. And at the end of the day, this is the market. Like the amount of people that come in here that are actually aquascapers is probably less than just your casual fish keeper, right?
Yeah, we get probably over half, I would say, are casual fish keepers, really, if not more.
So the point is, we've got to cater for sort of everyone. But that said, I'm kind of thinking that once we've got the islands in here, loads of plants on them, and a huge amount of fowl all in the background, like, if we put it black, you're not even going to see that anyway. And it's going to be easier, if I'm honest. All we need to do, though, is obviously chisel off these back sections you can see, because that's where there was a leak, and then we can just repaint those bits. You'll barely be able to tell. And I think that'll work, to be honest.
I think it will.
And we've got 2 lights there at the moment, 2 kettles, which only really sort of like the middle. So we're going to steal one of them that's above the tank over there. And we're going to have it all possibly coming at an angle coming in. We'll work on that when we get to it. But then at like sunlight, I think that'll be really cool.
I think that'll be really nice.
When is Hundreds of Anubias coming?
Week and a bit, maybe a week. Yeah, I've got them on order, so hopefully soon.
Well, I mean, I've got more than most plant shops up in my studio. So
I'll just replace yours then. You bring yours in, I'll replace yours.
have a whip around.
Yeah.
The rocks are out. Where are you going with that, mine?
I don't want to I reckon outside of all the other deliveries that seem to have turned up on this wonderful Monday.
Maybe Monday wasn't the greatest plan.
Monday's probably fine because all the deliveries turn up on a Friday. But
Right.
unfortunately,
Oh,
the
yeah.
Queen was really annoying and decided to have her Jubilee celebration this Friday. So none of the deliveries turned up.
Treason.
Oh, sorry.
Off with his head.
You done it earlier with the camera.
Oh yeah. Ready? Off with his head.
Yeah, just like.
Okay, so all the rocks are out, all the wood is out. The fish are absolutely fine, look, doing great. We're going to catch the fish now, and then we're going to scoop out all of the sand, and then it's cleaning up. Yeah, I don't know what I'm telling you, we're just going to do it. I suppose now might be actually a good time for an update on the recent tank that we set up. That is looking good. Now, literally, we just stood back here, and all the neons were out, weren't they?
Yeah, they were all really coming out and all swimming about out the front.
But then, like, you know, you go too close, and they're just not quite used to it yet. Like we said before, we're going to put some rummy-nosed tetra, just a little school in the front, because they always do, they're not scared of anything, and that'll bring them out a bit more, I think. But it's looking good, isn't it, Matt?
It's looking lovely, really nice.
Like, the plants are literally hitting the top now, but I love that it's sort of blocking some of the light and sweeping over. It's going to need a trim up soon, though, isn't it?
Yeah, we were thinking about that on the weekend, but yeah, we were thinking around to it, to be honest.
Every time I've cut to you, you've just been chilling up there.
Well, I'm waiting for my fish first. I've got my net, I'm just waiting.
Oh, that's Annette. Nice to meet you, Annette. That's the fourth time we've made that joke today.
Yeah, literally, this video's only about 15 minutes long so far, and you've already made that 4 times.
Not on camera, that's the first official on-camera Annette, yeah.
Oh, okay, that's alright then.
You're highlighted nicely here, like you're some sort of fish god.
I'll change my channel name.
The first fish are going in the bucket.
Well, I was just going to try and get that Cheryl's Panac out.
The Panac, there, whoa. Oh, is Annette here now? No, I can't do it again, there's too many jokes. What does it feel like, Matt? I don't want to hold it,
Really rough.
because I just don't want to drop it. I know how slippery they are.
It's very rough.
So nice
You
looking.
can see his lines on his face there.
Yes.
Yeah. But yeah, they're just spiny, really like sandpaper.
Awesome. Is he sold?
So no, he's staying because he's Cheryl's pet essentially. He'll be going into one of the tanks. We were growing him up a little bit in the hope he'll go in the stingray tank with all the stingrays.
Oh yeah, good idea.
We've got a few left in there, so
Sweet.
he might go in there.
Matt is talking about in here, so can't see any other plex at the moment, but yeah, plenty of space in this tank though. Okay, any particular reason why we're going in here
This
first?
is just a holding tank, so we'll let them settle because it will be slightly different for them after living in that massive tank.
Right.
So we'll let them hold and let them settle down here for a couple of weeks, and then we can move them on to eventually into one of the bigger tanks.
Sweet. He looks happy.
Yeah, he'll be good down there. We just got to put some more wood down here for him.
Do you know if it's he or she? Or are we just assuming he?
I would assume a he, because what you'll find with the Panacs like that, the longer their bristles on the side of the face, the more likely they are to be a male. The more bristly they are, the males, the more likely they are to be a boy. But it would still be a bit of a guess, to be honest.
So all the fish are out, Matt?
Yeah.
Everything's done.
Everyone's out.
Danny, show me where they are.
Zebra, the angels are all sat down here now.
They seem settled like straight away, don't they?
They are, yeah. Water parameters will be extremely similar.
Yeah, of course,
There won't be much of a change for them. And then the clown just moved over here.
Oh, this is going to be the worst viewing ever. Oh yeah, there we go. It's picking them up.
Just in the back there.
Sweet. They're all happy. Everything's all good.
They're nicely, we'll just keep a good eye on them.
They've got a new home though, haven't they?
That's it, yeah, we've got a lot of customers wanting them, so they've got places to go.
Matt, I feel like the roles have like sort of switched from the previous build. You're literally doing everything.
I'm doing the cleaning and you're going to do the beautification.
Okay, cool. Yeah, so we're taking out all of this sand that's in there. Apparently it's not been removed for like 8 years. We were thinking about just leaving it, but that's lazy. So this is all coming out. I want to lighten it a bit as well because that's quite dark. We're going to have more lights on it, but you know, the African sand that we've been looking at in our research has been a lot like brighter, hasn't it?
Yeah, there's a lot more sort of light greys to it, a lot more sort of, yeah, idyllic beach style.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
It makes the greens pop a lot better as well, doesn't it?
Yeah, it will really make it pop.
And I'm so excited now because we've just been chatting about what we're going to do, and it is, trust me, this is going to be such an insane build. I just said to Matt actually, I'm going to donate my Congo Tetris to this tank from mine. We're going to do something else in there. I want to do an Indian themed tank in there because I've not done that before.
Nice,
you know,
yeah.
doing the continents and things. So yeah, I think I'm going to put all my African fish are going to come across here. As long as some that you've got, you want to put the knife fish in as well, don't you?
Yeah, we've got a group of African knife fish, and we've got some other cichlids and stuff that will go in with. Oh, so,
wicked!
There's some wicked fish going in.
Yeah, honestly, if this turns out how it should do in my head, and I'm getting pretty good nowadays at building what I'm seeing in my head, you guys are going to love this.
Are you going to be able to scale it up though?
I am, I definitely. Well, we've already got the size wood I need. I just need you to order every plant available.
Yeah, every single Anubias that is under the sun.
And all the veil. I'm going for a whole curtain of veil. I don't want to give too much away. Sand is out. We've just got this last little bit of water to get out, and then it's just cleaning the tank down, isn't it, Matt?
Yeah, giving it all a good blade. There's a bit of stubborn algae on the back that we need to clean off. So yeah, should be good.
Really showing up this back bit now. So behind the tank, you can actually go behind there, and we're going to cut out these sections and just repaint them. Now you might be able to see a sort of a tiny bit where the sort of new paint is, but it's not going to be a problem at all, to be honest, because there's going to be so many plants. There's going to be loads of hardscape in this section. We're going to go for 3 islands, so like one's going to cover that and one's going to cover that. It's going to be fine. It'll be perfect. As if you're going to be worried about that tiny bit when you're going to have these amazing fish and the ghost knife. Because it's going to be like a river style, we're going to make sure this end we got the some decent. Get in.
Get in. Not yet. Braid it down first.
Yeah. So this side we're going to put a power head. Both sides, just for rotation.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, we'll have a look. We're going to have inlets and outlets both ends. So yeah, I think so.
See what's needed.
Yeah, see what the flow's like when we get it all running.
Look at you tower. The whole time you're just towering over me. Right, we all stopped for some awesome cake, but it's back to work. Yeah, so all the sand is out. We just got that water to drain off. Sand is here. We're going to give this a good clean off because it's got all of that pleco poo in it. Sam, is that your job? Are you going to do cleaning, yeah? We're going to add a load of white sand to this. Oh, you need some help?
You might have to be out.
What, actual work? Oh. Okay, cool, yeah, well, I'll have you in a sec. So Matt's just using a piece of acrylic, which is quite clever, to scrape down all of the side rather than a razor blade. Is it not on that badly then, Matt?
No, not at all. It's quite loose to come off, to be fair, and it just means it's got a bigger surface area, so it takes me less time.
Which makes sense with, well, 16, about 20 foot of glass to clean.
Yeah, it's 8 by 2 by 2 roughly, so yeah, it's quite a big surface area to be cleaning.
Right, it's getting serious. Just got this last little bit of water, and Sam is just finishing cleaning out all this sand. Look, just had the hose running. So much crud come out already, so we're pretty good there. It won't be 100%, but you know, once we put some filters in, we've got pond filters going on the tank, so they're going to polish it as well. One's going to be for polishing, one for media. Yeah, perfect. Are we ready to go?
Ready to make some noise.
I mean, I've got a shot back myself, but this is seriously removing some water. It's oddly satisfying. I can speed this bit up. Yay, we are getting there. Matt, we're getting there, aren't we?
We are, yeah.
So all of the water is out. The next job is going to be obviously cleaning everything down, but I've decided to convince Matt not to go with the hideous brickwork look in the background.
I don't think that was convincing.
I mean, like I said, if it was big enough to do as one sheet, I think it would potentially work. It doesn't come in this size, so I think black will work well, but we're going to cut out that section. Matt's going to repaint that, ready for the next sort of video, which will be building the hardscape. Excited. I'm already excited.
Got a lot of rock to go in there and a lot of wood, so it's going to be good.
Yeah. How long have I got to wait for this? We need to put, you know what, is like, put a date on it.
Put a date on it. So next week then, isn't it?
Next week, yes, we'll do one a week.
Yep.
That sounds good.
Let's film it next week, let's do it. Let's get in there, let's rip the band-aid off. It's easy though.
So here we are behind the scenes in the fish. Right, this is like, we're inside all the tanks. This is the back of the big tank. Now, this is the extent of the damage, the crisis situation we must deal with today. I'm really big in this, it's just some paint missing. So I'm just going to paint it and then we can like see how it's looking. It should be fine, shouldn't it?
Yeah, I think it'll be fine. We've left the rough edge so that it's sort of, we were thinking if we'd done a straight edge, it might
Be
show
obvious,
up more.
yeah.
But yeah, if we left the sort of rough edge to it, it might blend in a little bit better.
Just go to town with it and like, yeah, it'll be cool. So we've now painted the black in the back areas. It looks a bit funky at the moment. It's kind of grey because it needs to dry completely, and then it should be the same colour, hopefully. But me and Matt aren't worried, are we? Because like, there's going to be so much going on with the fish, the hardscape, the plants. You're not even going to notice it anyway. But it means now we can make a start on actual scaping the tank. We've got substrate system to go in, and first of all I'm going to do the media bags full of the aqua soil that you've seen me do before, and that's going to provide all the nutrients to the plants. So we've got our fluval stratum, this is aqua soil and it's going in the bags. Where's the bag? Have you got bags? Good job, I bought the bags. So this would be a lot easier if I had bigger bags, but unfortunately I've put the link down. All of you lot, all my subscribers that is, have bought them, so they're sold out. So I had to buy, I've sold out Amazon of the larger ones, so I had to buy all the smaller ones, which is fine because you can just dot it about here, there and everywhere. I think we've got 24 there. We've got 2 bags of aqua soil. It's a fair bit of work,
Yeah.
but we're up for it.
Yeah, we're fine with that.
So that is all of the aqua soil at the bottom there. I've kept it away from the edge a little bit because I've got a feeling that area is going to get sort of swam about in a bit more and it might thin out. So we can put the gravel on top of this, but before we do, I want to add in even more nutrients just for some long-term sort of supply. We've got some flourish tabs, we've got some nutri-cap things. This is basically like little capsules that they've got nutrients in, and we've got some iron ones as well. So we'll just sort of sprinkle that everywhere and that should cover us for quite a while. So that's all of the nutrients now sorted. We can cover all of that with sand, which we've cleaned. So here's the sand that we've got that's been like completely cleaned. Now it's a little bit darker than I'd like, so I'm going to lighten it up by adding a lighter sand to it. Yeah, this is the lighter sand. Now on its own it's like really grey / white, very reflective, but mixed with the other stuff it should look pretty good. Now because Matt's so busy today, he's hardly getting any screen time. It's because you're a person down in the shop, isn't it?
Yeah, that's it, yeah. No, we've got one less staff member today, but back to normal staffing tomorrow, Thursday came.
Okay, but I'm not here to, well maybe I am, you know, we'll see how far we get.
We'll have to see what we get on.
In an ideal world, I'll just mix these two now because that's wet and that's dry. It's not really going to happen. So I'm going to put that in first and then just pour this on top and sort of give it a swoosh around. When the water's in, we can do it better anyway. Okay guys, the shop is opening and we've got to get the sand in. And we've only got 10 minutes to do it. What are we going to do, Matt?
It's a bit much.
Oh my god, the sand is not the right colour. We need different colours. Let's do this. So the substrate's in, look. I mean, obviously this is not how it's going to look. That's all sort of mixed in. There'll be a lot more detail going on. But we're now ready, Matt, to sort of start putting in the proper hardscape. This is the fun bit. Our canvas is sort of ready. A little bit of grime still on the background, but it's actually easy to clean when the tank's got water in than now. Getting all in it and that.
Yeah, we've been in and bladed it a few times, but yeah, we've just got to try and get it out now.
It's kind of just loose dirt at the back there.
Just loose algae that's been scraped off the back. So,
it's looking good though, isn't it?
Yeah, it's really cool. It's quite hard to get to the back when it's full of water, so yeah, it's going to look good. But yeah, we've got some decent hardscapes going.
Okay, so can you show me the rocks? What rocks are we using?
Wow. We've got two of them. So we're thinking of the layer stone.
The layer stone is basically like this stuff. Here you go, yeah. We've got lots of it already in some of these tanks. It looks great. We could sort of angle it all the same way with a few opposite bits.
Yeah.
We'll have to steal a few out of these tanks maybe, Matt.
Yeah, definitely a few select pieces.
But that's all right, because you can just order more in, can't you?
We've got another 4 or 5 boxes out the back.
Okay.
We have just had a delivery of Serenity, whatever you want to call it. We have just had that in.
Oh, serious though.
We've been waiting for it to come in for ages.
The thing is, it's very grey.
Yeah.
And I think this stuff will work better for more of that African vibe.
Yeah. Well, we have seen some photos of
exactly.
rivers with that sort of layered stone effect, so I think that'll be really nice.
Yeah, definitely. So we've got this box, and then if we need any from the tanks, we can take it.
Yep, and we've got another 2 out the back.
Okay, I'll see.
Or 4 maybe, I can't remember. There's a lot out the back.
And like ordinarily, if you guys are doing this, I tell you to wash the rock off or something. It's quite dusty. We ain't got time for that, so we're gonna put it in and just do water changes. We'll get like a water polisher, some AccuClear and all that going. It'll be absolutely fine. We'll just be patient with the dust.
Yeah, it will take time, but yeah, fish aren't going to be going in there quickly. So.
No, we've not even got the plants yet, have we?
No, we're still waiting on plant deliveries. That was the Jubilee weekend that caused the grief. So yeah.
Thing is, if we haven't got plants in time, I'm just going to raid my whole studio.
Yeah, I'll just come down and we'll empty every tank. That'll make a great video.
Yeah, Matt destroys. We've only got 10 minutes to get Matt out of my fish room because he's stealing everything. Random zooming in and out with big words flashing. Right, Matt's got all of the rocks down there. I think to start with, we just get them in because it's such a job even moving stuff into this tank, isn't it? It's very dusty, but I'm just going to sort of roughly place some stuff down.
Oh, I already like it.
Looks good together, doesn't it?
Yeah.
See, I can't see at all from this angle, so you can actually be my scaping eyes, Matt.
Yeah, no, that's looking nice. That one's the same level.
Yeah, I need to build something, you know what I mean? Like a platform of some kind. That could work.
Really nice texture.
This one's good. It's that 2 triangular. I'll just get it in to start with. So I've just placed in some of the rocks there. Look, we need way more than that. Matt's just gone out the back. Matt, where are you? Matthew? Where's he gone? He said he was getting the wood. I know, it was out here in the storage area, behind the scenes. Matt, what you...
Alright. I don't know if it's too big now that I've got it back out.
It looks good though.
It's a good bit.
Wow, okay, let's just stick... let's place it in the tank and see.
Look at the purple.
I'm thinking, yeah, kind of purpley brown.
It's hair algae.
Ah.
It's back.
Oh, you mean that?
Yeah, the really purple bits.
Yeah, we'll keep that for authenticity purposes. So it might be too big, but it might not. If we put it in that left-hand corner, you know what I mean? So like without any rock to start with, so it's lower down, could work. Or we might be overdoing it with wood, but there's only one way to find out.
Relatively.
Which way's to cut back? Oh.
So it's got to sit.
It's, yeah.
Like that.
It's massive, isn't it?
It's huge. You want to try it or not?
It's going to take up too much space.
I think so.
Because we need the flow coming from the corners. I don't want to completely like overtake the whole tank with just one bit of wood, see?
Yeah.
I reckon we should try the smaller pieces first, because that would be great on like the black water on its own, do you know what I mean? Oh, yeah, we've got like a big 1500 centimetres? 1500 millimetres. No, yes.
Yeah, 1500
millimetres tank we're going to do over there. A black water discus tank, so like a massive, I mean, that's going to be so cool.
Yeah.
And like that piece of wood, for instance, might work really well for that.
Yeah, that with then some leaf litter and some of the branches and bark that I've got coming in will look really nice.
Okay, let's try the other pieces first. This piece, I think, would go really well in the middle. Yeah, they wear the same colour in the tank, but they've dried different colours.
You've got to remember though as well, in the river, they would have different types of tree.
That's true.
It wouldn't be all the same, as long as it's not too stark a contrast.
Okay, I need to remove some of the rocks. We need space! I'll just rest it for the time being.
Yeah.
It can come down further, but we're just trying to get an idea. Oh, it's striking, isn't it?
That's nice, that's over there.
It's coming a little bit closer. I think that could work. We're getting reflections at the moment, but remember, I need to bring it all forward because there's no gap behind it currently, and we want all that val in there. So I just wanted to get in to see how it looked.
Quite open as well, which is quite nice. It's not like that big.
I know what you mean. Yeah, there's roots in and out of it for either plants and fish to go. Come forward then, get another one in. Well, this is hard work. This is so much harder than any other tank I've ever done by a long way. It's getting up and down, and it's trying to visualise the space. It's just so much space, but it's a really good challenge. It's fun.
Yeah. And you're working blind as well.
Yeah.
Like, obviously, have you done a shot from like what you're working from?
No, I haven't.
When you're working at the top,
Yeah,
all
I'll
you
show you.
can see
Yeah, so
is that.
this is how I'm working all the time, see? So this isn't how it looks. So you're constantly having to get back down, get back down the steps, come and have a look, or rely on Matt. Matt's quite good at escaping as well, to be honest.
I'm like, that's rubbish, move it. Terrible.
But that is very striking, and we're not going for the traditional style aquascape that you would see. We're trying to do something very wow when you walk in a door. Don't trip over that. It's got a hazard sign on it, and I still tripped over it. But yeah, you can see straight away, that looks wicked, doesn't it?
Yeah, that's nice.
Maybe we just want to have one main big piece and two smaller pieces, one that way and one following similar sort of flow. So maybe we could break. You got a chainsaw, haven't you?
Yes.
It's chainsaw time. So yeah, you've just pulled that out of the Stingray tank.
Yeah.
Got another one here. I'm thinking this one is just a little bit too overpowering again.
Yeah, you want quite an open structure, isn't it? Like a nice open structure.
I just don't want to take up too much flow and too much space for the fish, for the plants and that kind of thing. So that's quite cool. I've got this piece here which looks wicked. I'm thinking maybe coming up at an angle. No, that way.
That way.
No, it would be like, it's quite long actually.
That way.
Yeah, so what I'd have is that piece laid tucked in a little bit there, coming up, following that line, and then something a lot smaller over this side, so not detract from that main thing. I'm kind of thinking like Iwagumi, but with wood. Do you know what I mean? Because you have like a main focal stone, don't you? They have names actually. I think it's usually 5 or something. I don't know about that.
Proper science.
We got this is Dave, and this is John. Currently, John is the main focus. So with how good John looks, was that John? Was this one John?
The middle one was John. Yeah, John was the first point.
Okay, who's this one? Dave? Or the other way around? No, it's the other way around. Okay, I'll go back. This one. Why are we arguing over the name of the wood? This is John. Okay, yeah, that's okay, so John, sorry if you were Dave, you are now John. It is a different colour completely to the Stingray wood Dave. I swear that was John because that was the first name, and I would have said John first. I'm gonna go back. Right, we've just reviewed the footage, and I'm the type of man who'll openly admit when I was wrong.
Yep.
This is John. No? Oh no. This is Dave and this is John.
There we go.
So I think this is ridiculous. I'm not sure this is making the cut if I'm honest.
No? Yeah, a little bit maybe.
We'll see. John needs to come out potentially because colouring, you know, we just think it'll look better if we take John out.
Yeah.
We don't know if it's too big. So obviously the Ray tank has got all the mature wood, so what we're thinking is just to sort of swap it out. That is massive, Matt.
Yeah,
That's an absolute beast. I don't know if I'm picking it up on camera.
Yeah, it's a chunk.
That's way too big, yeah. No, that's a big piece of wood for a big tank. Whoa, look at the size of that. There's a shark in it. What's that piece? And that one's too small. Do you think? For the main focal, it's too small. We'll stick with what we've got. It'll be all right. It'll dark. It was quite dark when it was underwater.
Dark when it was underwater. Actually, we could review and see how dark it was.
We could
put the video up.
I did. Let's do that now. Right, we've reviewed the footage. This definitely goes way darker. Not as dark as Dave, but almost. So we're going to put that in now and then put some more in. So Martin's just bought this big piece of wood in, thank you Martin. Literally just come out of this tank, and we're thinking it's going to work really well on the opposite side just to keep that look going, but just a little bit. We don't want too much because there's a lot of wood there already, so we need to break it up though. What are we going to do, Matt? We've got a saw.
Yeah, we've got a saw.
And a hammer.
Yeah, and a hammer and a crowbar.
We could just drop it from a high height.
Yeah. I think it would be nice if we could break it, it would be better. Just because it will give a natural break to it.
Okay.
When you saw it, you've got to hide those saw cuts, haven't you?
True, but the bits where we're sawing, I'm thinking it's down here and that'll be in the sand.
Yeah, yeah.
So it shouldn't be, don't worry too much. Let's just do it.
Let's break it.
So I think we're done with escaping. What do you think, Matt? You happy?
Yeah, it's pretty smart. Once we get that scatter gravel in, it's going to look
Yeah. We don't want to add like the hard escape. I'm talking, we need details now. Guys, you're happy as well?
Yeah.
So I've been listening to feedback from these guys and totally ignoring it. No, I didn't. Martin just brought in his wood and I was like, yeah, I'm cutting that up. Did you cry a little bit or was it fine?
It hurt a little bit.
It does. I just needed that shape, so I think we're going to be good. Like we're getting a lot of reflections on the background now, but remember, there's going to be so many plants, like all the val, and then this piece of wood is going to have all the anubias and that on it as well. So it should be good. Now it's time to start adding details everywhere on this bottom section because that doesn't look like anything at the moment, does it?
It looks a bit moonscape, doesn't it? Plain and barren.
Yes, that classic aquascaped moon. So I've mentioned this area before. This is the scatter gravel area, I call it.
I need to do a bit of replenishment.
Yeah,
That's right, we've got new bags that I haven't replenished with yet. So.
To be fair, I took most of this, didn't I, last time?
I know, that was I filled it back up.
Oh, did you?
Yeah, it's all good.
Okay, yeah, all right. We've got options.
This is a new one. I don't know what that looks like.
I use that stuff under my stuff. Do you know what I mean? It's really good for bulking up areas and for increased, biological media if you want. You're sat in your bed. Yeah. That's what it's really good for. But I think I'm going to go with this one just because it looks good against that other rock. We tested it before, didn't we?
Yeah, it does. It ties in really nicely. The colours sort of not match, but they complement each other.
I don't know what that noise was. So weird. Right, so we think we're happy with all the rocks and that. Next thing we need to do though is add more detail using the same rocks. So down here we've got a few more. We're going to smash them up with a hammer.
We've got a few little ones.
Oh, we've got some little ones, yeah. But we do need to smash them. I want like loads of like detail.
Yeah, scattered them out.
Okay. Then we'll go smash them somewhere.
Yeah.
Rock smashers.
Safely.
Yeah. We're good at smash rock. We smash rock good. Oh, you're prepared. Now, is that a crowbar as well? Why have you got a crowbar? Oh, there's a chisel.
Yeah.
Smart man.
I haven't got a big screwdriver to use as a chisel.
I may not be a smart man, Jenny, but I know what a chisel is. Looks like you're ready, Matt.
Got my eye protection on.
Safetied right up.
Safety first. Should go for square boy first.
Yeah, we're not going to use that unless it's smashed up. So.
Yeah, it's a horrible shape.
Like I said, this lens that I'm filming with currently is like $2.5 grand, so I'm a little bit scared. I'm getting right back. Nah, you're not doing it. You need some proper oomph. Like, please don't hit your hand. That's it, right on a corner. On a corner. It did nothing. These are Unbreakable, starring Bruce Willis. Okay, we'll come back to this. Literally the second I press stop. Right, now we should be able to smash up those flatter ones with some oomph. Yes. Yeah.
Pretty grey inside.
Yeah, maybe we can't do that. I don't know. What is it with these rocks that are like weird colours? Right, we'll make it work. We've decided to cancel that and go with the scatter gravel because that looks awful. It's a form of granite, I think. First of all, it's absolutely solid. Second of all, it's a horrible colour. Not horrible colour, but it just doesn't work. They're so different. Yeah, we'll just go with scatter gravel. So although we couldn't bash those up, we have picked out some smaller pieces that I'm going to put just off of the island, and then we're just going to go with the scatter gravel. Should be good. Mockingbird, don't everybody say, have you heard she's gonna buy me a taxi? You know what I'm singing?
Not a clue.
It's from Dumb and Dumber. Oh look, hitchhikers, pick 'em up. And then they're like, Mark, see. Action. Scatter gravel time. It's the most wonderful time of the bill. And come a bit closer, Matt, because
I was cutting your face off.
Okay, no, that's too close. Okay, so I'm going to use the scatter gravel. What, is it heavy?
No, it was just focused on your face and it was a bit too much.
I'm going to use the scatter gravel first of all to fill in all the gaps in the islands, because otherwise it's just going to pick up loads of detritus in those areas. And this is just going to make it easier for these guys for maintenance.
Which is always a winner.
Yeah.
We prefer that.
Start better, Cheryl. Cheryl, is that good for you? Easier maintenance. We all know Matt doesn't do that anymore.
No, it takes
Sits on his throne, no one out here looking over the peasants. Feed the fish!
on my pedestal. Someone's got to be in charge.
What's wrong? Are you seeing something?
Just.
Oh, thank you.
Oh, hang on.
It's that
That's
eye.
it.
It's that
That's
eye.
it.
That's why.
That's
That's why you're the superstar that you are.
Yeah, that's
I
it.
don't think we need the goggles anymore.
They're quite good though. I'm quite liking them.
Well, that is everything done. Well, it's not planted, filled up or anything. But
Everything done. The filters
done.
aren't on it, the heaters aren't on it.
it's
But it's done.
it's not done at all, is it?
Just gonna leave it like that, right?
So we can fill it up with water now, though. It's going to go really, really misty and murky. That's fine because it will just run through the system. We're just going to hook it up to the whole lot to start with, aren't we?
Yep.
And you've got some socks to go in, your dirty old stinky socks.
Yes.
Filter socks.
Yeah.
So that'll polish the water for us, and that means that when we come back to the planting, once that's all sort of sorted itself out, just drop the water down, do planting, fill it back up again with the filters the second time.
Yes. Yes.
Say it. Say it.
Say what?
Your catchphrase.
Sounds like a plan.
There we go. There it is. Fill her up. Matt, are we filling? Matt. I just tripped over my own breath. I was not expecting that.
See how aggressive this is.
Oh, I should be fine because I put all that gravel. Look at this stuff. Oh, wow. That couldn't have gone any better. It's got some quite good flow, isn't it?
Oh no.
Yeah, maybe not that one. Can you angle it?
Okay.
There we go.
Yeah, I'm there.
Well, we are going to be here a while. What about the other two? They don't work?
Yeah, yeah.
So at the back there, which I was trying to say there is, I'm trying to say to you guys a few times before, if you're going to do an aquascape, put one area in the back corner that's just like coarser gravel, and that can be a fill-up point every time you do a water change. So for instance here, this is all thick gravel, and you can just pour water onto that quite hard, and then you won't get misting. I did the same over on this tank here. So if they want to do water changes in this corner, it just means you can pour the water in fast, and you don't get all that horribleness. Yeah? Top tip. Top tip. Bam. Top tip. Alright! We got to stop doing that. It looks right, that looks immense.
Yeah.
It needs more light, we've decided, so we're going to do a third kessel. What kessels are these, Matt?
160. Tuna sun.
Tuna Sun 160.
Yeah.
They're not the massive ones, are they? They're just...
No, they're the 320s, I think. I can't remember. 360, 320, something like that. Yeah.
So at the moment, that one's angling in like this. We've got no flow, but when we did, it was ripping like crazy. So I want to do another one like that in the middle at the same angle, and then another one this side, same angle, so you've got that sort of sunny direction, and then that'll look wicked. It's murky as pie at the moment. So when I come back in 3, 2, 1.
There we go, look. How many days later are we, Matt?
I reckon 3 or 4. I can't remember when you were here. Thursday, Friday, maybe?
But then you sent me a message like an hour after I left. It was like, it's clear already, MD.
Yeah, it cleared very quickly. Obviously, we've got several thousand litres running through it onto the system. So, yeah, the filter just picked it all up and removed it really quickly.
So we were just discussing, we quite like all these sort of bottom layers, and then this section here, I just chucked it in kind of just to make sure the wood was weighed down. It would sink anyway, but I didn't want it getting pushed around. So we might have to build it up a little bit here, but we're just saying, well, by the time we've got like all the plants and everything on there, you're barely going to see the hardscape.
You're not going to see any of that section really, with the amount of Nubius we've got coming in. Yeah, I don't think you'll see any of that really.
How much Anubias have you ordered?
I don't really know. There was like 8 or 10 different species, 18 of each different species. I don't know. I went through the list, looked what was in stock, I just ordered all of them.
And we got Jungle Val and Volbites.
Yeah, they're coming, and I ordered again 2 or 3 different types of valve just to see what they all come in like.
Yeah.
See which one takes our fancy really. And we've obviously got onion plant as well. We've got
Onion
plant
plant.
to go in.
Yeah. Prunum.
So yeah, that should be good.
And then I've got all that dwarf sage, which I googled, and it was like, yes, there is dwarf sage in eastern parts of Africa.
Yeah.
So we can basically get that coming down here and just carpeting the whole bottom. It looks so good. Also, we've got 2 of the kettles pointed inwards currently. That's just so we can sort of see what's going on. Matt's got another one on order. It's coming. So we're going to have same direction, angled or not angled? If there's free, we could probably just do it flat, could we? Or
Yeah,
what?
we could probably do it flat. It depends if you want that sort of sun peak. I quite like the angle because you end up with this sort of dark spot.
Yeah, okay, yeah.
We're going to do the planting, I suppose. If the planting ends up in both corners, yeah, you're probably better just doing them straight down.
Yeah, well, we can fiddle with that, can't we? Just
Yeah, they're not fixed. They're on those really cool goosenecks, so you can flex and bend them. So yeah, we can mess around with that as and when.
Also, we've got these, so this is obviously on system at the moment, which means that it's all being drained here. Will they still be there? You're going to just cap, oh, you're going to cap it like that?
Yeah, we can cap it. That's a yellow cap. We've got black caps. We just put the yellow one in there for the minute, just because it was the first one that came to my hand.
And then the white bit I can just paint, and that'll be black. We can make everything black, so you won't see anything on the background. And then there's going to be all that veil anyway, isn't there? So
It's going to
go everywhere.
So it's going to just be a jungle of that in the background.
because I did put a good amount of nutrients in that bottom section, so it's going to be awesome. It is day 3 of this epic build, and Matt's doing weird things. So today we're going to start with filtration. We built the hardscape in the last video. If you haven't seen that, you need to flick back and see that, and the one previous and the other one previous. What was that? Yeah, so we're going to be doing filtration today, and we're going to be doing the planting of the tank. So by the end of that, it should look awesome. Let's get on with it. So currently, Matt, we have got the tank running on the system, haven't we? So all this water you can see flowing out is coming from the whole subsystem that sits underneath all of these tanks. So you can see down there as well. But we want to take it off system, don't we? Now, what's the benefit of that, like, moving forward?
For us, so yeah, obviously we house a lot of fish on the back system, so we end up with a lot of a lot of water changes, a lot of waste, and we do have to treat the fish on the back system quite regularly when new deliveries come in. So with having this off of system, we can then make sure that we've got all of the nutrients going in here for the plants that we want to do, and just have it as its own closed system. It's just going to make it a lot easier for water changing, for the plants. Yeah, it's going to make it a lot easier for us to maintain in long term.
I suppose as well, having a smaller volume, even though that's a massive tank, having a smaller volume without the sun, all that aqua soil we've put in and fertiliser is going to stay contained for the plants we've got in here, aren't they? Rather than spread out over a massive amount of water.
That's it. I think there's like 5,000 litres or something on this system. So yeah,
so 1,000 litres in the tank.
1,000 litres in the tank, and then the rest of the system is about 3,500 litres. So
yeah,
a lot of water that it would distribute through. Whereas if we can keep it contained in this one, it'll just make everything so much better.
Sweet. What are we using then as our own filtration? So obviously we'll take it off, unplumb it from the back, which is just this pipe you put through, really, isn't it?
Yeah, we've just got a pipe running through. We used to run it through the back outlets, but this gives a quicker flow, so it's better for it to start off with.
And it's currently draining out of this, which looks awesome. Yeah. So we'll take that off, and we're going to plug that with a black cap, and I'll make that white be black as well, just so that if for any reason in future we can put it back on system as well if we need to, can't we?
Exactly, yeah. It just leaves our options open for later on and doing anything different with it. We won't want it running this way for very long, will we? We will want to shut it down at some point.
We want to redo it after 6 months. I mean, this is a big old tank to redo every 6 months, but why not? I mean,
yes, it's been a 3-day ordeal already.
Because of course everyone gives me stick for breaking down my tanks and redoing them so regularly. I tend to give it about 6 months before I consider it done, and then I want to move on and try new things. Not that new, I mean it's still going to be sticks, plants, fish, gravel and water.
And rocks.
And rocks, yeah, rocks,
Don't forget the rocks.
But in a shop like we've got here, it's actually really good for you guys, isn't it, to rotate the display regularly and show people what they can do. Plus old customers coming back, they can see a new example. It gets them wanting to come as well. So yeah, maybe we do this again in 6 months.
People do get bored of it. If you rotate the shop around, it does mean that people see different things. They do sort of, when they've seen something for several weeks, they just walk past it. Oh yeah, the same thing.
Exactly. Yeah. You want it's a bit like a shop window for a clothes shop, isn't it? They're constantly changing their display. So that's what we're going to do as well.
Sounds like a plan. Can't be on the wrong side.
This is one of those audio tests that's probably going to be in the video.
Brilliant. Excellent.
Say random things.
We are always on the same side.
Yes, we are Ant and Dex version.
We've got like the
Fish
side of the
sticker.
bed sort of thing.
Yeah, wow. No, now it's not going in.
Yeah, no, that's why I put it in there.
You made it too weird. I'm up for weird, but
I'm gonna spin it, it just comes off.
Matt just said, "Do I want this shot?"
You always.
Of course, I want this shot. Oh no, do the spin one. No, do that spin thing again. Wow! Good enough. Here's the filter. Not just 1, 2. Wow. Oh, Matthew is feeding the neons and now the rummy nose tetras as well. We've got in there. And look at this. Whoa, that was some speed. Yeah, we've got a lot more action coming on with the neons now. They're coming a lot more forward, aren't they, Matt? That really has made a good difference having the. Oh look, there's the Instagram in the back. Elizabeth.
Yeah, it's females down in the front right as well.
Are they a pair though?
Yeah, they have paired up. They've both been following each other in and out of the caves and stuff like that. So I think they are pairing up. Every now and again, they're doing what they're doing now, where they're separating out a little bit. But yeah, most of the time they are following each other in underneath the bogwood. Especially if you remember that cave that we left in under here.
Yeah.
They go. There's a little gap underneath the jar fern, and they've been going in and out of there quite a lot. So
Oh yeah, I see. One of them's just gone up there now. Look, probably
Yeah.
trying to get the food as well. But yeah, those neons are far more active. I mean, obviously, you have just fed them, but we were just stood right back over here, and they were still. You can see in the middle there, we've got the rummy nose, and it was bringing them out a lot more. So that's good. They'll just get more and more comfortable.
Yeah.
As well. Danny just said actually, didn't he? Like once we get used to us feeding them, then they will naturally just be at the front of the tank a lot more
Exactly,
anyway.
yeah, they just need to get used to the whole situation, you know. If we moved house without knowing it, it would be a bit of a culture shock for us.
Exactly.
That would be fun.
Fluval FX6 curling, the new Olympic sport. Okay, pop it up here just so I'm not bent over, and neither are you. Right, so we're using FX6. Why the FX6?
They're just some of the biggest filters on the market for, and really the best for what they do, their litrage wise. You know, these do up to 1,500 litres aquarium.
Okay, so we've got 1,000 and we're using 2.
Yeah, we're going to go 2 because we just need easy maintenance. So
Yeah, exactly.
I'd
Yeah.
rather use 2 and not have to worry about it as much.
Okay. You've never
Coming
seen an
towards you.
unboxing like this before. Oh, now we're blurred. There we go. Okay, what we got?
So yeah, that's the tube that can go on the bottom of the pump because you can release some of the water out of the bottom of an FX6.
I need that.
Yeah, it makes life a little bit easier.
I mean, if I had that on my canister fills, maybe I'd use them.
It does. It's surprising because it's got like a little valve on the bottom of it that you can flush water through.
So you're basically doing a water change from there as well then? Because it will
Yeah.
come out the tank, wouldn't it?
Yeah, it comes. It just goes straight out the bottom of the filter.
That's cool, I didn't know that.
Yeah, it makes life easier. Little inlet, beautiful. So you can angle those.
Sweet. Oh, by the way, guys, this isn't sponsored by Fluval or anything. It's just this is the ones we're using.
That's all your fittings.
Oh, a nice. Why are they red?
They're outside the aquarium.
Are we going to see that?
No.
Oh, okay, it's
No,
fine.
because that's underneath. That's on top of the filter.
Oh, gotcha. Okay, cool. Yeah, I take that back.
Yeah,
I'm
that's
cutting that.
Inlet, strainer.
Whoa!
Yeah.
It's a beast.
Yeah, they are.
It's sweet. Yeah, no,
They
that's
won't
good,
block
though.
up very quickly.
No, that's true. Yeah.
And then you've got your elbows to go over the top of the tank.
Oh yeah, that's going to hold on our tubing.
Yeah. And then, so that's where they go.
Ah, gotcha.
So they click on, so they got a little button.
Oh, that's quite good. Yeah.
Yeah, so there's a little
Nice.
click button, and you can adjust the flow, so obviously you can stop the flow. Why is that tight?
Is Flo in today?
She is. Oh, there we go now. She's just around the back. But yeah, so you can lock that off, take your pipe work off, makes life easy.
It's just a case of undoing all of those, do you?
Yeah. Yeah, undo all of them.
In my fish room. Okay. It looks like a Henry. You know the Hoover? It is massive, to be
Yeah,
fair.
there you go, there's your valve look.
Okay. That's the
pump.
That's the pump. Okay, so it's external.
Yeah.
But it kind of isn't as well.
Yeah, it runs through the bottom, and they have quite a clever little thing in them where they purge air out of the system, so they stop themselves for a certain amount of time, let themselves sort of settle, and then they'll purge air out the system. So
Okay.
it does make it easier for you.
Let me have a look inside. That's what I want to
Have a
see.
look inside.
'Cause I've seen these inside before. They look like kind of different to any of the other ones I've looked at, to be honest.
Yeah,
Like-
they're quite big baskets, and they work in a slightly different way to most of your normal filters. Like a lot of the other filters have sort of larger, or no, smaller baskets, and then a foam that runs down the side. These guys run with foams around the outside, and then baskets in the middle.
Come on! Oh, there's something on there. What's that? Oh,
No, I'm teasing.
okay. That's interesting. So I can't imagine how this actually works. Water comes up the outside and then the inside.
Down through the bottom, I believe.
That's a lot.
Yeah.
Is there actual media or is it all sponge?
Yeah, so when you take these off, you watch me drop one of these in a minute. Yeah, so when you take those off,
Oh yes.
you've got different medias down through the centre.
Yeah. So it's just basic ceramic stuff.
Yeah, basic ceramics and foams.
And if you want to, you can upgrade to like other.
Well, any
Other
medias,
ones.
yeah,
Yeah.
exactly. Any medias you want to put in there. The nice thing is there's a lot of space, so you can remove some of these bio foams if you want to. You don't have to run all of these.
Yeah.
I remove generally a lot of foam and run more biomedia in most of my filters.
Are we going to do what we said? Have one that's all foam, one that's some. We might as well just do what they come with, wouldn't we?
Yeah,
You up with that?
like they come with a decent amount. We might get a bit more biomedia in there,
Yeah.
just because there's not very much for the size of the aquarium we're running.
Although we have, remember, got that whole substrate system in there. Which,
Yeah, and we've got a lot of gravel and rocks, and there's going to be a lot of flow as well. Nice handles on it as well, though.
Oh yeah, to enable ease of slidage. Just making up words now. Yeah, that's it. Okay, let's plumb him in.
Simple as that.
Slide it in. Woo! Okay. We got plenty of hose, yeah? For that
That's
loop
what
right now.
we were just looking at. We were just checking that we had enough hose. Matt's playing with his hose.
I suppose we'll know soon enough whether there's enough hose because it'll either be working or it won't.
I think there will, because it's quite a lot, so...
Oh yeah, should be
We've
fine.
got spare pieces anyway.
Are you putting both the filters in the middle section?
Hoping to, yeah, because it'll just be easier, and we're going to build a trolley underneath them.
Oh yes.
To wheel
When you
out
say
there.
we, you mean Martin, who's Mr. DIY?
Yeah, Martin, and probably Cheryl's partner as well, David, he'll be doing it.
Okay. Oh, that'd be quite cool, yeah, just little wheels, wheel it out.
Yeah.
Easy.
Easy filter maintenance.
And look, I'm loving this stand construction. Now we're seeing the proper behind the scenes. Nice and simple. Does the job.
It's scary when you think there's like a ton and a half in that tank.
Yes.
And it just sat on 4 blocks of 3 blocks.
There is a board here and a frame here.
Oh, okay.
So, yeah, double based as well on the bottom.
See, Danny's got all the inside information. Okay, let's go.
let's do it.
Begin. Okay, so whilst Matt's sorting out all the cabling and stuff, I'm going to give the tank its first de-algification. Probably just made a word up there.
Ooh, that sounds well fancy.
So, look, if we look down there, I don't think it looks too bad, but there's definitely a sort of film on it. So, yeah, not too bad considering it's been up like this now for how many days, Matt?
I don't know, week?
It's been about a week, so that's pretty good. So if we can get away, at the moment, no plants in there, and it's been fine in terms of algae, it means we're onto a winner. We're going to have that extra light, of course, but there's definitely enough light for the type of plants we're going to want to put in, like, you know, especially with that next one, because we can bring them all along a little bit so the coverage is everywhere. So yeah, I think we're definitely onto a winner. I just want to get planted now.
Always on to a winner.
Oh, right, get that hooked up.
Let's do it.
It is now, how many days? It's been like
Many days.
10 days since that last clip, and the filter is all hooked up. We've also got a light at the top, which isn't a kettle, but we're going to work with what we've got and see what happens and see if another one comes. But anyway, let me show you all the filter system. Guys, there's a load of pond plants in the way. Do you know what we said in health and safety, which I used to do, is always plan your route first, not just ram through it all.
When you put 2 ton of gravel on it, there's not much going to stand
We
in
were
the way.
planning on running them over. They put that in the plan, it's fine.
Okay, so this is where everything is hidden away, as we saw before, but now I'm imagining this to be completely neat.
The middle chamber is neat.
But that is the one we need. Oh, okay. Oh look, we got wheel. Oh yeah, you sent me that video. I'll put the video up now. Okay,
So
right.
yeah, we can disconnect everything,
Yeah.
turn everything off.
Now, let me turn all my eyes up because I can't see anything in there. Right, there we go. Look at all. It's all about the ISO. You know that.
I
Matt.
know that now, yeah. It's all about the ISO and auto. That's what mine was.
To be fair, auto is the easiest. Yeah, I don't know why I
It's
don't
better
just.
adjusted.
Hang on, let me do that. Trying to be, there we go, we're on auto, and it's just as good. Trying to be all profesh. Okay, so we've got inlet and outlets on the top.
Yeah.
Both sweeping up the back. Show me the trolley. I suppose you can't. Show me a little bit. Look at that. So when they want, just wheel it out.
Yeah, so pipe pops off. But yeah, so we can disconnect everything, wheel all the filters out, clean it all out, and wheel it back in. Makes life so much.
So we're coming over the top, I'm guessing?
Yes. Yep.
Yeah, there we can see it right in the middle.
Outlet, far end. Down there somewhere.
Yeah.
There's all sorts of stuff up there. Inlet, then another outlet, then another inlet. So it's sort of pushing all down towards the right-hand end.
Okay, yeah, look, there we go. You see it at the back and turn it right up now so we can see. Look, because when you're stood back seeing it how we see it, you can't really see anything in the background. Those blues and the white pipes, like we said, we're going to get rid of those, or just sort of black them off. But yeah, you can't see any of the fluval pieces, can you?
No, it's really impressive actually. The only bits you can see is where it's caught some of the algae that were growing on the wood.
Yeah, oh, that's fine. Don't worry about that.
Yeah, that'll go.
That'll go when we cover it in Anubias. Speaking of which, that is what we are now doing.
We are ready.
Have you got plants in? One of the reasons that so many people have been messaging saying, yeah, that's great, we're not interested in your black water better fish. When is the next video for the 8 foot? It's like, well, the reason I'm waiting is because we're waiting for plants to arrive, weren't we?
Yeah, unfortunately it's not easy getting plants into the UK anymore. It needs passports and...
Oh yeah.
So we did have to save some because everyone was coming in blind.
Well, they can't be doing that, can they, man?
Disgraceful. Do you think this is a shop?
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, so we saved a load down here.
We've got loads.
Yeah, so like astifolias, nanas, coins, congensis at the end there, or congensis or whatever you want to call it.
He really did order all of them.
Yeah, and then we've got the onion plants at the far end there, so they're the, I can't remember the name of them, Calamastratum, the crispy leafed, or crinkled leaf crinum, which is cool.
Yeah.
So we can use some of them. And then... Well, we have still got Anubias in here to choose from as well.
Oh yeah, this is like, so Matt does this as like the Anubias and sort of swords, big leafed chunky plant section, don't you? And then he does this one as more the sort of delicates and your stem plant. Look how nice it's all looking, Matt.
Right in there, right.
I like it, that.
It did get sold a lot over the weekend.
Did it?
Yeah.
What, it was even more full than this?
Oh yeah, it was chocker, yeah.
Oh, well that's good to know, isn't it?
Yeah.
Oh, we've got some val here.
Yeah, we've got some smaller val over there.
Perfect. Oh no, I just realised I didn't bring any of my plants.
Disgraceful.
I will be bringing them, don't you worry about that.
And then giant val.
Giant val as well. Yeah, because I'm going to bring the dwarf sage. I've got quite a lot of that.
Yeah.
But that's easy to add. Like I can come across again tomorrow just to add that finishing touches or something. So
that'll be perfect.
But yes, what should we start? Well, first of all, we've got to drain the water down.
Yeah.
So we can put all the Anubias on. I think. Should we start with the Anubias?
I think so. Yeah. That
makes sense.
That focal point done in the front, then we can work out what we want to plant in behind.
Yeah. Okay, let's get it drained.
Cool.
Right, that is the tank drained down as much as we need it to. You just adjusting that light, Matt?
Yeah, just dropping it down a little bit so it's not as blinding for us.
And we brought the water down this level. We could have gone further, but to be honest, we could just do the little trick of attaching Anubias to small pieces of rock and then just placing them where we need them. Big pieces we can just latch into stuff, can't we? But we've got plenty of glue. I came in this morning, I was like, Matt, have you got any glue? And he just threw this at me. We've got plenty of glue. We've got.
Well, if you need
there's a second pot.
Just in case.
Sweet, yeah, we're definitely covered for glue. So now we need to fill out this table with all the plants we're going to use, so they're just easy to get to. Plus, we can see what we're working with. Bucket, we need buckets. Right, we're going to get plants. Oh my goodness, we are proper behind the scenes. Let me step back. So that's like the system. This is the sump that goes down, but it also houses a load of fish that have made their way down there over the. Whoa, look at the size of that. That's going to look so good in the tank, isn't it, Matt?
Yeah, that's going to be a cool one.
Have you got more of that?
No.
Well, I mean, it will spread. But...
Yeah, it's a really hard one to get hold of. We've only been able to find the crinkled leaf one. So
okay.
Luckily, that one was donated by one of our lovely customers.
I've got one as well, but it's got some blackbeard algae on it, so I didn't want to bring that in. You know. You got like every Anubias, didn't you?
Tried to, yeah. So those ones we've had before, and we've had them up at like 5 foot tall with leaves like this sort of size coming out the top of the stingray tank it used to be.
Okay, in that case, maybe we should plant those near the top,
yeah.
Matt, and get them. Well, I say plant, I mean attached to the wood higher up.
Yeah, that would be really cool.
I just said to Matt, how big and nice these leaves look. I'm giggling because I just filmed this and realised the microphone's weren't on. Yeah, so we've got these nice big broadleaf Anubias because the petite is just not really going to work in here. You need about 100 pots, wouldn't you?
Yeah, there would be a drop in the ocean. You think the leaves are going to be tiny?
I mean, a few little sections might look good.
Yeah, I think we'll add a few in maybe if we need to.
Just like some detail bits at the front, like. But overall, these big leaves, and yeah, this one, look. Which one's this one, Matt?
Castifolia. So it comes up with these really cool, like arrow leaves.
Yeah.
There you go, so you can see it.
Oh yes,
Yeah,
that's
really
one.
nice.
We can put that on. Right, let's get gluing. Just get gluing. Right, we've been stripping apart plants now. Well, for a good half hour, I think.
I reckon, yeah, we might be able to plant tomorrow.
We're halfway there. Sing it. Oh, we're halfway there. I knew you were going to do that.
Just thought I'd prove that MD actually does clean and help us when in the shop, up on the ladder doing some work.
Good work.
Scrubbing that background down a little bit.
Good work, loving it.
See what that side's doing. I don't think we've cleaned it at all, have we?
Not since it went in, no.
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 Right, and then... Oh.
It's on a tripod there, hang on.
I'm trying to unclip it from the tripod.
Is it easy to unclip from the tripod? Oh yeah. There we go, So yeah, he does do some cleaning every now and again. Look at all those Anubias.
That's so many. What have we got there? Would you reckon about 50? 50 plants?
We didn't count, did we?
No.
Yeah, I reckon there's got to be... We had most of them in 6s and 12, so yeah, there's got to be 50 there easily.
Yes.
Exciting times.
Because when I looked at them to start with in the sump, I was like, I don't think that's going to be enough. But looking at it now, like,
Yeah, I think...
definitely enough.
Yeah,
You're not going to see the hard scale.
No.
Okay, Matt, I'm not entirely sure what you're doing
I
there.
was getting some sort of cool shot.
Oh, okay, go, try again. We're just misting the plants.
Yeah.
None of the water is going on the plants. Right, I'm going to allow you, like, the privilege.
The first one.
The first one. Where do you want it? A little bit more thought.
Plop.
Plop and drop.
Yeah, it'll be fine. Hang on, we need gravel. We need, we're going to get pebbles as well.
Yeah, we'll do the pebbles, but I was thinking if you just, you do the big ones, we're going to do, you know, out the water.
Yeah, going to go for a push.
Ah, you'd have done that one.
That was quite possibly you.
I doubt
Or
it.
me. Because it was one of us. Well, it were one of yous. Do you remember that viral video? Oh, sorry. This man's famous and must be filmed at all times. Oh, look at that. I'm already loving it. Now, we might get some dryage.
Yeah, on the first initial leaves.
Yeah. But it will grow up out. If they go bad, you can just trim it, can't you?
Yeah, that's it, and the new ones will come out.
Sweet. First plant in.
Like it.
Just 100 more to go. The first plants are. Whoa! The first.
Sorry.
No, I was just going to talk about how it looks first of all,
I thought I was getting
and then discuss where the further movers go. Shift that, just from the view. Yeah, just for the view. Just for a minute.
I don't know what shot he wants. It's really hard, isn't it, working with him? It's demanding.
No, come in. Be there, stand there, look happy. Happier! Okay, the first plants are in. What are you doing?
Just having a look at the Anubias.
Oh, okay, so
Helping.
what are you thinking so far?
Looking good.
It already looks good,
Yeah,
doesn't
looks cool. Yeah, a little bit bleak down the bottom and needs more water, but yeah.
it? No, I was going for that shallow stream look.
I like it.
Actually, that's quite cool. No.
African dwarf clawed frogs would do well in there.
Yeah,
They
but
come from China.
we don't have those.
No, we don't.
No. Right, so we need to so we can fill out some more on this branch, can't we, Matt? We need to
Yeah.
get more in that bottom section. It should look good that side as well. Let's just keep moving. How much have we used so far?
We've still got a bucket full, so I think we're all good. And we've still got loads over on the system if we need it. But yeah, I think we'll be fine.
We'll keep going. All right. So Matt's just adding some more to the structure, and whilst he's doing that, I am placing a lot of the smaller ones onto the rocks just with a bit of glue, just like I do in my smaller skates back home. Back in my studio, I mean, not back home. And then we should have like a good amount to put on the bottom. And now that we've used half that bucket, Matt, I'm thinking we will need more.
Yeah, it's actually that bucket depleted quite quickly. So yeah, I think still got a nice little pile going on, but.
Or do we go for that more sort of less is more look? Nah.
Silly.
MD build, like.
Yeah, that's it. all or nothing.
More is more.
Yeah.
Why is that not a saying? We put one of the little islandy bits that it's not an island, is it? One of the sort of rock with Anubias in that area. Now, if we just put one on the opposite side and keep working left and right, you'll make sure you get a good balance. So that one there. Oh, look at that, pop and drop. Instantly looks good.
Ideal.
Oh, and just keep going like that, I reckon.
Yep.
Aeon, Martin. I was just up there flicking the glue to get it down to the bottom, and Matt secretly made a reel. Find it now on his Instagram. What's your Instagram?
Matt SW Fishkeeper.
No, I had it at the start of the video, but yeah, you're okay. Look, I mean, that's come and give me your thoughts so far. I think it looks amazing.
Yeah, it's looking great. Really cool.
What we're missing, we need more in this area over here because we've only got a couple.
Yeah.
Reflections are killing me.
Yeah, they are a bit.
When the water's drained down, I feel like it's more reflective.
It is, definitely. Yeah, it is.
Okay, so I was thinking as well, this middle section, but then we've got to have some bits of wood on show, haven't we?
Yeah, otherwise it'll just be Anubias. Yeah, no, it needs a little bit of structure, doesn't it?
Okay,
and everything will grow.
Oh yeah.
I know you don't like to wait, but everything will grow.
Anubias doesn't grow in 6 months.
No,
and that's how long I've got.
Oh yeah. Okay, that's why you use so much Anubias.
Oh, I'll tell you what, that looks so good there though. That one going up, that little that was Martin's idea. It's like more.
The truth of Nana.
And it looks, yeah. Oh, okay, right. A little bit more, and then we can get the actual plants.
We've only got 3.
We've got 3 more. Okay, those 3 can go in this bottom section down here, and then we've got the val, lots of val, and we've got the crinum, and we've got all the other, the tape one. Did I make that up? The real long one.
That's correct.
Yeah, you've got the crinkle crinum.
You've got crinkled calabastratum, which is the crinkly leaf
yeah,
one.
And then the
crinkle cut, and then the strappy one, which is thinum.
So I'm the plant guy, and I don't know the names of any of them.
Disgraceful.
The strappy one and the crinkly one.
Yeah, the strappy one. Use the technical terms, why don't you?
Yeah, I do. Yeah, I like to. Yeah. Like it. It's done. That's enough Anubias, isn't it?
I think so. Yeah, I don't think we need a great deal more.
No, let's move on. Let's go get the val.
Val?
Yeah.
Do it.
No, Auntie Val.
Auntie Val. Let's go see if she's in.
Look, I'm doing this sideways cool. Oh yes.
Oh, like
fighter pilot. TIE fighter. Ooh.
That's Spiralis. We've got the little in on that side.
So we've got Spiralis down there. Oh, look at that Liliopsis brasiliensis. It's on a mat. Oh, speaking of mat. This is the val. Is it big? Oh, tell me it came in big.
It came in quite big. If I can grab a pot of it.
Oh, it's in pots. We've got to get it all out.
Yeah, some of it's in pots, some of it's in buckets.
That's alright. That's fine.
Yeah,
yeah, it's a good amount. Yeah, you'll just about see it at the bottom. I do.
Lots of val.
Well, remember I've banked the back up with gravel, haven't I? So we should get.
You'll get some height anyway.
Right. There's. How many are we having? How many pots do you reckon?
Are we going all the way across the back?
I mean, why not?
We've got Mr. Onion plant as well.
Well, yeah, that's all that side, isn't it? That's all on the left. And yeah,
left as we look at it,
and then it'll flow across. So if we just use this for sort of everywhere, go for it. Look at the amount of plants we've got. Okay, so these ones have all got the ceramic ring, but we've also got about 50 pots now to open again, haven't we?
Yeah.
Oh, the joys of undoing pots today.
These should be easier. The roots on val isn't as aggressive as
That's true, yeah.
So they should be easier to get out.
It's still going to take an hour.
Yeah.
That is immense, isn't it?
Isn't it?
So that is the crinum straight one.
Straight one. Thinum.
We are complete. We're possibly going to leave these ones in. Nah, we probably won't. I'm not sure how many of these we're going to use though, but look at this pile. That might be enough. We'll see.
We got more. If we need more.
Let's get planting. This is going to be a top right. The first plants going in. So yeah, Matt's going to plant them like that corner, push it in, loop it over. Next one goes in, loops over the top of that. Next one goes in, loops on the top of that. So all the way along, it's all nicely leaned, and hopefully, fingers crossed, when we fill it up with water, it all just stands up nicely.
It will look beautiful.
None of this will happen.
No.
I think we are finished planting, at least for this like moment in time, just because I can't really see where everything is at the moment. So filling up.
Yeah, we need to fill it up, and then we can see what gaps we've got left.
Are we filling it from the system just this time? Yeah.
Yeah. So the system water, obviously, it gets water changed daily, so we'll be able to fill that up from the system today. And yeah, that makes no difference.
I'm excited to see how this is going to look, because there is a lot of val in there.
Yeah, that was a lot of stems of val.
We've been planting, but what time is it? Oh, it's lunchtime. Okay, let's fill it up and then get some lunch.
Sounds like a plan.
How good is this looking, by the way? Matt, what are you thinking? I absolutely, I love it.
I was just checking out the end shot. It's a bit murky at the moment, but it looks really cool.
It is a bit murky. Yeah. We haven't got the filter. Are the filters on? No, we haven't got the filters on. Right, Matt, I think the next stage is to put the filter on. We really polish this water up then.
Yeah.
We need to add the last crinum as well. We've got the curly crinum.
Yes, colourless grass.
That's the one. That's going to go in this upper corner. Again, we've got the onion plant, which is the other crinum here, look, and it's just sat upright. When we put the flow on a minute, hopefully it's going to not just be that one rainbow piece, and it'll be all of it. But yeah, let's get that filter going. Okay, Matthew, on with the filters. Now, yay! All right. I'm just checking out the flow and seeing what's going on. We have got some of that movement we wanted there. There we go, that's looking cool. We're going to need more flow though, aren't we? Do you reckon? We need a power head. We need a power head in this so it looks like a proper river. Up high, just going across that surface, I think that'll work. Have we got a power head, Matt? We do. Let's do it. So there's this one Amano in the tank. Must have come in on one of the plants. And me and Cheryl have now named this tank the Amano tank. Not multiple, just the Amano. It's his tank. We're not putting any fish in. No, I'm joking, of course we are. Right, so we've got 1600,000. How many litres per hour? 16,000 litres per hour. We did just put an 8,000 on. Didn't really do anything, so we've upgraded. It's like, basically, when we just turned on the 8,000, and me and Danny were like, no. A lot more. We want it like it's actually a river. We want the Vallis like just gripping for dear life to the bottom of the substrate. But this one's got two different sort of end caps. Oh, now we're on. Oh, that's got some. That's moving now, Danny. I think that might be right. We're getting that awesome shimmer. Look at the shimmer. Look at that. It looks awesome. Yeah. What do you think, Matt? Come down so you can see. There you go. And then we've still got all this flow over this side as well. Look. Oh no!
He didn't have enough glue on it.
He didn't make it. Yeah. So, well, you know what they say: if you can't hang on, take him out.
Yeah.
If you lost your chance. So we've got all that mega flow. And we've managed to find our Amano friend, which I'm now not pointing at because he's moved. And oh, there he is. Yeah, there he is. In this whole tank, look.
He's going to clean the whole thing.
He's going to clean. Yeah. Well. He's just going to keep on top of it for us, isn't he? No, I like that. That's right flow, isn't it? Definitely. Especially with all the fish. The Congo tetra are going to love this area. You can just see it already.
Yeah.
Oh, we can't put fish in yet though, can we? No. I need to come back with it's perfect. Oh, I've still got to add the Sajin, so I'll do that next. Tomorrow when it's clear. So Matt's actually now decided to add the first 8,000 litre along with the 16,000.
Well, I'd already opened it, so
it's already written off, done. It was suggested and Danny went, yes, do it. So, do we need more flow? Probably not, but we want to go for that river look. Bring it right out the front. Is it on?
Okay.
It's hard to know because the other one's so powerful. Yeah. So I just said to Matt, why don't we go halfway down with the smaller one, just because we're not getting much shimmer on this light, and it'll just keep that flow going all the way across then. I don't know if I'm picking it up, but yeah, there it is. So it's not got much angle on it, but it should just help push the water around a bit more, or it's just going to rip all this Anubias off. Yeah, I can see it spinning. There we go. Okay, give it a second. Is that full power, Matt?
That is full power on that little jumpy. We have got the water's quite high at the moment, so it's hitting the brakes.
Okay, maybe come across even more.
Yeah.
Go a bit higher. Go higher. There we go. That's the one. Way more shimmering now. So we've got shimmer on both sides. It looks a bit more natural. Gonna go for it? Gonna keep it?
Yeah.
sweet. So many of you are going to be wondering why there's no Bulbitis in this tank, and the truth is there wasn't any available to order at the time. Is that right, Matt?
It was, yeah. Everyone was out of stock. I tried it from several different companies and no one had it.
And now we're just looking and it's in stock. So we might add some at a later date. But then part of us was also thinking, you know, do we need to add more? Like, it looks pretty good. Maybe, like you were saying, Matt, too many different species you might lose that.
Yeah, that's it. You've got the violets, you've got those grasses, you've got all the anubias are a similar colour and a similar leaf shape, so it all ties in. And then Bulbitis sort of looks really different, so I'm not too sure. But then if we've got some on order, we can put a few in, see how it looks.
Yeah, right, we'll do that. I mean, I'm loving it as it is personally, but not even got the fish in yet. Anyway. Right, so that is everything done for today. The tank is still a bit misty. It's going to take, what, a couple of days?
Yeah, I thought so.
A couple of days to get clear. Filters are running, so it's not on the sump system. And that means that when we come back in a few days' time, we can put in the, well, you'll be here anyway, but when I come back in a few days' time, we can put all the fish in. It's going to look so good. It's just like a river now, so the fish are going to behave amazing as well. Today's the day. It has finally come. It's time to add the fish to the African River Aquarium, the 8-foot one at Maidenhead Aquatics. But before we go, we want to add some dwarf sage that I've got down here in this tank. Excuse the absolute mess everywhere. I'm currently in the process of building a tank. But look down here, this is one of my storage tanks. I've had it for so long. There's no fish in it, but there's an absolute ton of dwarf sage. I want to use all of this in the new scape. It'll carp it really well, use nutrients and look luscious and green. So when people come in the door for the first time in the shop, it's going to be like, wow, even more wow than it already is. Right, I've collected up quite a bit there, but I need way more because it's a massive tank, isn't it? Matthew, can you come to the side because you know that we have our sides?
Oh yeah. I think we did the other way around the other day.
No, always here, trust me.
Are you sure?
Yeah, it probably looks like when that way. It is day 4 of the build. And we are adding fish today, aren't we, Matt?
Yep, exciting times. I was just counting the days. I was like, yeah, day 4.
This feels like it's been epic, doesn't it? And I'm a little bit sad that it's coming to its end. It's been so cool. It's been such a good experience. So thank you very much for allowing me to have this experience. Anyway, let me show you the tank if you don't need to see us. So here it is, crystal clear, like it's made, like it's been filled with gin.
Like it's made of gin.
It looks so good. I walked in and I was like, wow, because obviously when I last saw it, it still had like the misting from all the sand getting upturned and everything like that. But look at it now. Wow. Yeah, and I've brought the sage. I've got the sage. Good amount of sage for the foreground. We like a sage foreground.
We do. We like it. Yeah, it just finishes it off. Steps it down, doesn't it?
Exactly. It's going to bring that background in a little bit. Plus it's going to use more nutrients because we've got a lot of fish going in just to grow, and it's just going to create even better balance. So I think first job, get that sage in, and then we can start showing off the fish.
Let's do it.
That is the sage done. So we've sort of filled in little gaps just where I feel like it makes it look a bit more natural. It's going to spread everywhere within the next month, isn't it?
Yeah, it's going to be, we're probably going to be hating it in the next couple of months.
Oh no, we've got to rip it out again. But yeah, so next up is the crinum. We need to put even more crinum in. We've got that one big one coming across the top, and we've got the crinkly one as well. What's the name again?
Calistratum. Yeah.
Did I say that right?
Yeah, pretty much.
Yes. So here's the plant, look. It's got that nice crinkleness to it. It'll grow really long and just add another texture to everything. And I'm thinking put it in the gaps. It's going to look really good in there.
People are like using it as amongst the balance.
Oh, that looks good. That looks so good.
Oh yeah, see that just adds a bit of texture.
That's what I was just saying off camera. No, on camera. Right, all the planting is done, Matt, isn't it? We're ready to start adding the first fish. Shall we show them some of the fish?
We can show them some of the fish.
I mean, they're going in, so they're going to see them.
They're going to see them in a minute. Yeah,
This is the ones that we've been collecting for a while, isn't it?
Yeah, there's a few guys down here that won't be going in. There is an angelfish down here that has grown up down here. But yeah, the majority of the fish down here are all African river.
Look at the size of that Congo tetra and the colours. There's a male, obviously.
Yeah, he's a beauty.
And there's quite a few nice males, isn't there? We've got females as well, I'm seeing.
Nice females.
So we've got a massive... Should we do that first? Should we just put in all of the Congo tetras first?
All the Congos.
Yeah, and as one big shoal. And then we can put each... I think each species individually will be cool.
Yep.
So we can talk about them a bit and
Yep,
so
go
educate
through each
people
one.
and that.
I think that sounds like a good plan.
Right, have you got all of the Congos?
I think so. I've got all the fish out. It's just whether they're all Congos.
Matt's just individually taken these out of there. And it didn't take anything like as long as we thought, did it?
It's professional, that is, I think you'll find.
This is a mixed lot in here. There we go, so there's a whole big mixed lot. These are all going to be going in as well. We've just got to separate each species so that we can put them in. But first of all, it's all about the Congos. Let's do that. Okay, we're now getting ready to release. There's a lot of fish there, isn't there, Matt?
Yeah. Ready?
Okay, right, we doing it?
I think so.
Check audio. Audio's good.
Good with me on that kickstool in the middle there.
Okay. Right, here we go. Is that all of them?
I think there might be one left.
Oh, no, stop that. No, I'm joking. I'm joking.
Are you ready?
Okay, right, you ready? The Congo tetras. Whoa! Look at that, by the way. All the temperatures are matching, guys. So we're all good. That looks insane. I'm only looking at it from my camera, and that looks insane. But I'm going to step back a bit. Okay, currently we've got two little schools going on. We've got this group down here, and another group that have decided to stay here for no apparent reason.
They're happy there, it's fine.
That is so cool. Whoa, they've all gone straight down to the end. They've just give them a minute, they'll chill out, they'll be all over the place, won't they?
Yeah, they'll start swimming around in a minute.
That looks so cool. That looks even better than I thought it was going to, Matt. Whoa, look at that male, look.
Here you go, look at this one across the front now.
Oh! That's a shot, isn't it? Whoa, can't really say much because it's just, oh. Okay, more. We need more.
Next batch.
So what have we got next?
So we've got African glass striped catfish.
Okay, I don't know why I'm looking in here. We're about to put them in.
Very dark in there. Yeah, they're shoaling catfish, so they're not like a bottom dweller catfish really.
Right, okay.
They're like free swimming shoaling sort of catfish, so they should be more mid-water.
Are we expecting them to hide straight away?
No, they'll be nuts normally. They will hit mid-water, and they're probably one of the fastest swimming catfish that I've ever kept in my aquariums.
Awesome. I am ready. So you put them in the pot because we're getting caught in the net.
Yeah, they were. No, that's right. Yeah, they were trying to get themselves stuck in the net. So yeah, we've done it in that.
Release. There we go. Okay, yeah. I was expecting to go straight down to the bottom and just hide, but they are properly out, aren't they? And hopefully this is going to bring a little bit more for the Congo tetras as well, to be a little bit more relaxed because they're schooling really tightly at the moment, and that's not actually how they're going to spread out a little bit more than that, aren't they?
Yeah, they'll spread out and they should sort of shoal around the aquarium a little bit more. Yeah, they're nutty.
Are they like proper fast?
Yeah, they'll get a little bit of a mucus layer on them normally when they go into the tanks. They build up a little bit of mucus, they can sort of freak out a bit, but once they clear up, then they'll start absolutely hammering around.
Sweet. Should we go for something a bit more exotic now?
A bit more exotic?
Do you know what I'm talking about?
Are they long, slender and a bit snaky?
Yes, exactly. That's what I'm thinking. So the fish we're talking about is still in the sump, and it is down here, the rope fish, or as Cheryl calls them, horrible snakes. You did what?
I just poured a lot of water in my boot.
I told you don't do funny things unless I'm filming.
I didn't mean to.
Unplanned.
It wasn't a conscious decision.
Are you ready?
Sort of.
How many have we got?
We've got a trio. We've got 3 of them.
Oh, sweet. Okay.
Yeah,
Is that what sort of size tank would you usually put those in?
So they're not majorly active, but they do like good water quality. So I would probably look at minimum of sort of
4 foot, a few hundred litres, a couple hundred litres should be okay for them while they're juvenile.
Okay.
But as they get bigger.
Are they fully sized there?
No.
Oh no.
So, well, that's a bit of info that I can't remember off the top of my head.
No way.
I think 30 to 40 centimetres. So, yeah, they're quite chunky. They very rarely, in captivity, you very rarely see big ones because they're not imported very often.
Right.
And yeah, you just don't see big ones very often.
I'll be expecting them to hide straight away.
I would think so. Once they get used to it, they should be a bit more out and about.
They literally are like little snakes.
They're so cute.
Wow. Okay, looks all the fish are looking so much better in this tank with this lighting, with the green. Oh, wicked! Look at that. They're like little, I don't know, like little snaky dragony kind of thing. Yeah, like they're cute because they look like got this little flap 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 flap.
Yeah, they are proper cute. I do love them.
Okay, sweet. Now I think we should go for another tetra.
Yep.
So, what was it? The Elestes.
Yeah, we've got some long-finned Elestes. So they're a type of bigger tetra. Really cool, like burnt orange eye.
Oh, yeah.
Really yellows and blues through the fins.
And to be honest, those colours are going to be even better under the other light because this is a more blue light, which suits certain fish, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's hard to try and get a light to fit them all, but those kessels and that, yeah, that's going to make them pop.
How many have we got there?
There's a group of 3 next door, and then there's 5, 10,
Oh, yeah.
15, I think there's about 20, 25.
Why are there some next door?
They just hopped over the glass. So,
Oh,
yeah,
cool.
There's only a little glass partition in between each tank, so you can. If we feed that tank first, generally everyone tries to get in.
Right, what I'm hoping to happen is it will like they won't just join this school here.
Can I add them at the other end?
Yeah, add them at the other end. We want to loosen up a bit. It's really tight at the moment. I mean, it will do in time. Whoa!
They are.
Are they
Told you
kicking?
they were mad.
They are kicking off.
Yeah, they are. They are busy. Right, I'll go the other way around then.
Right, yeah, sweet. I'm trying to not get reflections.
Oh, do you need to?
No, that's good. Right there. Sweet. Okay. Here we go. Oh, they look chunkier now.
Oh yeah.
Sweet. I mean, they are similar in terms of Congos because they're silvery, but they've also got those really nice orange parts on them as well, haven't they?
Yeah, really bright orange eyes once they settle in and that golden colour. So I think they'll look better given time.
They've also started their own schooling area, which is cool, tempting the others across.
They've started shoaling with the lone female Congo that likes to live on her own over here. Look.
There she is. Like we put the Congos in like an hour and a half ago now, and this one female just seems to stay over here.
Yeah, she's happy over there.
Yeah. She's a strong, independent woman. She's the Beyonce of the Congo Tetra female world. So what is next then, Matt? You are soaking wet.
Yeah, it's a bit damp.
That's where you was carrying the
bucket.
The bucket has just gone all over you.
Yeah, you zoom in on that bit, thanks.
Yeah, what do we fancy next?
Well, we've got the barbs.
Oh yes. Oh, explain what you were talking with the barbs.
So yeah, we've got some little barred barbs.
Let's go over there.
Let's go over?
Yeah.
So yeah, we've got these guys, which are barred barbs, or barraloids barb, which are really cool. So
yes, they do look cool.
They're like coppery orange once they get bigger. There you go, you can see that. He's just gone
I just saw the male, yeah.
Yeah, that's a big chap. So he's fully grown pretty much to that size. So they're sort of getting to the same size as a cardinal,
okay.
But they'll get that nice orange and stripy. So I'm thinking they'll go in amongst the plants because barbs are a little bit more drooping rather than shoaling.
Okay.
So I'm hoping it might add a different element of swimming to them.
But what about the fact that they are quite small and the other fish so far are quite big?
I think because everyone's in groups, I think they'll be absolutely fine. You know, obviously when everyone's in groups and sort of sticking together, they tend to ignore everyone else. So I think they'll be okay.
These will grow quite a bit bigger actually, won't they?
Yeah,
so,
yeah.
And you're going to be power feeding everything, and yeah, it's all going to be good. Okay, yeah, these ones next, wicked. I think it's really good as well to have like a smaller fish as well as the larger fish.
A little shoulder to go around in the. Yeah, this is it. I think they'll be good.
Matt is currently over there on the phone doing real work stuff, and as I was waiting for him, I looked across, and they're all shoaling much better now, like more loosely in how you'd expect to see them. And we've got the Elestes sort of swimming in and out of that shoal, but staying as a group. How cool is that? Oh, look at that movement. He's off the phone. Look at that.
That's looking good, isn't it?
Look, and you were right. Look, the Elestes are doing their own thing,
yeah.
Almost like tank bosses. And it is literally straight away made this group, I think, more comfortable. Oh, that looks sweet, doesn't it?
Looks really good.
People, like, when you come in the shop then, okay, these guys are just, they're always here just chatting away. Test. So when you come in the shop, you're greeted with that. What a thing to come into. I think we've nailed it, haven't we?
Yeah, we have. I don't know if we're going to get any work done now that it's by ourselves. That might be the only problem.
Because there's always going to be something going on, isn't there?
Yeah, especially when we add the other bits and pieces.
Oh no, I've just thought of a problem. Everyone's going to congregate here that comes in.
Yeah.
Of course, sorry, I'm just trying to pay. Oh, I'm just trying to look at the... Yeah, what a good problem to have, eh?
Yeah, a roadblock here.
Let's get those barbs in. They are barbs, aren't they? Are you ready?
Are we ready?
Are we ready? I'm ready. So these are the barred barbs. So how many we've got there? It's probably like a good group of 30, isn't it? Look at that.
I think I put out 35, so...
Oh, look at that. So yeah, our thinking was a nice little group of smaller fish as well. And I think it was definitely the right decision looking at that.
Yeah, they're going to look wicked in amongst the rockwork, like down here there.
Yes, it's just another little interesting layer to it all, isn't it? And now, what about the rope fish, which are ambush predators? Are they going to be alright with it? They're not small.
No, they're not tiny. And rope fish have got quite a small mouth compared to a lot of their bigger cousins that have a very large mouth. The rope fish are generally quite peaceful. And obviously, we feed a lot of food in here. So, yeah, once we've got the frozen feed in, they'll be fine. And obviously, they were growing up in the sump with all the smaller tetras and things like that, and they've not taken any of those.
Oh, so we're all good. We're all good.
They'll be fine.
Do you know what I'm thinking now? The main centrepiece or focal fish. I'm talking about the jewel cichlid.
The jewel cichlids.
Should we put them in next?
I think so.
And then we've got a little clean-up crew after that, I think. And then after
we need
that,
some clean-up crew. Yeah.
Yes, let's do it. Oh, it's going to be so cool. Really are going to stand out massively as well, aren't they? Oh, look at that. Look at that.
That red coloration of the jewels is going to look great.
Yeah, just grab the camera quickly. Look, all the barbs have decided to come down in this section. And look, you can see in the background there, that's where the main school is at the moment. So cool. Still focusing a lot over this side of the fish. I'm not entirely sure why, but as the afternoon goes on, I'm pretty sure by the end of the day, when I can do like a final sort of show of the whole lot, they're going to be going everywhere. They won't just, like at the moment, it looks like there's more than there is because they're all just grouped right there. But when they're in and out of everything, it's going to be so cool. Are we ready on the jewels?
I've got them.
Okay, let's do
ready?
it. Yeah, I'm ready.
Always born ready.
After every clip of us doing fish, there's like a 20-minute gap of Matt trying to, like, I'm not putting that all on video, but like, it looks like it's seamless, but no, it takes time, this stuff, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Okay, up you go. This should look pretty cool. So we didn't go heavy on the stocking of these because we want them to be more of a big feature coming in. Look at that. Whoa. And we were right to. So what's that, 5, yeah?
A 6.
I only saw 5. No, I didn't. 6. Yeah, there we go. Yeah. Phew.
I was going to say.
It's because I'm looking up, down.
We've had them together for a little while now, so there's definitely 2 pairs in amongst that group.
Oh, really?
Yeah, so they were in the sump for a while together, and yeah, we've seen them sort of trying to dig sort of pits and things, so hopefully give them a few days and they might even spawn.
And so, what was the full name?
Oh, so they're not a standard jewel cichlid, they're a Turkana jewel cichlid, so they're a little bit smaller than your standard jewels, a little bit redder, so they're really nice form of them.
So we've got like a special version in our display tank. Yeah. Oh, I just went to zoom in on one, he's gone. Okay, so they're going to hide for a bit. Yeah, it's fine.
They'll come out in a minute.
So that's all the fish we want to put in to stock. Like I was just explaining when you were walking away just then, that it can look like we're a little bit overstocked because they're all collecting in this area at the moment.
Yeah, but
we've got not all of them. Look, we've got all the barbs down here.
You've got that 6 foot of uninhabited space at the moment.
Yeah, they'll chill out in a bit and they'll sort of go everywhere, wouldn't they? Yeah. But I mean, there's 1,000 litres there. Yeah, there's a good number of fish, but we've got a heavily planted tank. We've got really good filtration. I think we're more than okay.
Yes, easily, yeah. The bio load on this aquarium is minimal compared to a lot of aquariums. And they're not heavy feeders. It's not like they're all carnivores. They're not all like, snacking on really heavy protein-rich foods. They're going to be all quite light foods. So yeah, we'll be fine.
Which is actually, when you think about it, you were just saying as well, weren't you, Matt? Down here in the stingray tank, this is probably more stocked, even though when you look at it, it doesn't appear it to begin with.
Well, everyone in here is meat eaters. Everyone in here needs cockles and lance fish and all sorts of different meaty foods to keep them going. So the amount of waste that produces is a lot. You know, Buster?
Is this the next one? Is this the next tank? The next big tank?
Could be the next big tank. Yeah, we've got some plans to do it. It's just getting in and getting it done. So yeah, we can definitely look at doing this one.
Oh, that'd be wicked. I wouldn't have a clue where to start. I mean, it already looks great, to be fair. You have to keep it quite simplistic, I imagine, because of the stingrays. They need that surface area.
Yeah, they need that base to be able to swim around and to be able to get out. And because our girls do, obviously, we've got one of the girls is pregnant at the moment, so they do breed every so often. And yeah, we do need to keep it fairly open for that.
Yeah, I mean, this is definitely more of a, I don't know how to explain it. It's more, it has to be more about the fish when you have these kind of fish, don't you? It has to be more of a fish tank than a tank.
Yeah, exactly. So yeah, it just, you have to focus on what you're keeping.
And that makes sense, because you wouldn't have these kind of fish, would you, unless you were massively into fish, and in which case you want them on display. But this is still naturalistic in my view. You've done a really good job here of keeping that sort of washed river look. Yeah. With the bigger rocks at the back for the different kind of fish, like the shovel nose. Yeah, they stay back a bit more sometimes, don't they?
Yeah, and you've got a little pike cichlid. So there's a pike cichlid, and there's a male and female that live in that cave system back there. So
sweet. Okay, yeah, completely different style of setup, but still another beautiful one. I mean, it's not my kind of thing, obviously, but the fish are. This is one of the things I said recently, how when I made that, I wouldn't want to make a monster fish tank, because I couldn't do what I would want to do with it. You've got to do one or the other, haven't you?
Yeah, this is it. It's very much sort of, the scape is limiting very much, or they limit the scape, I suppose you would say.
Yeah, because it has to be all about the amount of water and all that kind of thing, which is complete contrast to what we've done here, which is why I absolutely love the nano fish. I mean, technically they're not nano, but they're in this size of tank. They are the equivalent of having nano fish in, say, a 60 centimetre or you know, a 3-4 foot, something like that. So this for me is like just magical. Look at that. Oh, we do need a clean-up crew though, so we're going to be adding some fish into this one to help with the cleaning that aren't African. So please, internet, don't go nuts at us. We're adding bristlenose into there, and we're going to add some ramshorn snails too. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think that's a good idea.
Yeah, there's a good ecosystem going.
There's a few snails in there that come in on the some of the plants, but nothing like the amount I'd like to see. Okay, how many bristlenose do you reckon for that size tank?
I reckon it's got to be a good, 10 or 12.
I was going to say 10, so let's do that. Cool. And then 400 ramshorn snails.
Every ramshorn snail.
Oh, it appears the jewels are getting more comfortable.
Just literally.
No, there's two. There's two. Yeah, there's the pair down there, and then there's one in the middle. He'll colour up more than that, won't he? Or she?
Yeah, they're just a little bit stressed at the moment. Obviously, new environment, finding territory.
Yeah. Oh, there's the really colourful one. He just flashed across the back. We will see them a lot more than this, won't we?
Oh yeah. Once they're comfortable, they're.
Look at that. That's exactly what we hope to see. Just those pops of colour every now and again. And it's more exciting when there's a smaller group, isn't there? You do see them.
Yeah, that's it. They'll hide in amongst the rocks and the bogwood, and they'll just pop out every now and again, and sort of lead you to have a bit of a closer look around the aquarium. A bit like the ropefish in a way. They'll hide away, and every now and again you'll see one come out, and it sort of leads you to look more into the aquarium. I quite like that.
Yeah, definitely. Oh, the barbs are now getting a bit more brave. Look, they've come to the middle part of the tank. They were all down the bottom, so. Yeah, like I say, as the afternoon goes on, it's going to the behaviour's going to evolve, isn't it?
Yeah,
it's all so new for them still, even now. And last but not least, but still just as important, are bristlenose. Have you got? Are they all black or are they all?
They're all black. Yeah, they're all the common colour.
Well, to be honest, that might work because they're not supposed to be in there.
Yeah, they're just as a helper, aren't they?
There they go. They're still a cool addition, and an important addition as well.
Yeah.
I think we need 10 more. They are tiddlers, aren't they?
Yeah, they are dinky little chaps.
So right, that means they'll work hard and grow.
Yeah, I didn't want to. We've got a few bigger ones, but I don't want them to start uprooting the plants before the plants have settled in.
I was just about to say that.
Yeah, these like my great lines.
You can add some more if you need a boost. Yeah. Later on, you can add some more, can't you?
Yeah, or we just keep cleaning. We'll get in there. It'll be fine.
Thing is, like, you can never clean it as well as the ecosystem can clean itself. I find anyway. Apart from some glass, the front glass, obviously, even the best plecos can't keep up with the front glass.
No.
But this is doing so well already. We've been running now for quite a while without the fish. Yeah, that's the thing, without the fish.
Yeah.
We're about to do some heavy feeding of that as well. We're going to get some feeding in this video as well. That's coming up. Is that coming up, Cheryl?
It is coming up.
You are currently
In
thawed, as in Thor's hammer.
Yeah, I was going to say
Nothing to do with that. Yeah, it's going to be wicked seeing this massive school here just going nuts over some food, isn't it? That's coming up. So it's been a few hours now, and Matt has got a theory as to why they're all collecting here. What do you think it was, Matt?
So yeah, that end of the tank is empty. There's nothing blocking off that end of the tank.
Well, apart from the...
Well, yeah, these
How
guys
dare
don't
you?
care.
They don't care.
They're confident. But
Yeah.
to be fair, they've got smaller eyes. Maybe they can't see. But yeah, we've got a fridge on this end, so it blocks off. So I think it's making them feel a little bit securer at this end, if that's the word.
Yeah.
Because as soon as you've got movement down this end, they're swimming away from it. So I think that blocking off that end is just making them feel a little bit more confident down here.
Let's move it as an experiment. If that's not the case, then it can go back. But is there another space for it?
Yeah, Cheryl's found the space by the door.
Oh, sweet. Okay.
Get on it.
Matt just said, I want this shot.
Just like watching them all down through the length of the aquarium is just really cool.
Oh yeah, I was doing it from the other end, but they weren't as close, so...
No.
Sweet.
They have now moved about a foot into the aquarium.
Yeah, they have. Yeah, they're much more... Okay, I've moved away and they're moving back.
Yeah.
Right, guys, go and explore. Look, we've given you this beautiful world or environment. It's not a world, is it? Beautiful environment to explore. Get and have a look. We ready? The feeding, bonus footage, bonus feeding footage. I think we got to do it. We got to do it. Like I was thinking, feeding video of the 8. Nah, let's get it in this one. It's their treat. Look, they've definitely opened up more. Look,
Yeah,
haven't they?
Oh, they've spaced out a lot more, and they've been coming up to the end and stuff. So I think it's just a matter of time before they settle and actually sort of venture out into the aquarium.
And also, you did re-angle the flow, didn't you? Because we didn't realise it was slightly pointing down in that corner.
Yeah.
Which made a sense while they were trying to sort of not be directly in it. But now we've angled the power head so it's just slightly up. And yeah, look, it's made a big difference. And plus, they're just getting generally more sort of comfortable with everything, aren't they?
Yeah.
But if they have some food, they'll be even more comfortable, won't they?
Do I need to go get the frozen food?
Oh, we've not got it. Okay.
Got it.
Give the, all right. Cut. Let's have a look then. What is it? Bloodworms.
Good soup.
Oh, look at that.
Bloodworms, brine shrimp, mysis shrimp,
Everything.
cyclops.
Okay, this will be cool. I tell you what, do it this side so we can try and lure them over. Let's see what that happens. We might have to sort of angle it into them. Okay, so the barbs, they're going to get first dibs, and then they must be able to
The
step.
tucanas will come out. Look.
Oh yeah.
The pair of tucanas down here.
Sweet. Oh yeah. Oh, if we step back, they're sensing it. They know something's in the water. There must be something in the water. Before you did it.
I don't think I was going to do that one.
Oh,
to be fair.
okay.
I don't think they're having it.
Step back, man. Step back. You might be a bit too close.
Oh yeah.
There we go. There, it's happening. It's happening. They better hurry up before it all just sits on the bottom.
Yeah, or you run out of footage.
Yeah. Battery running low. Okay, let's go this side. Let's give them a squirt over here. Here we go, boys. Get in there. Oh, look, loving that. Whoa. There's a dual cichlid there again as well. Look, that's better.
We've got 3 pairs of jewels because I think it seems like we've got one in this group, one in this rock, and then there's a pair.
Another, over the back.
I think we have actually got 3 pairs in there, which could be cool.
Yeah. Any chance of any ropefish coming out for this feed, do we think?
They were out just a minute ago. One came up and was wandering around the wood there.
Was it really? What, in the foreground?
Yeah, he was just going up through this woodwork. The Cheryl ran off.
Oh yeah, because Cheryl doesn't like the snaky fish. Oh, cool.
They were living down here, but I can't see them at the moment. So I think that's a bit of the charm of the tank, to be fair, is having those little elements of things that aren't going to be out all the time.
This really has got them moving all over the tank though, isn't it?
Oh yeah. Yeah, you see all the congos of that end now.
They're literally everywhere, look. Side shot. Brilliant. He's right out, look. He obviously sensed the food in the water. They look prehistoric, don't they? They just look so cool looking. That's it, yeah. Target feed. There we go. Someone's oh, he's gone. No, he's too scared, too scared.
Good luck with frozen food.
Properly out and hunting. That's cool. We're going to see them regularly then. The fact that we're seeing them this soon after putting them in, we're going to see them regularly. Sweet. Is that all for? No, it's just 2 of them.
Yes, 2 of them.
Oh, yes.
Like Medusa.
Yeah, because obviously there's a lot of that food. Well, not a lot, but you know, some of it would have made its way down on the sand there, and they're just going around getting it. Oh, they look so cool. They're not as shy as I thought.
Nope.
Definitely not. Well, would you look at that? The barbarbs have made their way over to this side. Well, some of them have anyway. There's still quite a few over this way. That's good though. It's good to know that everyone's mixing in together.
Hello.
So it's a new day.
It's a new day.
It's a new dawn. Yeah. It's just day 2 since we've had them. Oh my goodness. Yeah, Matt has just messaged me saying that we've got spawning action going on. So I've jumped in the car, come down because I also left my lens here, didn't I?
Oh yeah. You seem to leave everything here now.
Yeah, I've been back like 4 times for like batteries. Anyway, it's not about that. So this spawning action, can you show me, Matt?
I don't know if they still are.
Oh, I see what you mean. It's because it's early in the morning.
Yeah, so there's a group of males and females down in there now.
Right.
So what they were doing is you were having males and females obviously shimmering up to each other and just showing a lot of spawning activity. The males, the edges around the fins were going almost black where they were showing off to each other. So yeah, you can see 2 males coming out of the wood there and they're just sort of having a bit of an argument. But yeah, they've been going in amongst the plants and sort of shimmering. So I think it's, you know, the first few days of spawning behaviour, but what have they been in?
Less than 24 hours.
Yeah, it would be less than 24 hours, yeah. So that's a good sign, really.
That's sweet. I mean, they're all, like I just said to Martin, who wasn't in yesterday when we added the fish. So what do you think, Martin? You like them, yeah? Good, good. Oh, I'm glad you like it. Like, so, like I say, when you walk in this door, like, I've not really seen anything like this. I mean, I don't get about that much, to be honest, but still, how cool is that? And they're moving around the whole tank a lot more now than they were yesterday, aren't they, Matt?
Oh yeah, they've settled in a lot more. Like, just seeing them obviously sweeping up and down. Yeah, they are a lot more active.
Everyone's going to be so confused. What is this orange/red that Matt's wearing?
This is. I was doing DIY and then realised that things had to be done today in the shop, so I came in.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Because
Posters and orders, unfortunately.
Fair play. But at least you get to come in and see these guys, isn't it?
Yeah, this is it. This has wasted at least half an hour to 3/4 an hour of my day.
And the dual cichlids just exploring. I'm so pleased because I thought they were going to hide personally, but they're all over the shop, aren't they? And like you said, we've definitely got those pairs, haven't we? These 2 are down here. There's a couple in the middle, isn't there?
Yeah.
And then there's
a couple normally at this end. Yeah.
Can't see them right now, but yeah, when I walked in, I saw them everywhere. It looks so good. Is this what you're talking about down in this middle again?
It's this group of all congregating around each other.
Yeah, and kind of staying in that area, aren't they? Whereas everyone else is left and right.
Yeah.
So, it's wicked.
Definitely this morning there was. I tried to catch a video of it, but they were right in behind. But yeah, there was definitely female and a male spawning and shimmering in the back, sort of thing. So I don't think it'll be long.
Is this I know with cichlids, if you move them to a new environment, it's like a natural instinct to spawn, because obviously, you know, like a defense mechanism. Are they as intelligent as cichlids? Is it doing that, or is it just because they're so comfortable and there's a lot of them?
Yeah, it could be. Obviously, they're all mature now, or the majority of them are mature now. And obviously, given the areas to spawn in, it's probably just a reaction to, a fresh change, new areas to spawn in. Obviously, a lot of fish spawn in the rainy seasons anyway. So when this influx of cooler, fresher water comes down through, a lot of the fish spawn at that point anyway. I'm not too sure if it's the same with African characters, but I know it's definitely right for American characters. So yeah, it could just be that. It could just be that new fresh water, new area, loads of plants to spawn in. Just got them in the mood.
Either way, it's so cool.
We did have a bit of music on last night for them as well, so maybe that helps.
Barry White, yeah. Everyone's go-to. I'm ready. Yeah, that blinking internet.
Look that side.
Did you just say let's put more in there?
Oh yeah.
Right, so we've come to the end of the well, not the end of the series, but the end of the build part of the series. Well, it's nice, yeah, but look what we have. It's been brilliant. It's been such a good opportunity. Thank you very much for allowing me to take part in this.
Always welcome.
And yeah, there's not really a lot else to say, is there?
No.
Here's some nice shots of Tank. So we have fast forwarded 2.5 months, and this is the result. This is the tank. It looks so good. But Matt's just going to take you through a few things that have changed since we first set it up, if you can remember.
Maybe, yeah, maybe.
I mean, wow. I'm giving the wow reaction like I haven't seen this changing over the past 2.5 months, but...
Yeah, you've just come in today
and
here 2 months ago.
Yeah, that's right. It is done exactly what we wanted it to do, Matt, hasn't it?
Yeah, it's grown in really, really well. All the fish have settled in really nicely. It's just, yeah, it's really come together.
The thing that I wanted the most was that background area, just filling right in with the green of the valve, and it has done that.
Yeah, massively. Absolutely. You can see the valve.
That might need some... How do you trim Val?
Yeah, essentially you just...
And will she be okay with it?
She'll be fine with it. She'll be fine. But yeah, it's a bit of a tricky one because you do end up damaging and killing leaves, but you've hopefully got enough leaves coming through to
right. See. Yeah. Okay. So you just have to cut them off, don't you?
Pretty much. Yeah. You can. Some people say to cut them off at the base. Some people say to cut them off where you want them because new ones will then come through. But
it won't kill the leaf further down by cutting them higher up, will it?
So it depends who you listen to. Some people I think it might be how you cut it. Sometimes it damages the leaf enough to kill off the leaf. Other times it just sort of, the leaf stays there until new ones come through.
Well, there's been enough of us talking and waffling on, so I'll be quiet now and you can just enjoy the video.
so time to get started. Who was hanging out here before we went live? That's what I want to know. Sound off in the chat. If you were here early, you had a chance of getting some free memberships. Yeah, Candy and Eric Wyrock and myself donated 5 subs each, and yeah, it's kind of a cool thing. If you're going to hang out and talk with us, why not become a member? So we donated some. And yeah, so today we're going to talk about plants, which this was not scheduled at all, that I was going to release a video about plants in my fish room kind of the same week. But hey, that's how it goes. You plan stuff and then things come together. I just make it. I don't say when it's going to come out. So someone had asked, what were some tips that I have for plants in general, and why don't we send them out with the plants that we do sell? And yeah, we've done that in the past. We've had these like little cards and things like that, and I think we need to get them to people before they get the plants. And so we're thinking about adding that on with like your order confirmation. So we're going to work on that in the future. So there's that. But you know, tips that I have, they're going to be biased towards my own business. So just know that. So when you're like, this guy basically makes it sound like you should only buy plants from him or a local fish store. That's kind of because that's true. I mean, I've worked 10 years straight to try and be the best plant provider possible, and I believe we are that. That being said, there's lots of other sources you can buy there, and just know that things will be a little different. You know, we routinely, well, maybe not routinely, by the wrong word. We buy from our competitors, and we look at their packaging, and we make sure that we're still on the cutting edge and doing everything that we possibly can to package plants safe and correctly. So one of the tips I would give people is buy from a place that doesn't make heat packs optional. And what I mean by that is, I think it's a disservice to the hobby in general when you go, okay, yeah, heat packs are $4 or $5, or maybe $3, somewhere between $3 and $5, and you leave it up to the customer. So imagine you're brand new into the hobby, you don't really know, like, is it too cold, or is it going to be too hot, or any of those types of things, and, you know, maybe you choose not to buy the heat pack and get an extra plant, and they all freeze to death, or they don't do well, and somebody, or not somebody, but then a company goes, well, you didn't buy the heat pack, we have it right here in our policy that says if you don't have a heat pack when it freezes, it's on you, you took the chance. What we found from customer service, you know, feedback, that if you let somebody buy like $100 worth of plants and they don't buy the $5 heat pack and they get those plants, they're pretty angry. So we don't even allow that to happen. We have an algorithm. We actually paid developers about $12,000 to develop an algorithm for our shop specifically, that when you place an order, if it has what we call wet goods, which is live plants, it will actually detect, it pulls your zip code and it looks at the weather over the next like 5 days to a week, and it goes, what are the averages, what are the highs, what are the lows, and then over time, over the last 5 years, we've refined that so that over, you know, we've shipped over 500,000 shipments at this point. So we have all that data to look at, and we know where to set the levels so that, oh, when it's below this temperature, go ahead and we'll use a liner, right? Those liners cost us, you know, over a buck a piece, and that's the first line of defense for plants, is really good insulation, right? They leave our warehouse warm, they'll fight off some of the cold, and get most plants there. As long as your plant doesn't physically freeze, it will do okay. A lot of people get really worried when the plants are cold. That's not really a problem there. It's only when they physically freeze. The cells start exploding and stuff like that. Then the second line with that software is, if it's even colder than that, let's put a heat pack outside of that liner. So the liner keeps the plants nice and cozy. The heat pack stays outside to basically heat the box. Is my voice lagging for everybody, or just Iron Eagle Forge there? But anyway, the heat pack is there to kind of fight the cold off for the box. Because if you have, it's like an old kung fu film. Oh no, that's not good. I wonder if there's anything I can do. Well, YouTube's telling me it'd be a good time to insert ads. I'm not doing that. What voice and stream are not in sync. How do you fix that? Without starting and stopping. That's the only thing I can think of. Restarting my computer, but then we have this weird, I don't know. My wife says my voice is fine. Other people say it's a little off. Some people say it's fine. You get that? Well, let me close a few things down. We'll see if any of these help a little bit, which I doubt. Like Battle.net's open for the gamer. And these are the things I can close down. I can close that. I can close Slack for work. Alright, we're gonna keep going anyway. We're turning this into it's a listen thing. If you don't look at my face, you won't see that it's off. So the heat pack is not meant to go in with the plants, because if the plants get too hot, you have much more chance of actually melting plants from getting way too warm. And obviously we can't control how plants move. It could be sitting in a warm building. It could be sitting in your mailbox with the sun beating down on it. It could be sitting outside, freezing to death. And so we have to go with these big, sets of data and formulate the best thing. So my first advice is, try and find a vendor that actually cares that your plants are going to arrive alive and not leave it open to, well, you didn't invest in the right things and therefore it's not going to work. But besides that, my other tips would be, if you're new to plants and you're not having like a lot of luck, leave the plants in the pot. Especially for things that aren't epiphytes. And so, being new, you probably don't know what that is, but like anything that has good root systems, so crypts and stem plants and swords and those types of things, because the pot itself has some fertilizer in it already, so that's like a bonus. You don't damage any of the plant roots when you're taking them out, so that's another bonus. And then typically they're a little bit taller also, because you have the pot. So it gets closer to the light a little bit, and that makes it so that it's a little bit more likely to do well. Now, if you watched the video from this week, I also put root tabs in mine. That's just something I like to do to give them even more of a boost. But that's not 100% required. I just like to give them that extra boost. Now, plants require, nutrients, and some are going to require nutrients in the water, and that's what easy green comes in. I got some right here. I put this thing for a regulator, but I put that on there. But yeah, easy green. It is a good time to talk about the podcast. You're right. If you don't know, we do have this as a podcast. It's on Apple and Android and our website and everywhere else. And if you want to do us a favor, which maybe you don't, because maybe you're lazy and you forget, like me a lot of times. But if you weren't being lazy and you did remember, you could leave us a review on any of those podcasts. It helps us just a little bit more for more people to find us. And so it's cool when people don't know us as a company or anything, and they just find the Aquarium Podcast. Ooh. Free shipping's $80. Too high. Used to be $60. That's right, Janet. We all used to make $7 an hour, too. The reality is, with COVID, the pandemic, other things, shipping has gone through the roof. So, when I first started this, if you guys have been watching a long time, it was me and a few employees in the store, and we would ship we shipped 4 packages today, right? And we still have those pictures and things, and those packages would cost $5.40 to ship. I remember that. That same package is $10.20 now, right? 5 years later, we're over doubled the cost. Now, our free shipping thresholds and all that didn't over double. We're just losing money on that, and so maybe you don't shop online a lot. How did I get to the $80 number, you might ask? Well, I wrote down every single free shipping threshold to any competitor I consider to be a like competitor. And we were drastically cheaper. And so then I adjusted it to go, well, how much money are we willing to lose? We're losing X right now. we could be losing a little less on the shipping, and so that's how we basically adjusted it. It's always a money loser. It's how much are we going to lose. And so I don't consider things like Amazon and Chewy a like competitor, even though they sell some of the same products we do. Neither of them sell live aquarium plants, and which that changes the whole dynamic. A $5 heat pack, a liner, all of these things are included in our free shipping if you're buying plants, right? Depending if you need it. And I don't consider them a like competitor because Chewy ran. Well, let me see what last year was. Let me look. That shows revenue, but where's the profit? I don't know where I can see it, but Chewy for a long time has run at a loss. There's a big, getting into business again, dang it. There's a big thing that's happened in the last, 7 years or so, where venture capital comes in, just like venture capital that tried to buy Aquarium Co-op. That's not true. They didn't try to buy us. They wanted to start talking to us, and they bought other aquatic companies. So, I want to clarify there. They come in, they invest a lot of money, and the hope is that you'll be profitable before you run out of money. And so you might have seen things like Casper mattresses and other stuff. You can watch some of these documentaries where they've never turned a profit in 5 or 6 years. And they're running at negative hundreds of millions of dollars every year because it's to put it simply, fake it till you make it. If we spend millions of dollars in ads and we get people used to buying from us, we hope that at some point they will do that without us using all these ads. And unfortunately, that has really been hit hard with iOS updates and other things. That mode doesn't work anymore. It's much harder. So there's a lot of things you're going to watch over time. There is inflation, definitely, but then there's also this marketing aspect that no longer works, and then shipping's gone up a ton. So yeah, I mean, what you might not know is when you buy a light, let's say you buy a light from us and you live in New York, it costs us $43 to ship it to you. So it's free shipping to you because you spent over $80, but it cost us $43 to ship the light. So yeah. Anyway, back to plants. So yeah, we work really hard to ship plants. Well, we have the guarantee if they don't do well for you, we'll replace them. Other tips to actually get that good growth, if you maybe have a weak light, or maybe your light burns out, or maybe your plant's really struggling after a week, you're like, what am I going to do? You could also float your plant. That means you do have to take it out of the rock wool in the pot most times and float it right on top. Now it's really close to the light, and then the PAR level's higher, and so you might get the reds coming back out, or might just be more light than you had, right? Because if you don't know, lights are, the way they work is like every 4 inches on an aquarium, there's half as strong. So if you have, Java moth's a bad example because it's not going to float. If you have a stem plant that's tall, right at the bottom, right? And your light's not quite powerful enough, you might be really struggling. If you float it, it might get nice and long, you go back to plant it, and now it's 4 inches taller, it's getting enough light to keep going. So, once Amazon proved the run at a loss to eliminate competition as a working business model, lots of other companies followed along. Yeah, I mean, some have success in doing that, Walmart and other places, but there's also lots of companies that haven't been able to pull it off. And so we're hoping we won't be one of those, because when you don't pull it off, you just go out of business. My voice, I still have phlegm, so pardon me for coughing. Alright, been a member for 3 years. Would I receive my 1 and 2 year coins in the same order? It depends. So, the way it works is the first time you place an order, since we've implemented them, it's going to tag your account, right? And then after that, when you place your next order, you will get coins. Let me see if Manon Thacker is your name, and I could just look you up and tell you right now if you were going to get it. You are? Okay, yeah. I can tell you your account right now. Let's see. You have the right tag, so in theory, assuming all my software works, that we pay lots of money to make happen, you would get coin 1 and 2 on your next order. And that would be free of charge, by the way, and also free shipping if you do spend over $80. So, let's see here. I had some issues in the past not removing the pots, killed my shrimp and ammonia spike from the stuff the shop put in the vase. Again, buy stuff from good shops like Aquarium Co-op. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, if they were... I don't know what you would use. You shouldn't have free ammonia like that. Not sure what would have been there, but most... I also, like, want to be transparent here. If you have a decent local fish store that does live plants, that's gonna be better than our plants, right? We can really serve you well if you don't have a good store. But if you do have a good store, being that they're already going to be used to your local waterway, you're going to buy the exact one you want, take it home, drive it home 20 minutes later and put it in your tank. That's just a much, much better solution than shipping it around the country, if we're being honest. But if you don't have that, then in my opinion, we're the best option you can use to order plants online. But if you got a good local store, spend your money there first. 1, because they need it, and then 2, because it makes more sense for you. Any tricks for Scarlet Temple? I tried 4 different plants and just can't seem to get it to take. It just keeps dying off. Stems go pale and flimsy. Usually it's always between nutrients and light. Most people, and I say just most people don't have enough light. Now they'll say like, well, I own, and I don't know, maybe I was talking to you, Casey, I don't know. At Aquashell, I talked to someone who had the same problem, and they're like, well, I own a Fluval light, but then it turns out that they have a 125 gallon tank, and really, you would need 2 Fluval lights on the side you're growing Scarlet Temple to really get good, good growth and survivability out of it. While a Fluval light is a good light, it's still, as when I was talking to them, at least at that point, they didn't know that as tanks got taller, the lighting kind of dropped by half. And so, that just takes a toll. Ooh, I have an idea that could maybe fix or break the stream. I'm going to close and open my app for my video. Let's see. So I'm going to go off the screen for a minute, and hopefully I'll come back. You can still hear me, though. So now we should be losing that. I'm going to open the app again, and maybe it'll sync back up. Maybe we'll be lucky. There we go. And I'm back. So at some point, you'll see it. There's always a little bit of a delay in case I get attacked by aliens. I can hit like a please stand by button. Let's see here. Have to say I love you guys. I've always had problems with plants, and after watching every video of yours I could and getting plants from you guys, now I'm at the point where I have to trim every week. Hey, that's that's a good thing to have there. Asaya says, I haven't gotten my 1-year coin yet. After a few orders, I'll try again, but if still no coin, who do I contact? You would email us, and Andy would take care of that. Let me see if I can look up your account here real quick. This is not how I was going to spend the stream, but hey, this is how I spend my life, though. That's what people don't realize. The minute I see a problem, my brain kicks in like, I have to solve this for this person. This is not what we do. Let's see. Very interesting. Let me look up this channel ID. How do I do that? So on our account right now, it says that you've only been a member for 6 months, but I can see here on YouTube that you are here for a year. So either A, our software has a bug on our website, or B, maybe some kind of, it's got to be some kind of bug. How do I look up? Yeah, it is. And it does say that. So I pull up your account. So the takeaway from this will be that Candy will probably remind me after the stream to look into this and talk to our developers and figure out why specifically your account is not updating your duration, because it works for thousands of people. And we'll get to the bottom of that. You call her Condi. Yeah, she's like Gandhi, except it's Condi. Let's see here. Where am I at with this stream? Oh, someone had said, where should I buy plants if it's not from us, but also online? I'm trying. See, here's the thing. I can only seem bad if I can't think of anybody, right? Because then you're like, you only recommend yourself. And the problem is, because we do research and we order from all these competitors, and I don't want to make them seem worse, right? So I don't want to tell you like, well, here's why I don't recommend them, because they did X, Y, and Z, and that's terrible. So I'm trying to think of, do I know someone off the top of my head? I mean, I don't have a good, like, competitor that I could actually recommend. So short of that, I would say look into, like, Aquabid and Plant a Tank Forum, so you could find other hobbyists that are growing it. And then, I can't guarantee if they're good or not either, but, you know, it's one of those weird scenarios. If I've sampled all of our competitors and I know I can't recommend them, I could at least recommend someone I haven't tried, because they might do it correctly, right? And it's, so let me back up a few steps here. It's not that the competitors won't get you plants that could live, because obviously they can. It's the way we see them doing it. It makes us question, like, I wonder how often, you know, we you know, have to have these reshipped and things like that, right? So yeah. H2O plants, would I recommend them? No, they sold to Flip Aquatics, and he's not even involved anymore. So they ship out of the Warren, Ohio warehouse. So wouldn't recommend them. Dustin, maybe. I say maybe because he at least has them in the greenhouse, and they're more likely to be converted and stuff. So there's a maybe there. I you know, there's some props where props are due there, of like, you know, he's got some stuff going on that I haven't sampled all of his plants, so I could not tell you, like, oh, you know, from seeing pictures, right? So I could say that. From seeing pictures, his Anubias look really good. But then, like, me personally, the stem plants being in a bunch, it's highly likely to get damaged stems and kind of rotten bases that you have to clip and plant. If they're cheap enough, yeah, sure. So yeah, there's probably more I can think of as well, but you know, and that's the thing is, every business is on a spectrum, you know, and there's price points and there's things like that, but you know, don't forget it, at Dustin's Fish Tanks you have to pay for a heat tank or a heat pack, and shipping is mucho expensive, you know. So everyone's got a different business model, like, hey, this thing's free, by the way, shipping's $25.99, right? Or that kind of stuff. And his shipping's not that expensive, so I don't want you to think that, but do know that everything at the end of the day kind of balances out, where you're paying kind of the same prices by the time you pay for shipping and a heat pack and things like that. But this question was, where could you find plants that we don't sell? The other thing I would point out is sometimes there's plants we don't sell, like different Bucephalandras and different African plants, because they're being taken out of the wild and it's having habitat destruction. It's not that we can't buy them, it's that we don't want to support that. So, you know, do different research and find the people that you want to be buying from and things like that. Yeah. But I will say, all of my competitors are very nice people for the most part. And that's why I never want to disparage them if I can help it, because they have a family to feed, they have employees, and everybody's just trying to do, well, I assume everybody's trying to do a good job, just like I am. And, you know, we're all at different places. Is there any relation between less crypt melt and colder water temperatures? I've never tested that specifically. I find that the less things I do to irritate the cryptocorn, the less it melts. And so for me, leaving in the pot helps a bunch in my waters. But I haven't really tried, you know, let's make sure the water's down at 60 as opposed to 70, because that's harder to do in my fish room. So I don't, yeah. Definitely too hot is a problem. So definitely know that, you know, they're going to melt more if you put them into like discus tanks and stuff. Alright, does anyone know where I can find all the episodes of the Real Fish Talk podcast? They're on More Than the Aquarium Co-op channel, but don't have Wi-Fi at work. I think they should all be on our podcast app. So we also put the Aquarius podcast that Randy does on there, which he's taken a big gap while moving and stuff like that, but he is planning to restart it. So those should be coming back. I know a lot of you guys like those, myself included. Do I sell duckweed for goldfish? No, we don't. We tried a long time ago. Well, not tried, we did for probably 6 months. And we stopped selling it, even though it was like printing free money, because as you've seen in my fish room, like I got duckweed. We had lots. We actually were selling so much, we were buying it from farms in pounds. The problem for us is at that scale where let's say we're shipping to, I'm just going to pick a number and say 100 people a week. At that time, back then, we're buying duckweed. We couldn't get it to where 95 or more out of the 100 were having great success with the duckweed. It would get too cold or too hot during shipping. It doesn't like getting wet, which people don't realize that duckweed doesn't want to be wet. That's why it's on top. One of the best ways to kill duckweed is keep the top of it wet, just like water lettuce and other stuff. And so that makes it really hard to ship. And, we don't think it's acceptable to have more than a 5% error rate on a product. And so we will choose to not sell it and find a way we could do it better before we would just take the money. Not everyone has that, that take. Some companies might go, well, 90 out of 100, 80 out of 100, 50 out of 100, like whatever it is, right? But we want our reputation to be known for quality and stuff like that, and I feel it undermines it if we have the products that never did well for us were water lettuce, duckweed, guppy grass. It's not that it can't be done. It's that it's hard to do well at massive scale, right? And so that might be the difference. I'm trying to think of a different analogy, but it might be that maybe Dean can make the best guacamole in the world, right? And it's really good. So maybe I could ship one person out of here per week the best duckweed ever. But the minute we have to scale it to 100 shipments, the minute, Dean's got to make 100 gallons of guacamole a week, and he has to use more employees, and he doesn't have time for each avocado to go, is this going to be the right one? And all of that, then you get lesser quality. It's still not going to be terrible, but it's not, it's not that 100%. Maybe, it's 87% at scale for 100 gallons of guacamole, where it would have been 100 if it's one small batch. And that's why we see things, in the world like, this was made small batch and, farm to table and locally made, and all these things, when they're not expanded, typically are better. And so, I think, to be fair, if I only had to grow one tank of plants and sell to 5 people, my plants would be way better than the thousands of people we sell to every week. Now, like we struggle with that because it's like, we want better, but we also need more. And this would be a great. Dean says my guac is the bomb. It's true. We would love to sell way more types of plants and everything, but we don't want to sacrifice quality. And what that means sometimes is inventing new technologies, inventing new ways to keep the plant and ship the plant, and lots of experimenting to just go, one or two more plants are now shipping well. And that's, we'd rather get it right than just ship a bunch and settle the settle up when the dust settles, so to speak. And there's a lot of companies that will do that, like, hey, we pride ourselves on not having a ton of returns. If we're getting a lot of returns on something, we investigate why. Are we not showing the product right? Are we not teaching them right? Are we misleading them somehow? And whereas like maybe clothing has very high return rates. And if I was in that space, I'd be doing everything I can. How can we bring this down? It costs us money. It costs the customer time and energy. That's never good. And so we just generally take the path of let's not sell it if we can't sell it to what we think the quality would be. And sometimes we get that wrong. Over the years, our first auto feeder broke that 5% threshold, so we redid it. I'm trying to think if there's any others that we've had to pull from. We do a lot of testing ahead of time, so hopefully we don't have to get the marketing campaign going and then pull it back down going, oops, we were wrong. Yeah. I remember someone earlier was saying, does Facebook ads and marketing actually work? It kind of does, honestly. It's what's interesting is it does work, but not at the rates that are profitable. And so, well, for a lot of businesses, like an aquatic business, right? So imagine, well, I can give you real numbers. The real numbers is it takes me somewhere between $7 and $18 to get a brand new customer off of Facebook that goes, okay, you have to have an aquarium, till the point they actually order from us, right? And that depends on what we're targeting. Are we trying to sell them easy green? That costs a lot more than if we're just trying to get them to buy anything, like buy this Hikari food that you're already buying. And so the problem is, right, if they come in and they spend $20 and they go, hey, I'm going to buy these 2 foods, if we spent $7 to get them to do that, right, and then shipping, they paid $7, but it cost us $11 to ship it, so we're into it for $18. There's $2 left. There's a percentage we have to pay for a credit card, right? There's still tape and the box and things like that. And then there's, we also have to pay the employee to put it in there. So if we're lucky in that scenario, by the way, maybe we clear 50 cents, or something like that, of like, oof. And the problem is, over time, that customer, to convert them a lot of times, you had to give them a discount too. And so at $7 acquisition cost off Facebook, you also had to give them 10 or 15% off, in which case now we're at negative $2. And that's where, okay, so now on that wholesale, you did acquire a customer for negative $2. That sounds pretty good, actually. Like, hey, it's only $2 per customer. I'll buy 100,000. It costs $200,000. The problem is, it didn't buy you a repeat customer. It bought you a customer that was willing to try you out at a 10 or 15% discount, and then if you don't offer that to them again, they don't buy. They go to the next Facebook deal they get offered, and they do that. And so then you're just left with a negative $2 transaction that never goes on to the next thing. And that's kind of what happened to like Casper Beds and other things. Like, they were selling beds at, on average, because you had a 100-day guarantee and everything, across all the beds they'd sell in a year, on average, each bed they sold, with marketing and all of that, and the shipping, and the amount of returns they would get. So if they got 2 out of 10 returns, right, for every bed they sold, the profit was negative, on average, like $106. And the goal in that company would be, over the years, you'd find ways that would make it cheaper to advertise. More people would know about you. Hopefully word of mouth would do it. You'd find a way, maybe a better partner to ship it a little bit cheaper. You'd find a way so that they only return 1 out of 10 instead of 2 out of 10. But the problem is each year, if that goes on and you're not finding the ways to fix those things, you're just further eroding the company until they're at a point where they are now, which is dang near doesn't exist. The documentary I was watching, they closed down your Europe shipping and things like that. And so yeah, while the advertising does work in that you can physically make a sale, it doesn't make a company money on average. Now, there are kind of some exceptions to that. If you've been on Facebook or anywhere, you might see like, oh, those look like comfortable sweatpants. I'm a sweatpants guy, right? And you click in, you're like, $162 for sweatpants? This is nutty. I'm a sweatpants guy because they're like $20 or less. But they, in clothing, you might have to spend $52 to acquire the customer. So if you have them made in a country and they cost you $6 for these sweatpants, you spend $52 in customer acquisition. You got to ship it to them for free, and then there's a return for free and another one shipped out for free. But at the end, you might be like, hey, we made $20 on $162. The problem comes, how many customers are there for $162 sweatpants? That's the breakdown in a lot of these shoe companies and sweatpants and clothing, and it's You hear people make fun of like $50 white t-shirts, like it exists. Do I ever patent your new products, or do you find it's not worth the effort and the expense? We don't patent our products, no. Most aquatic things have been patented in the past, and you have to make them new enough to be able to justify why they would have a patent versus in the past, right? So something like a sponge filter, I think they patented the original like triangle dirt magnet ones in the 80s maybe, and so there was like a long run where you couldn't really make other sponge filters, and it's because they patented I think like the airlift technology and the sponge and that kind of stuff. And then when those patents run out, that's when innovation can start again. And so we don't, because one, I don't want to spend my time protecting what we've already done. We get copied by competitors all the time, from just even website design to copy in newsletters to whatever, right? We've even had people take our pictures and our descriptions straight off our website and put them on their own for products. But we could fight to our death in court to prevent some of that kind of stuff going on, or we can spend our time working on new stuff, and that's what I prefer to do. Fighting out in court might save us money, but it doesn't make the hobby better. And so I realize there's circular logic there that, well, if you protect your money more, you'd have more money to do more things. True, but doesn't sound fun, and I try to have fun where I can. Do I have a recommendation on where to find a spray bar attachment for my power head? I want to disperse the flow. I don't know. I would probably buy some crap on Amazon and try it out, or if I had an extra spray bar laying around from a canister filter and just adapt it with a piece of tubing, or I would try, if it was me and I was really trying to do this, I would probably buy like 1/2-inch black furniture grade PVC and make a grommet that would sit between that PVC and the outflow of the power head. I would have a black cap on there, and I would start drilling tiny holes, and I would see how that goes. And then I might make some of those holes a little bit bigger, and then I would go, dang it, I made them too big and now it sucks. Okay, let me do it again. But I would have bought a bigger piece, and the second time maybe I would have had luck. Alrighty. Can I put coolie loaches in with elephant nose fish? That's a good question. I think in the short term, if it was a small one, maybe, but in the long term, I wonder if they would ever swallow one. I don't think I've had that interaction, so I got a dry beard right now. I'm gonna put some moisturizer on. That's what I hate about when it gets cold out. Finally, it didn't rain here for like forever. Skin was dry. Now it's finally starting to get cold, but now the heat in the house is drying out my beard. Gotta put something on that. Looking for treatment for red blotch disease. I don't know what red blotch disease is. You can post it on the forum. We can take a look at it. It could be, you got a bacterial infection. Could be like, it's more of red gills than anything else. It could be, oxygen deprivation. Could be, ammonia burn, pH burn. It's hard when you describe an illness via like something ambiguous. Could be a few things. When's the next restock on plants? Usually 2 to 3 times a week. The next one might be Tuesday? Which vendor? Maybe Wednesday. The problem is the vendor delivery dates have changed with hurricanes and stuff in Florida and that kind of stuff. We've swapped some of the shipping days and some of the vendors too, so I'm not exactly sure what our schedule is at the moment, but we do get 3 shipments a week. I do know that. And part of the problem is you're probably going, okay, but when are you going to get plant X? And then just because we order doesn't mean we get it. I mean, most times when we're out of a plant, it's because the farm's out, not because we didn't order it. We have, analytics for miles, so it'll be like, hey, you sell 92 pink flamingos every 3 days, order 462, and then we'll go to order 500, and then the farm will ship us 26. And then, and then what happens is you go, hey, they came in that day, and then, hey, we sold out. So the best thing you could do is go to the website and put your phone number in. You'll get a text when it comes back in. However, know that it's based on who signs up. And so what I mean by that is if there's 500 people ahead of you, you're not going to get a text message until we've gotten kind of like 500 of them in stock, assuming everyone bought one. But that's the best way. And do know that plants can be seasonal. So things like banana plants and Alpontegitans and other stuff, depending on where in the world they come from, sometimes they're wild, where like banana plants are basically invasive. And then Alpontegitans, if they have another bad weather event, they can be gone for a few years, just like we kind of had that happen with moss balls. Not a weather event, but just gone. It's hard to find actual submerged grown bulbitis. I've been looking for a while, and the immersed grown ones look completely different and will melt off and convert to submerged growth. Yeah, I wish we could find a good, reliable source of bulbitis. One of my favorite plants, honestly. But everywhere wants to sell mini bulbitis, which is not the same plant, not the same hardiness, not as good. That's what I'll say. All right, now we're we're 42 minutes into this. I want to do something different that I've never done before. I'm going to attempt to not sound dumb. All right, let's line this up. Where's my stuff? Right here. We're going to the internet, people. It's a dangerous place out on that internet. Make sure we're lined up. Okay. Pretty good. We're going to take a look at a house. Now this house I saw another, I think, fish person, I don't remember who, on Facebook. I had to look at it. The disclaimer I need to put here is that I'm going to make fun of it because it's crazy. Now that being said, this was someone's home, and this will be someone's home going forward. And that's not necessarily a good thing, but I'm fascinated by this home. And in order for it to be entertaining, I think I've got to make a little bit of a game of it. Any home can be fixed. Everyone, when they move into a home, they make it their own. And I think this home would have been amazing if I didn't have a wife. Like, I could see myself, I'm going to call it, moving into this bachelor pad and having some fun. Now, why? Why would we talk about this on the Aquarium Co-op live stream? That seems weird. Because it has built-in aquariums in this home. And, yeah, that's why, basically. It's got aquariums and a pond built into this place. Also has a pool, too. And so, without further ado, let's take a look at this thing. And we're going to play a game. Alright, here we go. Make sure we're good. So here we are on the Zillow. I don't know if you guys are like us, but somehow my wife loves to look at Zillow, and I'll waste a few hours, every few weeks looking at what could be. She didn't find this one, and I just found it on Facebook. So here it is. This house right here. You're going to look for it. $385,000. We're going to click in. They don't have pictures. They only have the 3D tour. But it is a, yeah, here we go. A custom-designed, ultra-modern luxury home from roof to basement. This is one of the most unique and breathtaking homes you will ever see. You'll be saying wow from the moment you drive up to the 7-car driveway and see the zero-maintenance Timberland siding. Inside, you will find a floating staircase, natural stone slate flooring throughout, new carpet, professionally painted throughout, the most unique and stylish chrome kitchen with all new stainless steel appliances, standalone custom electric glass cooktop station, built-in double ovens, and fish tank behind the sink, that you can enjoy from the Great Room. You can have your own private gym, indoor spa with hot tub and sauna, laundry room on the second floor. The basement is an entertainer's dream. Out back is a custom designed rock oasis. With a stocked koi pond. Some of the premium features and updates include 2 furnaces, an oversized, I don't even know what that is, HWH at 16 feet. I don't know what that is. All updated Legrand electrical outlets and switches, premium custom fixtures, lighting, and LED throughout. It's a must-see. Are you guys ready for this? This is special. I hope you're ready. We're gonna click into this home. All right. So we gotta take it all in here. So first, you're in this nice neighborhood. Hey, I'd live here. This looks like a great street. You got a basketball hoop. What's not to like? Take it in. I think we all can appreciate, hey, that's a good looking neighborhood. Nice trees, beautiful sky. Got some, nice green yards, some landscaping. And here's where it starts going wrong. You take a look at this thing. Wait a second. Are these all block glass windows? Do other people do that? No, other people are normal. They have normal people windows. You like to open the window sometimes? Not in this house you don't. We only get block glass windows. So we can see where it starts. Let's take a step into the dining room, shall we? The dining room. Keep that in mind. We're going to the dining room. We're here. The dining room is right here. That's through the front door. You open that door, you wipe your feet off on a piece of old carpet that's been cut with your block window. Ooh, and then you can see the aquarium. Now, do you want to see the aquariums first because this is an aquarium business? Or do you want to see what were they thinking first? That's the question. That's the question we have here because they're both great. We're also going to play a game. Because I stumbled upon this halfway through and I don't know the answer. But the game is, how many TVs are in this house? Because you have one in the dining room right here. Right? Also, don't miss that every angle in this house kind of has to be at an angle. It can't just be up and down. No, you got to put some freshness on it. Right? There's angles everywhere. People want the aquariums first. Some say, what are they thinking first? Well, maybe we'll do the hybrid. Let's pretend you live in an aquarium. So here you are, you're sitting in your dining room, right? You put a table in here, you're watching some TV, and then between dinner and dessert, you're like, I gotta work out. That's what I need to do. So we're gonna go into the hallway. You got a bathroom, we'll go in there in a minute, and you got an exercise room. Oh, yeah, you're right. For dessert, I gotta hit the gym. I'm now in my gym with mirrors, and I don't know what to call it. It's kind of I call it like the Guy Fieri look, but the squiggly steel or aluminum between. And you can see here, like, wait a second, isn't that the entranceway in the dining room? That's right. You could sit here and watch the family that you don't have eat dinner while you work out in this glass aquarium and become a human spectacle. But don't worry, if you couldn't see the TV that's in the corner because you blocked it with your staircase, there's another TV right here. You get one in the gym, so don't worry. You're lucky. Carpeted gym? It's not bad. I just don't know that I want it. I don't know if it's a feature of my dining room. That's the only, yeah. The weird angles might be wide-angle lenses. You would think that, but there's more to come. Don't worry, Aquatic Addiction. You will see that, yes, they've used much too wide of angle lenses, and this is 3D, but it also just has weird stuff in this place. So yes, that's the human aquarium, as I'm calling it. the exercise room. You get little toys. I think that's a Beta exercise mirror right there on the back wall. You flare against it a bit and get your exercise in for the day. But let's say, you know, you didn't make dinner, right? Because I understand. My wife says she's not buying the house. So let's say, you know, because you can't convince a family to move in here, you had to buy Taco Bell for dinner, right? So you got a bathroom close, though. Don't worry. We got one right here. We'll go in. You're already seeing some of the magic. One, I hate it when you can't use things because of the door. The door blocks it. You got a glass door, by the way. It's frosted. Hey, don't worry. No one's looking at you, right? I will admit, shower looks decent. Might be, you know, I don't know how big it is because it's a super wide-angle lens, right? Which I realize I'm giving you all motion sickness. But when you do eat your Taco Bell, if you get a little bit too much of the hot sauce going, don't worry. Your toilet paper holder is on fire. You have flames. It's not every day that you get a flaming toilet paper holder. Just some of the nice little modern accents they've built into this home. It does look like a good toilet. And then sometimes you're going, you know, maybe a lot of people are coming over to my house. So I need to put in a commercial, what do you even call this thing? Paper towel holder with the stainless steel bin for your enjoyment. And then you've got this weird sink modern art thing. Yeah. So, you know, kind of puts it together. And a broken light. Don't forget the broken light up there. But hey, through this room, just in case you needed more water, go into the hot tub. Ooh, we can see there's a person here. I wonder if that's the realtor. Is that the owner? Don't know. It's a ghost, maybe. But in here, you've got another TV. Don't worry. You got your indoor hot tub, which that's actually pretty cool. I mean, I think it, instead of being outside in the cold because you're in Michigan, you got one inside. You also get a sauna. Hey, that's cool too. Wait, okay, I thought there was two TVs for a second. I was going to lose my mind. So you got your other TV. So yeah, that's, you know, part of the downstairs. You know, you got your dining room off to bathroom and gym. But let's take a look at the kitchen. We'll start moving our way towards these, you know, someone said I don't want to spend a lot of time looking at flight catalogs. True, maybe they're flying all the time. All right, so we're back in the dining room / entry. We're gonna hop on over to the kitchen. Now there's a lot to take in here, so let's breathe in. You got this big old aquarium. Used to be a saltwater aquarium. We could do anything we want with that thing, but okay, that's pretty cool. I gotta admit, I'm not sad to have a giant aquarium, but look at these angles. That's not a lens doing that. This is like a weird. Oh yeah, we need angles in here. Let's make this thing diagonal, and this diagonal. We need more triangles. That's what we need. Triangles. I'll show you more as we get there. But have you ever seen stainless steel cabinets? Because they're here. You've got this big stainless steel fridge, and over to the left here you have the abyss. That's where you put your mixer and some of your other stuff, and it's just gone because it's so far in the back you'll never see it again. But don't worry. While you're cooking, you can watch TV. You got another TV right above the ovens, right? You don't want to be too far from a TV. You could turn around and watch this one up here in your dining room, but instead, you got one, so you can watch there. Now, this is the counter space in this place. Limited to basically none. You're not allowed to use the counters basically because you're gonna have a toaster and a microwave and a loaf of bread, and then you're out. You don't have more room than that, so you're not actually allowed to use it. Maybe by now you've realized you're going, there's no stove. But they did say they had a standalone stove, glass top. That sounds luxurious. Let me turn around. Oh, there it is. That's right. So you can go straight like hibachi, stove, glass top, straight to table. Maybe that's it. Or maybe you're cooking breakfast and you're working out and you want to keep an eye from the gym straight over to your glass cooktop right there. So, yeah, I mean, it's not my move. I don't necessarily put it in the middle of my great room or whatever this thing would be. But, you know, I can't knock it. I haven't tried it. Let's take a peek in the family room, shall we? We can get a better look at the stove. You can kind of see the, you know, you kind of have to, you put your shoes on, you put your jacket on, you hop in the car, you drive over to the stove, and then you realize you forgot the cheese for your nachos that you're making on the stove, which no one does, but I couldn't think of anything else on the fly. And yeah, another metal door here with the squigglies. And don't forget, another TV, because, you know, you need one in the family room that's this big in the corner, right? Now, when we look, you got the step. It's known to be a killer. You know, one time a month, you nearly break your ankle. Someone does in your home. And then you get the weird angles again on your aquarium. But why would you tile the end of it? I feel like if there was going to be anything you would do, it is not tile the end of this thing. I would definitely want to look through there and see this ginormous aquarium. But hey, I didn't make this. Yeah, they tiled one side of the tank. Oh, you better believe they tiled that side of the tank. That matches the bathroom. That's the bathroom tile work in the shower. They had some extras. Now, you won't know this yet because you haven't lived the dream that I have, and I've already seen this, but you have a nice luxurious view in your family room of your garage, which the garage actually looks pretty sweet. It's pretty big. TVs are maybe for security cameras. Same with the frosted glass windows. Maybe more than just frags in that tank. Could be. We'll never know. But do take a look at this. At some point, they decided, all right, we got slate tile floor. We got like slate rock wall going on here, and we got the little hearth and whatever you want to call it. But you know what would really make this worse? If we put a triangle of carpet in here. That way, if we ever attempted to use this fireplace and brought in firewood, we would for sure stain the crap out of that carpet and make it look terrible the instant we even thought about doing it. You get a better angle of the carpet triangle, because, you know, I gotta be honest, I came into this room too, and the first thing I thought, not enough triangles. There are not enough triangles in this room. You kind of lose it. You step down, you step into like rectangle world, and ooh, I don't know. That's not somewhere I want to live. Let's go ahead and hop into. I think this is maybe they call it. You know, it's more family room. No, entertainment room. I don't know. I think it's the in between, the transition. So then you get this nice look, right, in your aquarium. You get all this nice plumbing right here. Ooh, nice. I don't know why they cheaped out. Everything else in the house, they went stainless steel. Even the sconces and the lights up above, they're all stainless steel, but not this cabinet. Oh no. Maybe they were just trying to break up the pattern. You know, we need some wood, we need some slate, we need some carpet. But yeah, you get that wide angle lens. Goes for days. All right, let's turn around. You do get another giant aquarium in the entertainment room. Let's enter, shall we? We are in the entertainment room. You get this giant cylinder aquarium, complete with the squiggly line aluminum or steel or whatever this is. And again, I'd actually be jealous to have that. It could be pretty darn cool. It looked like it might have been set up with saltwater. I don't even care. That thing looks giant. I bet you that thing's like at least 1,000 gallons. That thing's actually pretty sweet. All right, that's a fair assessment. The Lido Jr. says wood is for the saltwater tank. I could see that. Maybe you get some oxidation on aluminum or some rusting going on stainless steel. I can understand that. That's some logic. I can't even fault you. You do get the nice accent wall. You got a steel wall here. Although I will push back and go, why would you do this aquarium with steel, but not this one? They were both set up for saltwater. So, I don't know. Then you've got, all your electronics here. You know, it's got to be like satellite, cable. You got to have, your server, everything. I'm going to count this as a TV, because you got your projector here, and sometimes you're like, oof, I could see outside. Oh no, let's drop this giant screen and just have me, my aquarium, and my giant screen. So, pretty cool. I like it. Imagine the algae growth right next to that window. You can see it from outside. I mean, I don't know. This could have koi. I don't know. I feel like you could do something fun with this. I know that I would hate owning it, of like, oh my gosh, I got to get in that thing again, or this is going wrong. I'm sure you just start thinking about, where's plumbing? Is there a sump? But where would the sump be? You can't hide anything. I don't know if I actually would want to own it versus, hey, it came with my house, I'm not going to pay to take it out, right? Let's take a peek outside before we go. There's more to explore in this house. There's 2 more floors. We're still on the main floor, if you can believe it. If we hop out to the pool, which they call it a pool here, but in the description they're saying it's koi. Is it a pond? Is it a pool? I'm not sure. Let's hop out. So you get this thing. I feel like it's more koi pond because I feel like this right here is just eye gougers and, pinching my toe, and that thing snapped. Turns out that piece of rock wasn't a diving board. You got this, I don't know, waterfall-y thing, and then falling over ladder? I don't know what that part is. But, you get more block wall, or more block glass in the old garage, too. But, yeah, my guess is they had leftover stone for the outside, and that's what they did on the family room accent wall when they're like, yeah, let's do that wall, not steel on this one, not drywall like the other one, let's go straight to rock. And the reason I think this is not a pool, because no one wants to walk around barefoot with all this jagged stone and in between. So I think it's koi pond. I'm labeling it koi pond here. All right, let's go back to the front so you can get a nice fake clamshell here, by the way. Driveway. Here we go. Yeah, so you get this nice fake clamshell here. Get a little bird bath. Nice garage, though. I like that garage. Nice driveway. They were right. You can park 7 cars. We're back in the front. Remember when this neighborhood looked normal? Maybe you got all security glass. Doesn't look like a rough neighborhood, though. It looks awesome. Looks like your neighbor would jump your car for you, and, yeah. But we go back to the entrance. We're back in the dining room. And let's go downstairs because, maybe you do use that outside thing for a pool, and you still need a pond, right? And so we got to go through the kitchen. I think it's a family room. And then we're going to go, they call it another family room, which brings you downstairs. So what you missed probably, because you haven't been through this home like I have. Martin says, no TV for the koi pond? Just you wait, buddy. Just you wait. What is the TV count? Anyone got the TV count currently? How could you spend the money on what those would have cost and done them so poorly? I don't know. This is a real unique house. Real unique. But back to the stove here. So imagine you're frying up some bacon and all that, and you're getting all the splatter over on this wall, and maybe you just catch some right in the eye as you come up from the family room, because this is a set of stairs right here. Maybe the carpet now has a layer of grease because you're cooking. You tumble right down all the way because you got these carpeted stairs right here. Or maybe your goal, what is this? What is that line? Maybe that didn't exist. They're like, we need to cut a hole in this floor and put another room in. That's a weird transition right there. I don't know what that is. But maybe you throw, because you're right up here is your stove. Maybe you throw stuff, bounce it off the wall, and it lands to feed your koi pond that's below you. Because now we're downstairs in the family room. And don't forget, you got 3 more TVs. You can watch your koi, but maybe you got 3 different nature channels going, or maybe it's maybe it's 3 security cameras. 3 seems a little excessive for security cameras, I'm not sure. Maybe it's 1 for each sports team. Like maybe you just have all the people down here, and you got someone cooking upstairs, dropping the bacon grease on them. You're watching, Saturday morning cartoons. You got the baseball game on. You got the tennis open. You got a game of pool going on, and then you got you got Lord of the Rings trilogy all-day event going on the big screen here. Taking a little zoom in here. I was tricked because I was like, wow, this house is huge. This is kind of an amazing deal for the $385K. 2 pool tables? That's crazy. Look how big this thing is. And then I realized, oh wait, more mirrors. Because sometimes you don't have enough mirrors in your house. You always want to see yourself. Does have a rad floor drain, I'll give it that. I'm not, you know, I would definitely line this thing with aquariums. It would be a great fish room. In this weird blue aqua zone. Is that another weird angle? I don't know if that's purely, I feel like, yeah, that's gotta be. We gotta get the angles in. Look at this thing. I'm telling you, it's always angles. That's not lens. That can't be lens. I really think that it's angles. Let me look at it from this angle. It really looks like that's angles. Doesn't look, makes it look huge though when you use these giant wide angle lenses. But yeah, you got angles here. Maybe you fit your couch. You can watch your TV. You got 3 more TVs up here because, yep. And then you got some, it's almost like metal halides and stuff up there. So I'm not a huge fan of seeing all of the missing blue panels up here, but you do have like the ultimate control room for power and other crap in here. I wish we could have got a little sneak peek. There's no way on this 3D tour to get over there. It leaves me wanting for sure. What's with the floodlights around the TV? I think that's a sweet sound system. That's my guess. Let me see. Do we get a better picture here? Kind of looks, I don't know, maybe. I don't know. Could be lights. It's a weird speaker setup too, if it is. Don't know. That's a feature though, I'll tell you that right there. It's angles. That's right, everything's got angles. We haven't even got, keep in mind, you've seen all this cool stuff. You haven't seen the master bedroom and bathroom yet, or any of that kind of stuff. This is all just still public domain. Friend comes over, check it out. So we're going upstairs. Gonna go up the stairs. Bacon in my eye again. And then we go over here. I just want to know where you store stuff. There's no storage underneath this thing. There's no like hanging pots and pans. Oh dang it, I need something to stir my taco meat. You know, again, make the trek. We'll pull out only stainless steel. What if it turns out this guy or girl, whoever, only used plastic stuff, even though everything else is stainless? Alright, back into the dining room. We're going up the stairs. Hallway stairs. Ooh, primary bathroom. Let's take a look. Where's our orientation? Alright, up the stairs. Up around, come up. Here we are. You don't see that every day. Tile molding, I guess. I didn't put any molding here, that's a little weird, but tile molding and tile accent wall? Question mark? Different tile accent? Gotta tie in that floor, I guess, right? What we got over here? More accent wall, okay. Now let's take a trip into the bathroom. Alright, black toilet paper, check, got it. Oh, I've got a TV above me, good thing. Got my TV, we got a, is that a light or is that a window? I think that's a window to make sure we maximize the glare on the TV. I think this is like a medicine cabinet out of, I don't even know where. And then, alright, weird sink. Got the door. Pretty good shower, I would say. I mean, I'm not mad at that shower. Ooh, it looks like they got, this thing is out of like the Skyway catalog. I think it's got all the buttons and gadgets, and you know it's got to light up of like a color. How warm is it? Oh, it's blue, it's too cold right now. Ooh, it's red, too hot. Ooh, that nice green, that's the color I need. You got the half glass door and the, well, maybe that's just, that door looked really big there, but I think that's wide angle lens. Don't forget, you got another like piece of carpet here. I actually think that's a rug, but it does look like that carpet from downstairs. And no flaming, no flaming bathroom trips up here. This is, if you got too much of the hot sauce, you do that business downstairs. You don't bring that up here. This is the bathroom for kings. Black toilet paper only. Super bizarre to me. I've never seen black toilet paper. Maybe that's maybe it's like imported silk toilet paper or something. I don't know. Ooh, nice accent. I was gonna dock points. They got 2 different like fan options. I would have liked to see them both be stainless steel. We got, maybe that's 1950s house. Didn't take it out, instead put another one in. Oof. All right, we'll go into the master bedroom. How do we go there? Right here. Get a nice look. Commercial stainless steel garbage can. That's where you put your aluminum cans, maybe. Get a little more into this bedroom. It seems huge with this lens. Get in there. Oh, okay. So I think these are bringing in the air. I think it's air system. So you got art fan up here and humidity, and then the other one was air system. Let's get in there. Come on, go. There we go. We're in. We're inside. In the bedroom. Another TV, because you can't, if you go more than 12 feet without a TV, you could miss something. That would be a travesty. Got this door. Ooh, we brought in the slate wall accents and the kick molding here. And, ooh, nice transition from slate to, yeah, I'm too lazy to wrap that around the room. We're going to keep that old, like, apartment, been painted 2,000 time look for the molding down there. That's a good look. I don't know what that is, but... And then, my personal favorite, don't put any doors on the closet, just leave it open. We ain't got no time for doors. So, master bedroom right here. A couple windows, I think. This one's definitely a window. I think that one's a window too. So, all right, let's go back into the hallway because we dipped into the bathroom and we took a detour into the master bedroom. What else we got? We have a weird, creepy closet thing right here, which is like a pull-down shade. Again, we don't do doors here. Doors are not allowed when it comes to closets. You can put 10 doors in a bathroom. Maybe they ran out of money and they couldn't afford more stainless steel doors to give them the zigzag thing there. So let's travel a little bit. Let's bust into this bedroom right here. Boom. Wide angle lens, definitely playing tricks. Because at first when I walked into here with this 3D model, I was like, dang. Okay, they got a closet on them. You could put everything in there. And the minute you kind of change the angle, you're like, oh, wait a second. That's a normal closet with no doors. Doors slowing me down. Okay, so they kept the white molding here. Got some floor vents, an air return. Kept the white. Ooh, okay, brought the stainless in the corner here. I can't go more in to examine that, but lots of air. 2 different air vents, okay. No shortage. Where are we at? Oh, another bedroom. Alright, more stainless steel desky things. Ties it in. 2 more TVs. Where are we at? Where's TV count? Someone's got this TV count. Someone's got to have it. Now, maybe they're more security cameras, but boy howdy. They look to me like they're more like, my guess is, like, gaming? Question mark? Maybe? Yeah. You ready for the, wow, oh, I missed this fan. I thought it was just some light. Oh no, this is a ceiling fan with lights. That definitely came out of the aerospace catalog on a flight to, where are we going to? We're going to like, South Dakota. Don't know. What's a mirror? Something's a mirror? These aren't mirrors, these are TVs. I mean, you got the mirror finish on here. It's a game room. I mean, they did label it as bedroom. It could be a game room. Nothing says game room like this. Features. So we brought in the tile work around the door, right? Carried it over around the closet. And they said, you know what? We are tired of closets. Let's go ahead and build us a laundry. We got the washer dryer combo. We got the furnace. Yeah. That's right. Luxury. Could be a bedroom. Snuck in a little carpet right there. You might have missed that before. That's a little carpet. You don't want that dryer wiggling off of there, and you go, you know what? I think we still got some carpet left. We should build a little step stool to make this taller, because we probably had to do some weird plumbing thing where it had to go through the floor over here. Let's use like half a tile. We'll grout it with a little too much grout, and then on top, yeah, let's do a piece of carpet. I think that's the move here. We'll tie it together with carpet and the stonework. And Dean says, I was working on fish sticks, maybe stop and watch this house tour. Dean's brain is probably just like this close to aneurysm from this, because he used to build houses for a living. And I'm fairly confident that this line right here is actually angled, and it's not, because this is like, the lens isn't distorting this at all. No matter what way you turn, it doesn't distort the right hand side. But I think on this side they got angles, and then on this side I'm not sure what happened. Like, the lighting's a little weird over here, but it's kind of a train wreck a little bit. I think it's just lighting though. You know, when you spend a little time with this though, like this is my second time walking through digitally, you learn all the features. You go, ooh, isn't that nice? A glass door that just slaps straight into that slate right there. Now that's a good idea. Just go ahead and let that thing doink right on there, scratch it up. You know, don't swap it. Don't have it so that like the one that lifts from the top is over here, and put this one where you couldn't just slap and shatter that thing. That would be a terrible idea. Looks like down there might be a water detector. Maybe that's the smoke detector. I don't know. You got a towel there. You know, maybe that's for like quieting it down. You know, there's smoke detectors. But yeah, oh yep, there was one. So maybe that one is a water detector. How's the attic? I don't know. There's no 3D tour of the attic that I know of. I'm sure it's got angles though. That probably a diamond encrusted ladder up there. It's just so, to me, on one hand, it's like, those houses you see where they only buy the stuff's being discontinued from like a Lowe's and a Home Depot, of like, that's just enough tile work to do this. That's just enough flooring to do that. But I feel like this was, maybe it started that way, and then they were like, you know what, we gotta run with it. We need more steel, we need more tanks, we need indoor pond, outdoor pond. We go down here. We need a living room right here. To be fair, the cinder block wall, or not cinder block, the glass wall, if it was more like didn't let people see in, I'm a little more okay with it. But the fact that it's kind of, this is the worst window. You can see through it in the worst ways possible, so like you don't get a good view, but people can totally just look at you eating your Taco Bell, making your runs straight to the flaming bathroom. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what this thing is up here either. Maybe it's sundial on the ceiling. But yes, you too could own this for only $385,000. You could enjoy this giant kitchen with standalone V-shaped glass top stove. Don't forget Christmas morning around the hearth. You got your carpet, because your feet are gonna be cold. It's gonna be cold on the slate. So you pull your chair up, you put your feet right on the triangle, make sure you're all evenly spaced around the fire of candles. Hey, that's not a bad price for real. I 100% agree. I 100% agree that the price is not bad. That's the thing. It's like, I do love making fun of it. But I was telling my wife, I was like, to be honest, that $385, my response to her was like, if we didn't already have a home and I wasn't married, I could see myself moving here. Here's my YouTube career. Great. I got 2 tanks that are constantly going to be a problem that I can make videos about, of like, man, this thing, who knew light was going to come through? Who knew we had to change this? I do think the bottom pond is rad. Go on, 3D model. I do think this is pretty cool. Not so much the blue. To me, I would want this to be either stone or something non-reflective, right? By the way, there's like 4 billion lights. I think this is actually for landing airplanes upside down. You just land them on your drop ceiling, and that's what all these lights are for. But I do think this could be very... Wait, is that blue? Is that reflection up there, or is that just like blue paint? We'll never know. It looks crazy. But I do think I would really enjoy this koi pond, or because it's indoors, you can do something tropical too. It looks pretty big. So, I mean, I do think that, you know, who knows if they've got enough dehumidifiers and stuff for this thing. It could just be like, above this could just be like black mold. We don't know, right? This is all virtual, just having fun. But I do think at $385, and the house is pending, I think, right now. So, we've all missed out, but I don't think this is a bad buy. I think, in actuality, you could make a lot of changes that would make this home quite a bit better. However, there would be, there's some things I can't get past, and that is like, the kitchen design's terrible. I would find a way to rearrange this somehow. I want, you know, I really want the stove to be like right here, or it's like the stove was supposed to be here, right? Why couldn't, like, it seems way better to me, drop the dual oven, right? You can't be cooking Thanksgiving turkey and something else in here because you can never take them out. You don't have a counter space. Never coming out of there. But you go and you put your stove, your normal person stove right here. You got your oven open and close. You can at least set some stuff. You know, you're not cooking today, so you're setting the mail on that thing, whatever. You got a little more counter space now. You put your combo range hood. Wait a second. So yes, the more you think about it, the worse it gets. You get your range hood, microwave combo up here, and not the TV. But I just realized you're cooking all your bacon, splattering in the eyes. You come up and down from down below. You throw a couple pieces down to your koi. There's no vent hood though. If you do any actual cooking in here, it's not leaving. There's no way to get that out of this house. I mean, I guess you open up this door. Maybe that's your move. I don't know. Looks like a dodgy Hollywood film set. I don't know. It's kind of like, as I told my wife, I was like, if you buy it, you almost have to like keep the essence of it. You buy it as this is like a statement piece. And not so much, what is this little thing? It's a little like crazy, I had an extra piece of glass, let me put that in this little bowl right here. Maybe that holds your soap? I don't know what that thing does right there. But yeah, I mean, I think you have to like, you just embrace it, right? You gotta, there's some things you gotta fix, like the kitchen, that's a rough kitchen to utilize. And, you know, maybe you come over here and you put some privacy film or something between or you make it like maybe it's an office. You turn that into an office and you have your high-level business meeting so people can see in but can't hear you. I don't know. It is fixable though. Fixable. I'm going to call it fixable and optimizing to where a human would want to utilize this. Yeah, you don't, you know, the first thing I would do the minute I got this place is get a second flaming toilet paper holder for upstairs. That's number one. Gotta do it. And then from there, you know, use your hot tub and your sauna. I mean, there are really cool features of this house. There's no doubt. Like 27 TVs, you got that. Turn the gym into an aquarium. Yeah, I mean, you're in the aquarium. You're the human inside of here, and people just line up to look at you. Then they get bored of you, they go look at the aquariums. Yeah, I wonder, I so badly want to know, like, how much room between this and the wall is there? Like, is that just like a dirty spot and you can't get in there to clean it? Is that? I think that is. It gets better with age. I think this is pieces of tile from the ground on the underside of the stairs. So you got the tile under there, and then you carry it here. You never know what you're gonna find. Got the nice wood and stainless steel. I thought I saw somewhere they were only stainless steel, but what do I know? All right. Then Ginger, don't forget to fold the bottom of that teepee into a triangle. That's right. When you get your maid, gotta be in triangles to fit the angles of this place. Yeah, that description, that's exactly why I can't really trust realtors. It's like, the way they describe this place and the front shot, remember, like, this is the home. Like, oh, $385,000, that's a nice home right there. And then you read the description like, oh, it's modern and nice, and you can park 7 cars, and you got a pool, and you got the nice neighbors. Look at this. This is a dream. And none of your neighbors know the mystery that is inside here. All right, well, this thing was fun and took a long time, and I've probably bored everybody, but it's not every day you get such a treasure to observe that has aquariums. It was aquarium related. But I do believe Michigan, $385K. I was single, I'd be figuring out something to do with that. 2 giant aquariums. Those are big aquariums, and an indoor pond, and an outdoor pond. That's like a YouTuber's dream right there. That's your studio. Maybe that's it. You buy the home next to it to live in, and that's your studio where you invite people over to hang out, eat Taco Bell, all the dude bros that you bring over. You're like, hey, you got to use the toilet paper that has the flames. The respectable people, they go upstairs and they use the other one. Was it 13? Was that the official count on TVs? All right, well, that's it. Yeah, I something I've never done before. I feel bad because that's someone was proud of that, and someone's probably buying it, and maybe they're I'm hoping they're gonna fix like that kitchen and but yeah, this is where you start the Aquarium Co-op Streamer House. That's right. Yeah, it's that being said, if I owned it, I would cherish it and embrace it. I think you got to lean into it. I feel like you'd almost find you got to put more angles in that thing. Although there was no angles inside the aquariums. A circle aquarium? Why is that thing a triangle? Yeah, the official count was 2 too many. 13 TVs and 1 overhead projector. 14. I'm calling it 14. 14. I count the projector as a TV. You're using it for movies and stuff like that. So they're over it now. If they're selling it, you don't know that. Maybe they got foreclosed on. We don't. Well, I guess we would probably say foreclosure. I have no idea, but in my mind, the way it plays out is I got a girlfriend, and the girlfriend was like, "Nope, this place, nope." I'm assuming it's a guy. Could be a girl. I have no idea. Could be a 72-year-old married couple, or it could be a bachelor pad, or it could be any of those things. I don't know anything about it, but yeah, 14 TVs and 0 closet doors. Priorities. Oh man. Yeah, they were enjoying nature daily. I mean, if each of those TVs had some nature on it, maybe that was a thing. You couldn't be too far. And the worst part about this kind of stuff is while I'm having a bunch of fun, sometimes what happens like down the road is someone will email me and they'll know more about the story, and they'll say like, oh yeah, it was like a person and their daughter or their kid, and they have a sensory issue, and if they don't have this special thing playing in the background, the person can't learn. And then I just feel like the ultimate worst person in the world. So I want to finish up by apologizing if it offended anyone and it was meant to just have a good time, and which I realize doesn't fully make up for that also. But yeah, I actually, if I had a reason, like if our warehouse and stuff was in Michigan, I'd be finding a way to buy it, because the giant aquariums and the 2 ponds, I would put those as assets. I would like that in my home. I would change a lot of other things about it, but I do like those parts of that home, for sure. So. And now for an easy transition. Corey, how do I check brine shrimp hatch rates so I can tweak my recipe? I don't know if there's going to be a good... Dean did some experiments when we were testing the brine shrimp. I think what was he doing? He was, I feel like, weighing the eggs and then straining the brine as best as possible using sieves, and then weighing the hatch out. And that was the best way we could get apples to apple type. What are hatch rates versus competitors and things like that, and testing. We tested different salts, we tested different heat and that kind of stuff to see if there was any big differences while we were hatching ours. And we didn't really find any of that, so that's why we didn't like super narrow it and be like, it must be this temperature with this salt with this thing. It was pretty forgiving. But I think that's the best way you could quantify your hatch rate, because you're not going to sit there and count to 1,000,000. So I think it's got to be weight. And that's in the aquatic hobby, pretty much it's always done that way. Like feeder goldfish and stuff, when you go to a wholesaler, they're not counted, they're done by weight. And so on average, a feeder this big weighs X. We weighed it all without the water. We know there's basically this many feeders. That's what we charge you. All right. Could you imagine if someone walked in on that part looking to get their rainbow fish question answered? Yeah, that's... Yeah. But this is more of the stuff I want to do. Not so much this mean-spirited stuff, but, you know, after... I don't even know, what were we, like 7 or 8 years on YouTube? You start running out of, like, meaningful tidbits. And not that you can't, oh, this would be a good idea, right? But filling in with some other stuff in my life makes the show a little bit easier to put on, and it's, you know, stuff for us to talk about. Because if you just do a fish stream every Sunday, there's not a whole lot to talk about, around the dinner table, like, how was work? Yep, talked about fish, you know. Whereas, like, oh yeah, people I think had a good time with that house, crazy house, right? My wife will again say, we're not moving there. And, yeah. Alright. If I ever win the lottery, I'm buying a shark tank and building a house around it. Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of us would do that kind of stuff. And the thing is, like, my house is quirky. I mean, it looks like I'm in a yurt, pretty much. Like, everyone's got different tastes. I happen to like kind of nature and wood and, you know, that kind of stuff. But, you know, let me make sure that I'm doing due diligence here and making fun of myself. Wood trim around the windows and, like, these stairs. But you'll notice down here there's no wood trim. When we bought the place, there was no wood trim, and I've never done anything about it. And I've got carpet up here, but I think it's here in the bedrooms, and there's nowhere else in the entire house. But I just don't care. And that guy, girl, whoever, was probably the same thing. You know, like, I don't care. Yeah. I don't think it's mean-spirited, but shared confused appreciation for the out-of-the-ordinary aquarium home. Yeah. It's, I think that's the thing. You don't see a lot of big aquarium, or, like... I think I would do the same thing. I would look and I would show you guys if I found a house that had like a full fish room. It'd be cool to analyze that too. Just to be like, okay, you're getting this with that. Anything new happening in the fish room? I just made it in. Not a whole lot. I'm in this struggle right now where we've been planning for like a year with the lights and stuff and travel, and now is like the season, right, of like, there's no travel for me until December. I go on a vacation with my wife, but I should be setting up aquariums, and all the custom aquariums arrived, and all of these things happened, but my lights are delayed because of COVID in China. And so I strive for efficiency, and it's like hurting my soul to be like, well, maybe I just set it up with a Fluval light, but then I'm buying another Fluval light, I'm opening it, knowing I'm gonna replace it with my light in like 2 months. And so I'm trying to like, how do I keep doing stuff in the fish room, stay energetic and stuff, but not waste money, because I don't like wasting money. And so maybe I'll find some other prototype lights or something and keep moving forward, knowing that I'm going to replace them and not spend more money on more lights. Would I increase or decrease my fish keeping after I retire? 100% decrease. I think the first thing that's going to happen is the biggest purge ever, where it's like, yep, I got 2 aquariums or 1 aquarium. and it'll be like that for like a year, maybe 2, and then a tidal wave of hobby will come back because I'll miss it so much. So I'll need to get away from it a little bit, purely to crave it again. Because right now it's just, there's a buffet of aquarium stuff every minute of every day, and you're like overdose, and I'm like, yes. Getting away from it a little bit makes me long for it again, and I think that's what would happen if I actually was able to retire, which I don't think I'm gonna retire. I think I'm just gonna step down to like my goal honestly is to at some point step down from the owner / CEO role and just sidestep into like product person, some marketing, some hanging out with you guys, like that kind of stuff, and not so much over the last couple of years we've been working on, so it's less HR stuff I'm involved in, less accounting stuff, less all the things that don't 100% need me, and we have great people in those roles. One of the first things we ever did was hiring getting Candy in the customer service role. It's not that I don't want to hang out with you guys, because I love hanging out with you guys. It's that it takes over my life, because you guys saw me do it in the live stream earlier today. The minute they're like, wait, this person's having a problem, I should try and diagnose this right now. And that happens every day of every hour. If I wake up in the middle of the night, I would check customer service. Is anyone angry? Can I help them right now? Pretty soon, I was up for 90 minutes from 3 a.m. to 4:30 a.m. going, well, I want to get this email out before this person wakes up and goes to work. And so it's mostly just moving in that direction where I'm just more free, if that makes sense. I need more of Corey's kooky house tours. Yeah. I mean, my wife and I, we do love to just look at houses because it's interesting. And she loves it a lot, and I'll humor her. I mean, I do like looking at some, but I do routinely have to tell her, like, this is the last one. I actually have stuff I got to do. I got to work. I'm working right now, or I'm watching this. But it is fun to go, what would you change? Or, ooh, that's really cool. Maybe we need to store that in the back of our brain for someday. Who knows? As a small business owner, retirement for me will be working only 40 hours a week. Yeah, my goal that we're trying to harness is 20-ish. That's what I'm trying to get down to over the next 5 years. Hopefully it's tomorrow. I would love it if there's 20 hours, and my days are filled with the most important things that I have to be plugged in on, and not so much the stuff they're like, well, someone else should have been doing that probably. Because if I was spending 20 hours making videos, that'd be a good use of my time, or marketing, or developing products. But there's a lot of just chasing down, where's this flight for this thing? Are we going to go to this convention? Are we going to do that? Is our vendor relationship good enough with these people right now? Are we doing this or that? So, I need a wild coin. When are you going to Costco next? Oddly enough, you bring that up. Last time I was at Costco, which I rarely go to Costco. We went last week, I think, so I'm probably good for a month at least. I had said, this is how my employees could get one. It's they're going to have to spot me at, a Costco or something, where my wife convinces me to go. Because normally I'm I don't have time. I think I went to Costco and Walmart looking for my favorite dip that they didn't have, which was the burnt ends dip. It was a limited time, and they replaced it with something terrible, some kind of fruit dip. When am I going to catch stuff in the wild again? I don't know. We've got the invite to go in January and somewhere around April. But if I'm being honest, I have this big struggle on my plate right now of who am I going to say yes to? There's conventions that want me. There's stores that want me, our retail partner stores. There's clubs that want me. And then there's things like YouTube wants me, right? We should go here and film this, and we should do that. And part of the reason I want to get down to 20 hours of work is so that when I do go film and do these types of things or events, it's not as brutal on either side of it. And so that's what we've kind of been able to diagnose, that if I work 16 hours a day, the minute I lose 4 days to going to Aquashella, there's not really room. It's, most people, they might be able to work 8, and then they can go, okay, well, I'll put an extra 2 hours in to make up for kind of getting ready to go, right? I'm going to go on vacation. I'll make sure that my team is ready and everything. And you work from 8, you work 10 hours a day for the week before you go. For me, if I'm already working 16, that starts becoming like 18. And then when you get back, it's 18. And that's just, my body starts falling apart because I'm only sleeping a few hours. I'm on different time zones. And so if I was only working like 4 hours a day, and you go, okay, well, I'm going to go, on this trip for 2 weeks in Europe to film, I could bump that maybe up to 6 hours a day, and then when I get back, it's 6 hours a day, and that's much more sustainable. And so, being that we're not there yet, I'm trying to put a limit on how many times am I going to travel, and at what levels. Like 3 conventions in 7 days. I mean, I proved I could do it, but it was not worth the stress of it all. So I'll be trying to avoid getting myself into that situation anymore. Have you ever thought about using some, I'm guessing foam, using some form of sponge in the process of packaging fish for shipping? My thought is it could be used by the customer as filter media. Yeah, if we were going to get into fish shipping and shrimp and that kind of stuff, we would probably have, like, what I would do is I would use our ammonia pad, and I would be cutting strips for the shrimp to cling onto and all of that. And, you could do pieces of sponge filter, but part of it is sponge filter uses up bacteria. The bacteria uses up oxygen. And you'd really want to make sure that you have the ratios and everything right, so you're not like, oh, we ran out of oxygen and we killed the bacteria and we killed the fish. Like, that would be obviously a very bad situation. So a lot of testing we need to go in to perfect that, but yes, I would probably do some of that. And we have thought about, this is probably that 95% scenario of, we could sell some live sponge filter or bio rings or something live to jumpstart people's tanks they could order, but how many times would we get bad feedback from people of like, you didn't use a heat pack, or you did use a heat pack, it got too hot or too cold, and there's no quantifiable way to prove there is bacteria, right? So even though you could be like, I took it out of Murphy's tank, it's 100%, it's got bacteria. And if someone drops it into their aquarium and it doesn't cycle fast enough or add bacteria fast enough, then they claim like, oh, you sold me a bad product. And so I try not to get us involved in things that we can't prove one way or the other, because that's the weakest spot we can be in. I always like to prove things and back it up with facts from us, because it's the easiest way. I don't have to convince you that I'm not lying. I just show you that I'm not lying. And bacteria, I don't think I have the skill set to be able to prove it to everybody easily enough that it would be have bacteria. So I think it got fixed when I did the camera reset, but right after that camera reset, I did the house tour, so maybe that fixed it. Who knows? Do you think green water can throw off an ammonia reading? Maybe the algae dies and causes the misreading? You can get ammonia spikes in green water. Green water consumes it fairly fast also. You can also get very high and low levels of pH and oxygen in super green water. So those are some things to know. But in general, I always watch fish thrive in green water. So I'm not entirely sure it's all bad. Alrighty. That's interesting. Andrew says, have I missed something? I'm sure this is the house that Brian Barczyk, the reptile guy, has bought to have as an Airbnb for his subscribers to hire. I have no idea. I never even heard of that. I'm not a reptile guy. I mean, I know who Brian Barczyk is. He's like that snake guy or whatever. I think didn't he used to work or something like that with Snakebite TV? Maybe? But yeah, I never knew he had an Airbnb or whatever. I thought he had a, doesn't he have is it a store or reptile zoo? Something like that? I thought that's what he had. I just use Fritz Turbo Start? Yes. So that's a very good example of a product. I love Fritz Turbo Start. Love it. Always carried it in the store and that kind of stuff. We don't now because the wholesalers kind of made it impossible, but I would love to ship that. But it goes right back to the bacteria. How do I ensure, even though that Fritz said they did a bunch of testing, but how do I prove? That's the thing. How do I prove it instead of you got to trust me and the scientists? How do I prove that, using a liner and not letting it freeze in the cold or get too hot in the summer, how do I prove that? How do I make sure that it's going to actually do what it needs to do? I know it will because we've tested it, but how do I prove it? And that's the thing is making $25 on a bottle of Turbo Start, which is awesome. I do love that product. Is not worth it if Candy's got to battle it out twice a day with people that are, irate because their fish died after they put in Turbo Start, threw in 27 Oscars, and then the outcome was bad. And so that's why we haven't done it. Even though Fritz would love us to do it, I would love to do it, honestly. I do really believe in that product. I've seen them making it. I've toured the place. And by the way, Fritz Zyme, the liquid bacteria, and Turbo Start, it's the exact same bacteria, different concentrations. And so the reason why we sell, and I stand behind Fritz Zyme, it's the same exact thing as Turbo Start, watered down. And the reason it's watered down is because it's now much more shelf stable. So we sell a ton of it, so it's super fresh. That's something else you kind of want from a liquid bacteria, is a younger culture, I guess, would be. But in those higher concentrations, which is Turbo Start, that's where you can run into some problems of, it's running out of oxygen or something like that. And so that's why we double down on the Fritz Zyme. And I do love that product, though. I love both of them. And I got to meet the team of people, and I got to see how they were doing it, and I got to see the giant, crazy jugs of it that people that are much smarter than me are buying for public zoos and everything. Not zoos, but aquariums and everything. So if they have any disruptions, they can come in and add the bacteria. And so yeah, it's crowdsourced. I believe them, and in my testing, it's always worked well. That being said, I've tested other bacteria stuff that hasn't worked so well, like some different liquid gravel vac products and stuff. It never worked in my testing. However, Turbo Start, I'm a very big believer in, if I use it and it works for me, it will probably work for other people. If I use something and I don't see the result, then I report that to you guys and I go, hey, like a great example of this would be, I love so many of Fritz products, but then me personally, I've never gotten their, is it fix ick to cure ick. So that's why we don't sell it. There are other people that bring on the full line, other online retailers bring on the full line of Fritz stuff, but I won't sell it because in the testing in the store and in my fish room, both of them did not cure ick. And we were able to do it with Hikari Ick-X, and we had a control group. We split, a bag of Cardinal Tetras into 3 tanks. We treat one with Ick-X, we treat one with Fix Ick, and we treat one with nothing. We repeated that, I think it was like 4 or 5 times, and the results were always the same. And so it could be one of those things like, okay, of the Tetras and the different things we tried, it didn't work with any of those, but it would work with everything else. But I don't want, I don't want to have multiple products like, well, this ick medicine only works for these groups, and this one works for these groups. I need something that works for everything so that you don't have to hold 2 or 3 different bottles of ick curing things and hoping you're using the right one. Instead, if you just have one bottle that treats all of them, I think that's a better deal. Does anyone know why the background play doesn't work for member-only videos? Because membership on YouTube is still like half-baked. They know it's a problem, they need to fix it, it's just not, when they're looking at it going, oh, we have 12 things on fire, and that thing is just an inconvenience? We'll put that on the list, but their list it never is going to get down. Oh, I shouldn't say never, but it's so far hasn't made it there. How do I feel about single-use plastic? In a perfect world, we would not have it, but there's a lot of things that have to change in the world to get rid of single-use plastic, from even just medical stuff to the way we ship stuff. Like we where we can, we spend more money. We buy like our pallet wrapping. We buy eco-friendly stuff. Our bags at the store, they dissolve or break down with oxygen and sunlight. That being said, like there are answers for fish, right? Okay, we use a plastic bag now. We could start using buckets, and there is ways to make those transitions over time, and we hope to be doing that. But you have to educate and train people and fight the opposition. Like a great example from earlier in the stream, people want to, why is your free shipping so high? There is a portion of that. The reason I set it at 80 is because small shipments are bad for the environment. We still have people that will order just one item several times a week. And when we had the limitation of you must spend at least $15, people were angry. But I want to only buy one thing and make it worse for the environment. It's all a sliding scale, right? We've all had that thing where you meant to buy all the stuff, you forgot one thing and you really need it, you gotta order it. And then there's people that are just like chronic abusers of it. They're like, well, it only cost me $5, I'll just keep ordering one at a time. And if I could have my way, everybody would place like $100 orders. It would be in the most efficient boxes possible. And if every business was doing that, at least in our country, if not the world, the footprint of the amount of delivery people and trucks out on the road would go down by quite a bit. But that's a very hard thing to orchestrate. And so everyone doesn't want to be the one business trying to do the right thing and goes out of business. And so it's almost like this mob mentality of like no one will do anything until everybody's doing it. It's not just like, well, I'm going to watch the one guy and then I'll be the second guy. It's kind of an all or nothing thing for everybody, and that's a hard thing to do. What do the bags break down into? I don't even know. I just know they break down. That's as like I know I researched it when we were having them. Well, first it was a law. We weren't allowed to have normal. Well, that's not true. We were. The city of Edmonds, where the store was, they were outlawing bags for like normal retail, like if you bought an iPhone. But because we were selling food and fish, we were allowed to do it. But we go, okay, well, if most of the other stores around us are going to use these bags, let us start doing that. And then they were really hard to get because not a lot of people were using oxygen and sunlight degradable bags. We were paying a ton for them. So then we had them made in China because we were having troubles getting them. And so we had a giant pallet of them made. We bought something like 10 years worth of bags. It was, it was like $5,000 in bags. It was not good. But that was an investment towards being better. And then they actually outlawed single-use plastic bags altogether in Washington State, I think. Maybe just our county. So technically, I'm like kind of out of compliance. But if anyone wants to come and talk, I'm going to be like, but what is the answer? So I started out by trying to do the right thing and get oxygen degradable bags before this was the law. I bought like 10 years worth. Would you rather me throw them away? Like, that's clearly worse for the environment than using them and preventing the use of a single-use bag. Or, a non-single-use bag. So it kind of falls in that line of, like, I tell you guys, use what you have instead of buying brand new. And if you have to buy brand new, then buy ours, right? So same thing. We're much better off using what we already have instead of throwing them away and buying a more than one use bag. But obviously and for sure, the minute we're out of those bags, we will buy the appropriate bag that is not only a one-time use. We also launched our insulated tote bag coolers and everything. That's one more step towards the right direction, which you guys can buy online or buy in the store. So, it's all a I think over a period of time, if people are trying to make some steps towards it, it will help. I don't think it's an overnight thing. I don't think everybody will do it. I don't think, it takes time. So, paper straws are trash. I 100% agree. It changes the taste of drinks and all of that. On average, given the choice, I will not use a straw than use a paper one. There are times when I do, but I don't like the way it changes the taste of stuff. And then when the straw gets mushy, and so that's in my mind, right? If I know I get a bad use out of this straw, I don't enjoy it, I'm better off not using the straw and just saving that footprint altogether right? But sometimes the drink will already come with a straw in it, and have like just the top paper on it, or they'll set it down on the table and it gets wet, and I pretty much know they're not going to put it back. Once it hits the table, they're not really putting it back in their pocket, so it's going to get thrown away either way. So I kind of, I'm torn with that one, and I don't always remember to be like, if you have paper straws, don't even bother, they're terrible. So yeah. I wish YouTube would show us if a user has hit the like button. Oh no, then there'd be like mobs of people. I know I'm guilty of that too. I know I've watched videos before and they're like, hit that like button. I'm like, oh my gosh, I didn't hit the like button until now. And I had, and I'm like, I've been like, in my opinion, my personal opinion, if you spend like 2 hours with someone, hitting the like button and leaving a comment, those types of things, they help so much, and it literally costs me nothing. So I will hit that button. If I basically use like buttons as like a tip, I guess. Like, yeah, that was good stuff. Let me leave that like button. If it's something I don't like, I don't leave a like button. Even if I like the person, I kind of want it so that it's my way of voting, I guess. Of like, yeah, I want to see more of this kind of content. I don't really want to see more of that. And I'm hoping somewhere in the background, the algorithm factors in that like for me, so that I would see less of stuff I don't like, and more of what I do. What's my ideal neon Tetris setup? Probably lots of like Anubias and Java ferns and crypts. Pick a boatload of neon Tetras, and then a nice Corridora down below, and some like nano krill pellets from Extreme. That's kind of my jam, I would say. In Florida, I was given a straw that was made out of raw pasta. That sounds not good after a little bit. You gotta hit the like button before the video starts. I mean, I'm a realist, and I do believe you should only leave a like if you enjoyed it. I also believe you spend a lot of time with something, you probably like it. But if, and that's, how do I put in that context? If I liked every video I ever watched on YouTube, YouTube actually wouldn't learn what I like. And I want it to learn what I like, so that it will hopefully deliver more of those videos for me, and then also will, provide creators feedback, because you can see it on the back end. You can know like how many likes something's getting and that kind of stuff, and so. I would rather you guys actually like what you like, and not just like out of, well, I like this person. I get it. I do that. I could understand that. But I think it's a useful tool. YouTube Shorts got broken this week, and dislike won't help. Yeah, I don't know. I personally just hate short content. I keep consuming it, trying to go. It's to me, it's like trying Brussels sprouts or something. Like, people love this. Let me try it. Like, no, it's gross, so bad, no. And then you try it again. Like, no, it's still terrible. How do people eat this? And so the shorts are the same way of like, well, there's some people that like this. And so then I try and consume some, and I'm like, I just, nope, not good. And then I try to make some of my own. Of like, maybe if I'm creating some, I'll see the value in it. And then I'm like, nope, I don't even see the value in it myself. And so even though, like, I know they're pushing it, and I know I don't know. I'm really torn. I know that it would be good for business for me to do it, but I don't like doing things in business that I don't like. That is a fault of me. It's also what makes it so that I can be good at things too. Like, I know when Randy and I were having a meeting, he was losing his mind based on the shirts that we're making, our new shirt. And I'm so picky, I'm like, nope, the material's different, the feeling of the inside of the screen print is different, and they, he called up the manufacturer, and sure enough, it's made in a different country, it is the same model, it's going to have slight differences, the way we did the screen print, it's a little bit different than a 5-color print, and so I made him change some things, and now the latest proof, we haven't felt it in person yet, but it looks way better. So you know, I'm very finicky because I treat every product like this is the one. Like, what if someone buys this and they think less of us for it? We gotta not do that. And so, you know, I said maybe we need to upgrade the shirt, even though it's the same shirt we've always sold. Maybe we gotta change something. I gotta be proud of it. And that's the only way I can explain it to them. Of like, I'm telling you right now, we've done this in the past. There's been products that I'm not proud of, and they don't sell that well. But if I'm proud of it, we'll sell a ton because I believe it and I'll stand behind it till I run out of money. Brussels sprouts, pretty good. I want to like Brussels sprouts, but I just haven't yet. Shout out to the Fish Room in Albuquerque, New Mexico. Very knowledgeable owner who does things the right way. I'm glad to see your products on their shelves. Yes. We're up to almost 60 stores now that have our products, and it's kind of a cool thing. You know, it's I'm glad that people are enjoying it, that store owners are enjoying it, and things like that. We're still running into the weird thing where like customers will talk us up a bunch, and then they'll apply, but then we're like, so do you want to order? And they're like, you know, like they're not even convinced. They don't even know what we do yet, really. And so it's like this, maybe you shouldn't order from us. Like, you apply, and your store is good, but, I mean, I tell people when I come in, like, we're not going to go try to convince people to carry our stuff. Like, you either know of Aquarium Co-op and want to do and partake in what we're doing, or you don't. If you just, like, if it's just a profit margin or something for you, that's never going to be the right fit for that customer. So, YouTube Shorts are not my thing. I like to learn something that takes more than 30 seconds to show. Yeah, I mean, I watched one today where someone was educating in 30 seconds, and all it left me with, it was about a fish topic, so I knew about it already, but I'm like, you didn't explain it. Like, you just said this is a thing. It's like saying fish can't live without the nitrogen cycle. And then, like, that's it. You can't explain the nitrogen cycle in any meaningful way in under 30 seconds or under a minute. You can explain it in a minute. You can say, hey, there's one bacteria that processes from ammonia to nitrite, and there's another bacteria that processes from nitrite to nitrate, and that is the nitrogen cycle. If you don't have that, you have ammonia buildup, leads to gill burn, your fish will die. Now you know. There you go. Right? Like, that doesn't actually teach someone, like, well, now I know the chemistry of an aquarium, and I understand the relationship, and I understand, you know, how ammonia, if it was lower than pH 6.5, would actually be non-toxic. I understand that, you know, you need to oxygenate and continually feed bacteria to keep it alive, and that there's, you know, multiple strains of bacteria, and that you have to have a place for them to live, and you have to do things that are going to kill the bacteria, and yeah, I don't know. And so I guess I'm leaning more towards maybe, you know, maybe I'm going to go down the other rabbit hole and be like, I only do hour-long videos, and I'll be the anti-short creator. Back like I was in the day. Everybody was doing quick videos. I did super long videos. I'm running two 200-watt heaters and 140-gallon, so a little underrated, but I did that purposely after watching your video on heaters. It has a net-style lid, and we turn on the AC in the tank, and it drops by 3 inches. Yeah. Is it salt water? Is that why you're running the net-style lid? Otherwise, I would just get a real lid on that thing and go down to like 100 watt and call it a day. All the shorts are really forgettable. I can watch a bunch and never remember what I was doing. Yeah, I've been, so I filmed a real weird video that you guys are gonna hate. It'll come out at some point. You'll know it's that video because I talk about the comfort crisis in it. And I'm talking about, I'm gonna call it the human brain or something. And the gist of it is something like social media. Let's say YouTube Shorts now, right? Because that's what we're talking about. The fact that I could have shown you what I did in my video on Wednesday or Thursday, whatever day we released it. I could have shown you the results of the Crypt Garden tank and the cool shrimp in under a minute. And you can basically, every 30 seconds, you're just going, ooh, that's neat. Ooh, that's neat. That's not neat. Let's go to the next one. Oh, that's neat. Nope. Oh, that's neat. Pretty soon it's been 3 hours, right? And I think this is actually contributing a lot to our hobby's detriment for us personally. So because we can see rewards very quickly if we choose to, and a lot of us do, we then are less likely to get enough enjoyment out of something that takes longer. So setting up our own aquarium, right? Or going to clean your aquarium and shoot that video. It takes me like 8 hours between planning and buying supplies and doing all of that, and it is enjoyable. At the end, I'm like, ooh, that was enjoyable. But it wasn't more enjoyable than if I had watched really cool aquariums and TV shows on it, or shorts, or whatever about it. I know I can get more dopamine hits and more pleasure from that. And so I think it's partly is detoxifying from it. And so I feel like it's part of my goal to help you guys detox from it, whether you know it or not. And that is, yeah, you sat here for 2 hours on a live stream. That is the opposite of shorts, right? You don't know if the next 5 minutes will be terribly boring or hilarious or anything. You have to kind of wait through it to get it. It's not just instantly the minute it's not hitting and firing right for you, you skip, right? And so I think that, yeah, I made a video and I talked about that, and I think that's why we're seeing more and more burnout in the hobby, and things have never been better in the hobby. Products are better, foods are better, everything's more accessible, all of these things. And yet we see people that aren't as happy, seemingly, at least from the outside looking in. It seems like at least that's what I'm observing. I feel like people are a little less, I don't know if it started. I think it kind of started, in my opinion, when kind of a mono and high-end aquascaping kind of got a little bit more popular in the hobby, and it wasn't so much that it was TikTok, but it was, you could go on forums and just get like, wow, that's an amazing aquarium. I see the picture, right? And you could find these threads of just like picture after picture, show your tank. That's why those threads do really well on forums, is you can kind of, oh, that one's dumb, I would never do that. Nope, ooh, that's amazing, that's an idea, that's an idea, that's an idea. And, it didn't really exist before that. It kind of always has, but I actually, the more I think about it, and so Katie and I went and saw a double feature movie yesterday at the movie theater, and we saw Creature from the Black Lagoon, and the second one was Phantom of the Opera. I had never seen either of them, nor had she, and we had a really, really good time because we were disconnected from social media. We had to drive there. It was a 40-minute drive to get there. We watched the two movies. Then we grabbed dinner and went and had dinner with my grandma. Right, good day. But the dopamine hits, or the pleasure from those, is much reduced compared to what you can accomplish in my own room right here. I can do business, I can watch videos, I can search for the perfect topic and always be fed with exactly what I want to see. And what's different and what was refreshing was that my brain was relaxing while watching the movie. So the story would go along, but it's not like movies today where it's shaky camera, fast action, got to keep the story moving, so that your brain is catching up and staying stimulated. Instead, it was watching a story unfold over the course of 90 minutes, and it let you have time for your mind to wander. It let you leave it refreshed and not with anxiety or anything like that. And so I believe we used to have some of that built into our everyday life, and we don't anymore. And it's something I've been thinking about is, I talked about it in the video too, of like the fact that Uber Eats exists. It costs money and there's things like that, but it also takes the opportunity from you stopping at your local fish store. It's, oh, well, for $5 I could have that food, or I can go there and I can get it, it's $5 cheaper. It's not the money. I used to think it was about the money, and I've realized it's actually about the interaction. You don't have the chance to see nature out the window while you're driving. You don't have the chance to stop in your fish store because it's next to that taco place anyway. You don't have all these little opportunities, and that's actually what's missing, I think, from our lives that cause us to not get the same enjoyment. Because an aquarium, from start to finish, like the point where you might enjoy it versus where you start is much, much longer than most activities we're doing in our daily lives. So knowing that that's the case, we're seeing more and more people get frustrated, and they're getting frustrated faster. I bought the things, and my tank doesn't look amazing, and it's been set up for 17 minutes now. I better email support and go, why isn't this doing what it's supposed to do? And yeah, so I think it's part of my job. Well, that's not true. It's not part of my job. It's what I would like to do. Knowing that if I think I want to see the hobby continue to thrive, I need to help steer people towards hopefully activities and ways of thinking where they will be able to enjoy their aquariums. And it's not that you couldn't watch shorts all day on a Saturday, and to me it's no different than gaming all day. Like, you might play if I play Counter-Strike all day, lots of dopamine hits, I'm on edge, all of that, but there's a healthy balance to everything. And so I think that we need to start realizing, and the best way I thought about it in my mind was, we started out hating commercials on TV. Most of us did. They're my age, I guess. And now that they're gone, I realized they served a purpose. And part of it was sitting through commercials was not great most times. But when the show came back on that you were enjoying, it made that better, right? And so I think it did serve a purpose that we didn't know until it was gone, right? Now with Netflix and now with YouTube, we're now at a point where a lot of us are really put off the minute we're served an ad, right? So think about that. I know, so I pay for YouTube Premium, but I know that if I go to click in on somebody's video, I'm like, yeah, and it's not something where I'm like, ooh, I've been waiting weeks for this. Let's just say it's, hey, I'm checking up on this creator, and I click in. If it served me with a non-skippable minute and a half ad, I'm like, nope, I'm out. I'll watch something else. And that's the point we are, where even a 30-second ad, a lot of people won't sit through it. They'll click out the video and they'll do those things, right? And so then I start thinking, well, what's the value of this? If I create something and most people aren't willing to invest 30 seconds to consume what I've created, then I haven't created something very good. And so I think, if I create a product, we know that, you guys are willing to pay $7 for this, right? It has a value. But when it comes to content, there are definitely members who will pay $5 to watch it. But then there's just the majority of people who get to consume for free, and we can see that they just don't really want to watch commercials. And I get it, I don't really want to watch the commercial either, but I do think there's a line of logic that says experiencing the downtimes and the not great parts makes the good parts better. And so I'm trying to find ways that I could build that into my life that makes sense for me, right? And that might be driving 40 minutes to go to the movie theater. And I actually think that movie theaters are going to be a thing of the past. I think there's a good chance that 20 years from now, young people, I've never been to a movie theater. And we were there, and it was a ghost town. Saturday afternoon, it cost us $18 a ticket, so that wasn't great. Well, I say it's not great, we could afford it just fine, but I think it's more expensive than people want to pay, because when you look at the value proposition, I can pay $36 to watch this movie with my wife. Popcorn's $10, right? There's things you need to invest in if you want to. Or I can buy this thing for $18 on Amazon or Netflix. We can watch it just like everybody else can, basically. And then you can order Uber Eats and have good food delivered to your home and still save money compared to going there. But what the difference is, so whether you watch a movie in your home with Uber Eats, or you go and you spend it at the movie theater, more expensive tickets, more expensive food, really the difference is going to be the time it took to get there and come back. That's what's now missing. You still got the movie experience, like as in you consume the movie. You didn't have a chance to run into your friend at the movie theater, which maybe you just call them and invite them over to your house, but that's, I think, what's missing. And I think we're in a world now where it makes sense to just, you know what, I'd rather order my favorite Thai food or Indian food or Mexican food or whatever it is and sit on the couch with my family and watch the video without distractions from other people. That is going to win. I think the movie theater is going to go away. And I think we're going to be sitting here an amount of years from now going, oh, this was, yep, we needed that social interaction. We needed to leave the house. There was something about getting ready, leaving the house, driving somewhere. And because of, oh, the movie was 40 minutes away, I'm more likely to stop at this fish store or whatever. And so, yeah, I do think that theaters, just like drive-ins, which most drive-ins are gone now, but I think they're going to be a thing of the past. And so, you know, we'll see. We'll see if I'm right in a few years. I can't see, unless people change their line of thinking, you know. I think it's closer to like a farmer's market and stuff. You have to make a dedicated effort to go shop in the wind and the rain sometimes, and usually it's kind of more expensive, but you get the experience of a farmer's market as opposed to having your groceries delivered, right? You can have that done now. And so until people change the mindset and start putting value into the lull parts of life, we're going to lose a lot of them, I think. And it makes sense. I mean, it just, we continually innovate our culture to do that. And yeah, we'll all be Wall-E, basically, of just like, you sit in a floating chair and everything's served to us. Not the worst way to live, but also I think there's things we will miss out on. One thing I miss about remote work, that's exactly another, you know, I do think about that of like, I've set my life up where I don't have to leave my house. I can go a week, never leave. We just, you know, my wife will go shopping, but I'm self-sufficient here. I can go to the studio and film, I can do my work, I can do all of that. And I know my life is different compared to when I drove to the store every day, right? Because I was working in the store. So I think more people are experiencing that now. And maybe I'm just 5 years past that. And in 5 years, people are going to go, oh, I understand what Corey's talking about. Because I've now worked at home for 5 years and my social circle has shrank. My place I'm willing to go to has shrank. And I'm not doing as much as I did. I used to be this person that would have this radius, and yeah. Murphy says, I went to the cinema last night, 5 people in there. I think our theater, to play the double feature, we had 2, 4, 6, 10, I think it was 13. We had 13 people. It was from like 1 o'clock till 4:30. And I think I saw one other person in the movie theater. Like, I went out to go to the restroom during the intermission. It was a ghost town, and yeah, I just don't see how that's sustainable long term for companies like that. And so I actually think I have, you know, an idea for them, but it's a different model. Why wouldn't I drive 10 more minutes to sit in huge seats? Yeah, we do like that when they have nice recliner seats and they are bigger and everything, but I think they need to embrace bring your own snacks. They need to embrace bring in your sodas, bring in your candy bars and your chips and your stuff. We'll still sell stuff at a decentish rate. Charge us for the movie and the experience, right? So make every ticket $20 and double down on, hey, invite your friends, make it more like I want to call it like a potluck, like, ooh, you made Chex Mix, you made cookies, you brought some sodas, and be the event space and less of the, yeah, you're going to go here, but if you bring your family, by the time they bought a Slurpee and popcorn and the tickets and each one gets a candy, you're $127 into it for a family. Like, I think you're better off centering it around more of that. My local cinema is great, but they have an app to order drinks and snacks to your seat so you can slob out even more. Yeah, we've got, I think it's called Cinebar or something, and they'll even make you dinner. I think that's got a chance of making it, because you basically go to dinner, you pay a bit more for dinner, and you buy, the tickets. But that's more of that social interaction type where, we literally went and we had enough points on my wife's app, so we got a soda. It's giant, 25-gallon barrel of soda for $1. And then we were like, should we get popcorn? I was like, nah, I had lunch. I don't need popcorn. And she's like, maybe I'll get some. We're like, well, how much for popcorn? And the big one's $10. And then we go, well, we don't need a large. Like, what's a medium? $9. It literally is $1 less, and a small was $8. And it's like, and it had tipped the scale in our minds of like, yeah, maybe we wanted some popcorn. If we had heard the right number, we were like, yeah, sure. We all know the popcorn is dang near free. Had it been $5, maybe we would have said yes. Maybe even $6. I don't know. I don't know where we would have exactly said yes, but it was so off-putting to be like, because the bag for a medium was like, like $9. What? Like, and it's, we paid $18 for the tickets for a matinee ticket. So we put value in the movie, but when you know the value of something else, if this Diet Coke, if they go, have you ever been at a restaurant or a farmer's market and like, yeah, that Diet Coke, yeah, $3.50. And you're just like, what? That's one can of Diet Coke. If we're to say $1, you're like, all right, yeah, $1, sure. Maybe even $1.50. But when you get past that, like, ooh, that's like offensive. You just don't do it. So, honestly though, massive TVs are so inexpensive now. You can have a great viewing experience at home. I agree, and I do. But the pushback I'm trying to give people is, as I'm learning, I think there is something to getting out of the house, going to a physical location, and changing your environment. I think there's something there that I don't get, because don't get me wrong, I can have the world's best theater in my home, but I'm still not leaving my home. So, yeah, imagine you get free popcorn. I thought about that too. So I don't understand, like, they got all these signs all up in this Regal theater, and it's like, you can get unlimited movies for $21.99 a month. And I'm like, and we just saw one movie, it's $18.99, so clearly they want a subscription model. I understand that. But I'm like, food and stuff still $10 billion. Well, if you have the subscription, it's 10% less, right? So the $10 thing of popcorn is $9. And I have been to movie theaters like in I think in Shoreline or Seattle, there's the Crest, where it's $2 to get in, and then their nachos or popcorn stuff still kind of, it's not super expensive, but it's like middle of the road. And you kind of know, like, yeah, tickets are cheap, so I'll buy some food to help support them. That works. I've been, some Hawaiian theaters where it was cheap and the food was, or it wasn't cheap, but the food was cheap. And I like that too. And I think that's where it's gonna get to that. It's gonna get to, I think theaters are gonna go through the pain that retail went through. And that is, if Amazon's gonna sell this Diet Coke for 72 cents, you can't sell it for $9. And I think that's the struggle they're gonna feel. Like Netflix, Amazon, all these streaming services, and the fact, it used to be that, well, you gotta wait a year before you can rent that thing on DVD. Now, it might release the same day or only like 3 days later. Everyone goes like, well, I'll just wait 3 days and watch it on my house. Like, you can do that if you really are jazzed to see a movie. And so, I think if they don't create a better in-person experience that is with people, based around, I really think there's something about encourage bringing the food and the drinks and charge the ticket, but get people, that want to spend time. It's a ritual. Make it ritualistic. That's how you win at a cinema. And I was also talking to Katie that I think where we're going to see the cinemas go away is the gap that COVID created. So let's say for 2.5 years, people that are 13 to 15 and a half, maybe in that zone, never went to a movie theater. they're now going to be missing. They're not onboarded to know that, like, oh, from 16 to 19, you go on a date at the theater, and that's where they're going to see the Friday night, the Saturday night, all of those revenues go down. And I think without that, the cinemas are really going to struggle. And so they need to reinvent themselves and figure out how are we going to get families and people back in here after breaking the cycle for 2.5 years. Went to a movie up here in Skagit County for the first time in years. The theater was a trash heap. Did not make me want to go back. Again, focusing on that in-person experience. I agree. If you can sit in your living room and watch it, I think our TV is probably like 70-some inches, and you have any reasonable speakers, and you have what you want to drink in the fridge, and you can make dinner, you have to compete with that experience. And I think you have to do something better, and I'm hoping that's going to be Friends. Tried to only sell Top Gun Maverick online for a few months. Eventually it moved to be able to rent it. I only wanted to rent it. Yeah, I think there's going to be some testing and some transitions and that kind of stuff. But eventually the public wins over time, and the money will go where it needs to go. All the former theater employees are all saying how ticket sales don't make the theaters money. My old manager said it 24/7. Probably true. But there's these things that just are truths, right? Let's say a $20, let's say per person that walks through the door, it costs $20 in maintenance. You got to maintenance the popcorn machine, the lights, the seats, the cleaning, all of that, right? Now, that same thing happens at a sports stadium, right? Same thing happens at other places like that. Now, you could say, like, well, we don't make any money off the tickets because it costs $20. Sure, I get it. So you got to sell popcorn to make money. You could also sell a ton of popcorn and no tickets to make money. Like, there's always overhead, and I get that. But if there's no money coming in, the theaters just go away, and now the budget for a movie might have to go down, or maybe there's less profits, right? Like, I can't imagine the budget for Avatar 2, which is, some ungodly number of money, right? And yet, I was at the theater watching Creatures from the Black Lagoon. The budget on that, fractional of a percent comparatively, right? And so, I don't think movie theaters are necessarily focusing, or not movie theaters, movie companies, production companies are focusing on, are we getting good bang for our buck? Instead, they're trying to make the biggest, most viral video. But what if they could make cheaper movies that were, well, I mean, proof and concept. You guys are watching me in a live stream right now for free. So you'll spend time. You've spent 2 hours and 2 hours and 28 minutes, right? Watching a live stream for free. So we know maybe you don't need to spend $7 billion making Avatar 2. Maybe you could have spent $100,000 and made something, and you're like, well, that's worse than Avatar 1. Like, yeah, but maybe it was free, or maybe it was watch a commercial before and after. Like, there's going to be these other models that pop up. And I don't necessarily think it's bigger budgets we need. I think it's probably, well, how do we make this so people want to be there, right? And we see these things of TwitchCon, Magic the Gathering Con, PAX. The content, the production levels, not in the crazy amounts of money, but people still want to go there for the event. And I think that's where we're going to see, we're going to see some movement down the road. We used to go to Seattle for the movies, not going there anymore. I used to go to Rocky Horror at midnight when I was a kid. I've done that a couple of times. Theaters should do a binge watch deal on the weekend and Friday night classics. So I completely agree. They're starting that mile, or that mindset, right? You can buy the subscription pass for an entire month for $22. But I completely agree. The model needs to change so that It's more like you go, well, back in the day, if you guys remember, you go back to a Blockbuster and you're like, what do I want to watch? And then you just watch that. Like, what if there was a voting system? You sit down in a theater and you saw in the theater, okay, it's these 10 movies that could play, right? And there's a little thing on your chair or something that you vote for what movie's next. And then you go, oh crap, it's Phantom of the Opera. I didn't really want that one. Like, all right, well, I'll watch it anyway. And then you vote again and like, hey, now it's Ferris Bueller's Day Off, right? Meanwhile, you paid the $30 to get in. Let's say it's $30 for all of Saturday or something. And all your friends brought cookies and snacks and drinks and all of that. And, if you, oh man, I don't want to watch this movie. Maybe there's a thing in the center where you can just go hang out and talk. And you're like, all right, yeah, we'll get a notification when the next movie's starting. We'll go watch that. Like, they just need to rethink of how this needs to happen. Yeah, because right now, there is, in my opinion, losing horribly to, I could just sit on my couch and have Uber Eats deliver and, I just paid $10 less? Sounds great. Corey, I like that you seem to have taken enjoy your fish to a higher level of enjoy your life. Well, I believe to enjoy your hobbies, you have to be enjoying life. And I think, to truly enjoy fish keeping, you have to get some pleasure out of cleaning the tanks and doing the things. Otherwise, you just quit. And I'm hoping that we'll evolve as a society, I think, and learn that downtime is a good thing. Not 100% stimulation all the time, always rewards, never the journey. And, yeah. Well, partially, the reason is there's nothing to see right now because of the COVID gap. The selection really isn't that great right now. I 100% agree that would make sense for new movies, right? But why aren't we seeing, like, let's imagine I own a movie theater, which I don't. And let's imagine that I have access to everything to be able to watch, which I don't. And theaters don't either. I don't know exactly, how much did they have to pay royalties to show Phantom of the Opera and Creature from the Black Lagoon. But let's pretend that there was the repository of like Netflix, and let's imagine all the streaming services could be done in the theater. Let's imagine that was legally allowed to happen, right? Why not be like, okay, so there's nothing good out right now? Let's do Friends Week. Okay, from 6 p.m. to 10 p.m. For the next 2 weeks, we're going to run Friends the TV show non-stop, 7 days a week. You can come in, watch, hang out with friends, and then in the other screen, we're going to offer Shawshank Redemption, we're going to offer Star Wars movies, we're going to offer all these classics that people are willing to rewatch. Because I gotta be honest, I'm willing to go spend $18 to rewatch something, or maybe watch something I never got to watch in the theater, more likely than I am to go watch Fast and the Furious 22, right? Like, there are definitely movies where I'm like, ooh, I would love to see that. I never got to see that. So here, I can think of movies off the top of my head right now. I never got to see Flight of the Navigator in the theater. I don't think, well, I did see that later in life. One time we went and saw Labyrinth in the theater. Not when it was new, obviously. What's the other one where the kids riding like the big, is it Falcor? The big dog flying thing? I would pay to go see that, right? There's a lot of movies I would pay money to go watch, and they're just not surfacing. So it doesn't, yeah, there's always problems in business. Hey, COVID made it so this thing can't happen. Great. And now it's my job to figure it out, right? The license to play Friends for a week would be in the millions. Sure. Because someone's willing to pay it. The whole world only exists because people are willing to pay money. If no one would ever pay more than 22 cents for the whole franchise of Friends, guess what the price would be? 22 cents. Right? So major shifts take years, but you know, yeah, I'd go see The Princess Bride again. I've seen it in the theater. It's a good time, right? I'd go see Tombstone in the theater. I've never seen that, but maybe I would, right? Netflix paid $500 million to run Seinfeld for 6 months. Yeah, because someone was willing to pay it. Now, Friends, great. Choose a different series. How about Rugrats? How about Ren and Stimpy? How about Tailspin the cartoon? How about Smurfs? How about, I'm trying to think of maybe some things that like never got crazy stupid popular and the franchise worth $7 billion, you know? Think of something that's like, yeah, it was halfway decent. Let's do that. There's tons of stuff that I think could be that way. Neverending Story was that movie I was talking about, yeah. Haven't seen Spaceballs in theater. I didn't see Goonies either. Yeah, I think Beavis and Butt. Yeah, I think there's probably a lot of things that exist. And yes, maybe Friends was a bad example, but I do believe that everything levels off. If nobody's willing to buy access to Friends, after 3 years, guess what? It's $100 million. Oh, so no one's still willing to? Guess what? It's $50 million. Oh, guess what? Pretty soon, it's in our theaters. Yeah, the old Smurf cartoons, I'd pay to see those in theater. Exactly. There are things. If people, you know, spent the time, your life, your livelihood, your whole family, your franchise depends on how do we get people to sit in this theater and watch this. We have to show them something they can't already easily consume. And we have to do it in a better way. Yeah, I'm just saying it's already broken. Yes, for sure, cinemas and studios are a broken model. In my opinion, this is probably very similar to what the music industry went through over the last 20 years. Now, the money's made in ads from streaming and in-person concerts. That's why it costs $1,000 to go see Blink-182 in 2022, right? And what we're going to see probably is, you know, what does it take to imagine theaters got bigger or different? You know, imagine this idea I just thought of. What if it was a movie and some of the actors showed up? So before the movie starts, you can get a picture with them, a signed autograph, you shake their hand and go, I really loved you in this movie. And they go, thank you so much. They go down, you know, and so the movie starts, they're done. They go down to the next screen and they have another showing starting an hour and a half later. Guess what? They do it again. And for that experience, maybe you're paying $50 or $100 per. Like, it's just a different model that is not being analyzed. Instead, they're going to watch it basically be run into the ground going, well, we're only willing to pay people $12 an hour, and people don't want to be here, and the service is going to keep going down, they'll keep getting dirtier, less and less will happen until it just gets shut down. Yeah, family night with the kiddos? Yeah, they used to, I mean, for a long time, at least before COVID, they would do morning shows where it was cartoons and all that stuff earlier in the day. There are a million ideas. One of the ideas I do love is the fact that you can rent a theater for $100. During COVID, they allowed that. And I think there's something there. It just, there's too much to, like, renting it for $100 and then, like, inviting your friends to buy $10 popcorn. It's not that big of a lure. But if you offered me for $350, right? For $350, we'll provide popcorn, cookies, drinks, and 3 pizzas. You know, like, you put a package together, I'm like, wow, I could invite people. That sounds great. Let's do that. It's like renting the bowling alley for a birthday party. Like, I think the problem is right now, Regal and whoever else is just giant corporations. They can't change it all yet. They're probably paying too much for movies. I have no idea what they pay. But, yeah. I just think that it will go away if they don't find a way to radically change it. And I think the things that people are going to grow to miss will be the in-person interactions. I think that's what we're going to miss. Because everything's getting so good to stay at home. You can have your food delivered. You can have your entertainment delivered. You can, you know, virtually anything. There's almost no reason to leave your home. So create an experience that's worth leaving your home. That's how you're going to win, right? When you go to my fish store, you get to buy fish. It only works because it's it's more of a pain to ship fish. You also get to talk to employees. You also get to meet other fish nerds. You also get to feed Murphy. Like, we continue to think of what can we do to give more reasons to actually come here. Then you could sell them Tums afterwards. Yeah, why not, right? Movie theaters will probably become birthday and other parties. Yeah, why not? A lot of broken models in today's society. Car lots, theaters, cable television, internet, insurance is broken. Yeah. I mean, yeah, there's a lot of different stuff that can change. You know, there's a lot of malls around me that are just becoming ghost towns. They also have theaters in them. Like, you have to start thinking, like, why would someone want to come here? Like, oh, I could shop. I can do that from my phone. Oh, I could watch a movie. Oh, I could do that from my phone. I could eat. Uber Eats will deliver that to me. So you really got to think of, like, how can we put a package together that really makes some sense? Really good food, plus a movie, plus cool stuff to look at and shop. Like, when that went away, that's where we... You know, part of the problem, I think, is malls never kept up with the internet. And so what would fly in a mall of, like, oh, look, there's a store that sells whirligigs or garden art that is the cheapest crap money can buy, but it's $29 and says world's best grandma on it, right? That just died out because the internet existed, and then people were like, oh, I could literally just buy it on Amazon. I can say whatever I want. I don't even have to pick between world's best grandma, world's best mom, world's best stepdad, world's best dad. You know, you don't even have to, like, hope they have the one anymore. It just is. And so as those stores died out, nothing replaced them, and now it's half a ghost town. And so I think, you know, the malls that make it, they have a decent food center with good independent type food, not just McDonald's and stuff. They have a theater, they have an arcade. Like, there's still something to going to a physical arcade. The sounds, the lights, as opposed to only gaming in your own office. So there's still time, still chances. Need an extreme Virobite-like food made with krill. It's already been produced. I don't like it. I literally have it in my fish room right now. It's a little bit too hard. It sinks a little bit too fast. And as you guys know, if I don't like it, I can't sell it yet. So maybe we work on it some more. Maybe we don't. But yeah, you know, you got to remember, 18 hours a day, I live inside the fish world. A lot of ideas enter my brain, and then we start on them, and then we go, oh, maybe that doesn't make sense. Maybe it does. Maybe we break through. Maybe we don't. Thought about buying a bed straight off the internet. I decided against it because it would be good to try them out for a few minutes before I chose one. I've done both, and I prefer the bed I bought online. You know, so in my opinion, beds are losing their ground in the physical stores, like going to a Mattress Depot or going to a whatever, and then wondering, like, how much am I going to have to bargain versus, like, oh, guess what? Casper Mattress is willing to give me a discount code, 100 days free to try it, and lose $100 to sell me a mattress. Like, you know, I think they gotta get better. I don't know how. Well, actually, I do. Here's my model. Here's my model, because I've done this. I've done this before, too. Create a hotel, and depending on the floor you stay on, it's a different bed type. Right? And then, when you go, ooh, I think I like this bed, in the bottom area, you go, ooh, this might be the one. Then you rent the hotel room, or you know that, like, ooh, when I go on vacation, I'm going to stay on floor 6 because it has the medium firm Sarah mattresses. And you go do that, and you go, oh, I slept so good. Or the first night you go, oh my gosh, I didn't sleep a wink. And they go, oh, I'm sorry. Would you like to try a bed on floor 8? That's not as firm. And by the time you're done on vacation, you know that's the one, and you buy it. I've done that before because I stayed at a hotel somewhere, and I fell in love with the bed, and I bought it. It was expensive, and it was the same beds. I wasn't staying at the Bellagio, but it was the same bed they had in the Bellagio in Vegas. Turned out after like a year, I didn't really like that bed. But, you know, there's always ways to, you know, potentially change a model. Just because we're not doing it doesn't mean it couldn't work. And I'm sure there's reasons why there'd be some problems there. But, you know, right now, if I, you know, to me, if I've got 30 minutes or an hour to lay on a bed in the mattress depot while people just like stare at you like, can I answer any more questions, sir? Or I could buy one online and have 100 days to return it, no questions asked. Like, it's a hard thing. I won't do any haggling business. I won't do any haggling business anymore. No in-person sale for cars, mattresses, furniture. I just want to know how much it costs when I buy it. I 100% agree. I told my wife, I'm like, next time we buy a car, I kind of just want to order online. I don't even like the experience. Last time I bought a car, I told them, I'm like, to be honest, I'm going to test drive a car. If I like it, I'm buying it today. And I know all the options I already want, and you can't convince me for any of your warranties. I promise you, there's zero chance. And it still took 4 hours of them begging me to buy warranties and other crap that I wouldn't buy. It was a horrible experience. Or if I could just buy that online, click the buttons, after I do any kind of a test drive, that's what I would like to do. So yeah, I can see how it's alluring. Yeah. There's something to owning a physical copy of something rather than having to download something over a network. That doesn't work sometimes. Yeah, we watched a movie last night, and Amazon kept lagging. It was super annoying. Yeah, I think we're just at a point where online has gotten so good, and online typically has taken out all the customer service part. And if you can't apply customer service and do better than an online sale, you're just going to go out of business. That's what so in my mind, hopefully you get a good experience buying from us online. If you have a problem or something like that, you'll reach out to Candy and she'll help you, or some other people. And then my hope is that when you go to our physical store, it's a better experience than shopping online. We have the same plants, we have the same stuff, we also have fish, there's no shipping. You know, that's the goal. If you can't do it as well as you can do it online, don't have a physical space anymore. Yeah, customer service doesn't exist in stores anymore. That's kind of true because there's not enough people going to stores. So then you don't get enough money coming in, which means you can't hire good enough people, which means you don't want to go to the store because they don't have good helpers anymore. So it's like this cycle that's going to be hard to break. I still prefer shopping at a store, like to see, touch, and try things on. Yeah. I would love that if people carried a 3XL shirt. I could probably go to 15 different places and no one will have one. And so a guy like me just goes, yeah, I'm just going to buy them online. And then I go to a sneaker store, right? Oh, well, we don't have that color in that size. And we don't have this one, we don't have that one. You can get the milky brown and mint green shoes that you don't want. And then I go, looks like here I could have them tomorrow in the color I want and the size I want for $12 less. I'm going to just do that. And so that's part of where we're losing, you know. And I know that's why I focus so much on having stuff in stock. It's the biggest deal breaker. You could show me the world's best thing in person, and then I go, great, I'll take one. And then they go, we don't have this one, but we have the one that you don't want. And then I instantly just buy it online tomorrow. Like you spend all that time and energy to sell me on something you don't even have. So yeah, I wish, you know, sneaker stores, we can order that online for you and it'll be here in 5 weeks. Yes, so many times. And I'm like, yeah, but I gotta be at Aquashella next week and I can order it. What blows my mind, here's what blows my mind. You could be at the store and you're like, let's say you're at the Skechers store or whatever, Adidas, doesn't matter. And they don't have your size. It'll be here in 5 weeks. You're like, I can order it from your website and it will be here in 4 days from your company. How can it take longer to get to the store than it's going to be to get to my house? You're not helping me. And what I feel bad because then they don't even like get the commission or anything. It's like, but I literally need it. It's not that I'm a patient person. I would wait. If it didn't matter, I'll wait. But I literally need it 8 days from now. I'll be using it. Can't be 5 weeks. My father was an Army recruiter for 13 years. He would just leave when a car dealer tried to pressure him into anything. Yeah, I don't know if I'm just not that confident, or I just know that, like, I just want it to be done. And I don't know how else to tell them, like, because I literally tell them, I say, there's zero chance at all. And I say, and let me stop you. I said all your bacon. I basically go, let me stop you. I realize you think that's what everyone says, and then we convert them, and I go, and I know you think you're going to do that to me, but I'm literally telling you there is zero chance. Not, oh, maybe, zero. Like, even if you say it's free, I'm going to be so skeptical that it's still a no from me. So just know that it's zero. And then they still put you like, well, now you got to talk to this person. Now you got to talk to this person. Now you got to talk to this person. You got to sign this piece of paper. And you got to talk to this person. It's infuriating. And so then they'll force me and Mr. Ed's Electronics to just go buy online and then go, why aren't people coming in? Yeah, you tortured me last time I was there. That's why. Tortured me. My family owns a home decorating business, and we can't compete with Maynard's. Except Maynard's employees don't know the difference between paints. Yeah, I mean, that's... Yeah, I love it when I find a independent business that is knowledgeable about their product and keeps it in stock. Unfortunately, that's very rare. As in, I find lots of knowledge, and they'll be like, well, turns out we don't have that. Or, oh, you know, like in paint, like, well, we have 4 gallons. I need 22. Yeah. I've got it in satin. Yeah, but I want it eggshell. It was already $3 more per can. I can just go to your competitor, save $3, and they have it today. No, I don't want to. I got my Hoka shoes yesterday. They're amazing. I do love them. I do like them. Vivo Barefoot, best shoes forever. Don't know, never wore those. I've worn a lot of different shoes, and Hokas are my favorite so far. I'm this close to liquidating all my other shoes. We're gonna donate them to shelters and stuff, just because they feel so good on my feet. No foot pain at all. Car salespeople don't know about their vehicles anymore. I want Model X with feature Y. Which trim level do I need? Yeah. I run into that too. They're like, oh, well, we have one with these features. I'm like, yeah, I don't want those features. When I bought my last car, I was like, yeah, I don't want that though. I literally am willing to pay this price for this feature set. Yeah, but we don't have one with that feature set. And I go, looks like I'm not buying one then. Well, maybe something we could do. Like, maybe there is. I'm telling you, I'm not paying for a roof rack. I don't want the roof rack, and I don't want the mud flaps either. They're like, well, can't you make? And it's also not the color I want. Like, you need to be cutting me a deal, as opposed to trying to think I want the thing you have that I don't want. And meanwhile, like I do all my research, so I'm like, by the way, the one 40 minutes away, it has it in stock. Just make the trade like what you're supposed to do. Oh, that's gonna be work. Yep. Or I'm gonna drive over there. Pick your choice. Problem is that people want excellent customer service from experienced employees, but are only willing to pay Walmart prices. You can't have both. I agree. Most people I think are probably that way. I don't know if I'm a rare exception. In general, I will pay more for mom and pop type stuff. I also am fortunate enough to be able to afford that. I still hate tipping. I think I would much rather my burger is $37 than it's $25 plus an insane amount of tip plus a fee plus a thing. Like, I really want it. Just let me know the price ahead of time. That's all I want. You should test them if you're having problems with your feet or back pain. Yeah, I used to. And then I found Hoka shoes and I don't anymore. So it's one of those things, like, those shoes probably are great, but for me, it's like Ikex. Just completely solved my problem, so I'm not going to try other stuff. The minute, to be fair, if somehow I'm like, ooh, at the 9-month mark, or something in my life changes and those shoes don't work for me, I'll try the Vivo thingies. But yeah, I'm rocking these ones because they were amazing. All right. Last time I bought a new car, I brought a trade-in that was running on its last legs, and I bought the advertised special. I forgot to check out the trade and could not move it as I drove away. I wish I could do that. I don't necessarily wish. I don't want to pull one over on them, but yeah, that's their mistake for not doing that. I waited tables in college. I don't go out to eat if I can't afford to tip well. Yeah. The problem for me is I don't like feeling like a bad person. So I get caught in limbo. So at Aquashella, right? We sit down at the hotel for having breakfast the first day. It's a madhouse because there's Aquashella and a Stranger Things convention. And I gotta get some breakfast in me. And so I'm like, alright, I would like the biscuits and gravy that also comes with deep fried chicken. I go, I don't want the deep fried chicken. I just want the biscuits and gravy. That's it. It takes an hour and 15 minutes to get the biscuits and gravy. Our drink sat empty. When it arrived, it was sausage gravy on English muffins. Keep in mind, the day before I had the biscuits and gravy, and it was biscuits and gravy, not English muffins. But they're so busy that there's no way, like, it's like literally like 17 minutes till I have to be at the show for the VIP thing. I can't have them remake it. I just eat the world's worst biscuit and English muffin you could imagine. And then the bill is still like, I don't know, for what Zemzo had and I had, he had a coffee and a buffet. The buffet is $27. So he had a buffet and a coffee, so he's probably at 32. I think my thing was like 18 bucks. So we're at 50. And I still leave a $10 tip, even though less than 40 words were said between us and the people, and Zendo served himself. So like in that instance, I'm really just like, this is not the way, right? Like it just, and had I had the option of like, they had biscuits and gravy at the buffet, I just would have done that. But it's weird that you're still expected to tip for the buffet when you serve yourself. So there definitely are, you know, there are times when I'm like, I get it if you can't afford it. I also really hate that you're expected to tip even when things go horribly wrong. Not that you should, but you're expected to. That part I don't really like. And I really do love tipping well when someone has done an amazing job. That makes me feel good. I like it. I remember a time when me and my friends were out, this 10 years ago, we all went to a place that had like unlimited soup and it was really good. And our total bill was like $20-some. We left a $50 tip. We were there for hours. But then there's always the other side of that where it's like just terrible food, terrible server, and it might not even be terrible, it might be way overworked, and there's all these things that could make a bad experience. And I realized, well, it's, you know, if it's bad food, it's not the server's fault. If it's there's all these things, but at the end, we can say all of these things why it's not someone's fault. But at the end of the day, if you still have a bad experience as a customer, you're less likely to go back, and it's maybe you feel like it's not worth the money and all of that. So tipping was a pain when I lived in San Francisco for a couple years. Had to use the calculator every time. Yeah, I tip out of fear of looking like I'm the bad guy, not out of you did a good job and I should preface this because I always forget. In Washington State, there is no such thing as being paid under minimum wage. So let me see what Washington State's minimum wage is. So even on the worst, yeah, so starting next year, I don't want to dig too far, but starting next year, the minimum wage you could make in an hour is $15.74 plus all those tips. So the tips aren't making up like, oh, you were only going to make $2 an hour if you didn't get a tip. Yeah, and I definitely have had gamer buddies, like when I used to play Magic. I remember this one kid, I'll call him, 'cause he was like 18, and some others, like, because there was more than one waiter. One waiter worked at like an Indian restaurant, and all the tips were stolen by the owners, so that was horrible. Another one worked on average like 4 hours a night when they did work, and they had way more Magic cards and stuff than I ever did. And I worked for Lincare. I was delivering oxygen. You don't get tipped for that apparently. And so they would work, much less than me, and they would make, I was making $14 an hour working for Lincare, and they were averaging $60 to $70 an hour. And it was like, because they were already making minimum wage plus all of those tips and things. So, can we tip candy? No, that starts a whole chain reaction. Because then, like, we have the ability to turn on tipping at our cash register. We don't do that either. I really wish we could find a way to work like most of the world and just things cost a price. I really wanted to make the website include tax, but my accountant told me it's illegal to do that in Washington. I'm not allowed to. So, because I love when you go to another country and you're like, this is $9.52, and then you can just hand them $9.52 and walk out the door instead of, oh, it's $9.52 plus the tax. Yeah. Yeah, imagine living in a place like Europe where you pay a living wage and don't have to tip. Yeah, it's not some fantasy that could never happen. Like, it happens around the world. And again, this is one of those, it's going to take a long time before we're all on the same page in America. And our state minimum wage is different for restaurants. Yes, I'm aware. That's why, I specified in Washington State where I live, because it makes a lot more sense than when people are living in another state where they're like, well, my person gets $2 an hour. I get that's a different thing, and so I just want to make sure it's not like, I don't want anybody to not be paid fairly for the work they do. It's not about that. It's that I would much rather just know, great, biscuits and gravy are $22, not $18. Great, that's easy. Just run the credit card. I don't have to think about it. And if you do an absolute amazing job, like another great example, another aquashell. The aquashell before I ate at the hotel every morning, biscuits and gravy again. And people that were with me can attest to this. I ordered biscuits and gravy every morning. It was $19 per biscuits and gravy, which we already know biscuits and gravy are cheap, but hey, whatever, right? It's not about the price, it's about paying what it costs. And in the 4 days that I had biscuits and gravy, I had one piece of sausage this big. Every day I asked for extra gravy. I only got extra gravy on the last day. It was the same waiter each time. It took 4 days. And you might say, well, why didn't you ask for more gravy if you didn't get it? No, I did. I go, oh, you forgot my extra gravy. Oh, yeah, I'll be right back. At a certain point, you're like, well, it's been 32 minutes. Everyone's done eating. I'm not going to be like, can I get more gravy again and eat it cold now? So, there's something with me and biscuits and gravy, and, yeah, it's just unlucky, I guess. But even then, still tipping the guy. Like, I remember I tipped him $5 the first time that he really screwed it up. And then I tried to reward him, giving him 10, because, like, I think I tipped $5 for my biscuits and gravy, and then I tipped 10. And it didn't matter. And then the last day, he finally brought me extra gravy because it was Monday and it was a little bit slower. But it was not packed or busy. The guy, was handling like 4 or 5 tables, which is kind of an average load. I was serving Laguna Beach, made $500 a day, and never expected a tip. In my experience, it was the bad service that could not stop complaining about not getting enough tips. yeah, I don't know. I mean, I'm sure there's a lot of spectrum, you know, how expensive the place is or isn't, how many customers there is or isn't, how good someone is or isn't. There's a lot of stuff that goes into it. And it's my job as an employer to pay people based on how good they are. So if someone can pack a lot of packages and not make mistakes and do a good job, on average, they make more money than someone who's making lots of mistakes. Yeah. There wasn't any other place to eat. Not at the hotel. So the problem, you know, and that's what I don't like about eating at hotels is they basically know they have you. So I'm in town for convention. I gotta be at the show by 9 for VIP stuff, which means I'm eating at 8. So yes, I could get down to the lobby and hire an Uber to go somewhere. So I gotta get up at, you know, I gotta be out there at 7:30 maybe. Uber somewhere, eat, take another Uber back, right? And then, yeah. So it's one of those, it ends up costing like, yes, I could probably eat somewhere else and now it costs $50. Or I could eat at the hotel and it costs $30. And in my mind, $20 should handle a breakfast, in my mind. But, you know, hey, you win some, you lose some, I guess. Anyone kept half beaks? I find them super interesting and wondering if it has to be species only. It doesn't have to be species only. You can keep them with other stuff, just not stuff they can eat. I always put a small tip on my card when I pay, and then leave the bigger part of the tip in cash. We do that, so if Katie and I go out to eat, we only pay in cash for tips. But as a business, I can't tip in cash because I don't have a receipt for it. And so it's way harder to... Why are you taking cash out? Oh, I'm leaving it as tips. Oh, sure you are. You're probably doing X, Y, Z. So, yeah. I don't know. I don't like the idea of paying people different things per performance. I just pay everyone 20% regardless. Yeah. I mean, to me, that's the most illogical thing I can think of. So, like, a car that doesn't run would be the same value as one that is brand new and does? Like, what if someone spilled your food on the floor, spit on it, scraped it back onto the plate, and threw it onto your table? Like, that's clearly a worse experience than someone that came over, took a picture because it was, you know, the kid's birthday, brought him out an extra thing, made him feel super special. Like, those are just different things. You know, I think the gray area is actually where someone, like, it's pretty the same. Like, hey, this person brought me my food, and it was fine, it was good, and this person did that. I think they should be paid the same, yes. But I do think there are times when it's, you know, like, what if you had both those waiters, it's 2 days in a row, and you're at the same hotel, you get the same experience, and one of them, the first day, you get your bits and gravy. It's great. They brought you the extra gravy, everything like that, and you tip them, and they get their 20%. The next morning, it's their brother, and their brother is sitting on their phone, waits 20 minutes before they take your drink order, get you some coffee or something, and your food order. And then it takes an extra 20 minutes to get your food to the table, and you've left like 30 minutes longer than the previous trip, and you can see that they're not busy. You can see all of these things, and they're just on their phone. Does that person deserve a tip the same as the other person? In my experience, in my head, I'm like, no, it shouldn't be the same. Out of guilt, I will still leave a tip, but in my mind, I'm like, it shouldn't be this way. It shouldn't be this way. It should, you know, and now I realize I'm advocating for exactly what Planted Goldies is saying here, in that I just want to pay for my food, right? So if the bits and gravy are $25 instead of $18, in both those examples, the one that was on their phone and maybe take an extra 30 minutes gets the same wage as the other person does, because the employer will decide how much they make, and I paid the $25 either way, right? I guess I hope that over time, the business owner would go, hey, our customers are happier with the first employee as opposed to the second employee. Maybe I can get the second employee to not be on their phone and make it timely, and they can make the same amount of money. That's the hope. I guess I don't want to be the one that has to go, hey, you're good or you're bad, because I'm there to eat. I'm not there to analyze. Could they have done better? Were they doing things right? Weren't they? Did they put their hairnet on? Didn't they? Did they wear a glove? Shouldn't they? Did they wash their hands coming out of the bathroom? I don't know. That's not my job. My job is to consume these biscuits and gravy and move on. So, yeah. Welcome the Faka guy back. That's what we needed. I know it's illogical. My wife fights me sometimes, but I give the person 20% regardless. Yeah, and I think you're like me in that you do it out of fear, and like, I don't think that's the right thing. Like, you shouldn't buy a gift for your wife, let's say, for Christmas out of fear that she'll leave you if you don't. I think it's much better of like, ooh, maybe you buy a gift because you think they'll like it and it'll make them happy. And that's kind of how I feel about tipping. It's like, I don't want to have to tip out of fear. I would rather tip because they did a great job, or I'd rather just pay the original price knowing they get paid fairly and they like working there, whatever that is. And so I do think you're probably like me in that even when I really, really, really don't agree, I'm going to leave a tip just because I'm like, it's out of fear of like, the last thing I need is like someone now saying Aquarium Co-op or Corey is such a bad person, they didn't tip me, right? It's more out of fear. Now, I'm talking about corner cases here because most people do a fairly good job at their job. So, hey, I don't run into it all the time or anything. Tip percent is also weird. If you buy two totally different price dishes, one would get a bigger payout than the other. Same service, so why do we do it? Yep, there's a lot of arguments to this, you know, and we run into that all the time. And I don't really have a great answer. I'm sure you can find arguments, and, I could see that a bit, okay, I see. You know, the argument I've seen is like, well, if you pay more for the food, typically you're there longer, you make it more of an experience, and that's why? But I'm not sure. Can't stay in business with bad employees? Yeah, I think that's a true statement over a long period of time. Yeah, you know, you're only as strong as the workers and all of that. And yeah, I think it's going to be, you know, here in the Northwest, I think it's going to be a hard thing of if you can go to McDonald's and get $18 or $19, or you can go work at a restaurant and get 15 plus tips. Like, if you're not very good at that, you can go be not good at McDonald's to make more money. So, you know, and I think that's going to be more of a problem more in other states where, you have $5, you know, minimum wage at a restaurant. If all of a sudden you could just go work at McDonald's and get 18, there's going to be a lot less people doing a good job. Well, not necessarily a lot less in the pool for that restaurant work, I think. If I don't tip people at McDonald's, who do I tip at Red Robin? Both are food, both are offer sit-in. In theory, in some states, they have a different pay structure. I guess that's why. You know, it's hard to put logic to it, and at some point you kind of have to, you know, at some point you have to just go, it is the way it is. You know, as much as I hate tipping, I still do it. And I do hope that someday we don't have to tip. I like tipping if it was exceptional service, right? Like, I'll tip a contractor. If they make time in their busy schedule to come and fix my thing because my fish store can't work without you or whatever, I tip for that. Because you're going out of your way to make it happen. But if I same work, let's say like, well, I need to do a thing, fit into your schedule in the next 5 years. I don't necessarily go out of my way to tip a ton because they were able to do it on their schedule whenever it made sense. And if they didn't do anything out of the ordinary, like they just did the work. It's just, same thing. I don't tip when I go buy a glass aquarium. I don't tip going, well, make sure that gets to the person that made it at the factory. You just buy it. But if someone, someone helped me load it in because it's a big tank and I couldn't have done it, hey, you tip them. Hey, thanks for helping me. You went above and beyond. This didn't include help load it into my car fee. So here's some money. Thank you for that. Everyone sees the wait staff as good or bad with the food unless they don't turn in the order correctly and they're just a middleman. I think probably a big portion do. For me, it's almost... for me, it's usually messed up food. Hey, I didn't want onions, or I did want extra gravy, or I did want this, and I realize that they're not the person preparing the food. But being that you took the order, I do think there's some responsibility there. Like, let's make sure it was right. And I know I have to do that all the time in my business of like, just because I didn't screw this thing up doesn't mean that's not still my responsibility. Like, you paid me to make sure it was correct, and then it wasn't correct. It's still my fault. So, don't get me wrong. Probably 30% of all the meals that my wife and I eat are incorrect, just on average. Normally we don't say anything unless it was something that makes it inedible. Like my wife just will not eat seafood. She'll puke. Will not do it. So if we order something of like, hey, can we get chicken enchiladas? And they come out as shrimp? Going back. Can't do it. Not happening. And it just happens to be that way too often. So if minimum wage goes up, the whole pay scale goes up. The entry-level employee should start making close to the same wage as a 20-year veteran does. That's a hard thing to really talk through, because in my opinion, it's probably not the fault of minimum wage going up. It's the fault of the business owner not doing anything. Right? So if you work at somewhere for 20 years and the person you hire today makes the same amount of money, to me, there seems to be more of an underlying issue of like, so someone worked there for 20 years, never went up in money. Or you never found a way to get more money out of the customer to raise your prices, or you're an inefficient business that doesn't need to be there. Like, those things do happen, but it shouldn't be so prevalent that, otherwise we should all just make 1 penny a day and everything costs proportionally of 1 penny. That's not really how it works. The thing that really makes my brain think is inflation's a thing. But back in my day, an Xbox or a PS1 or 2 or whatever was like $200. Now, they're like $500. Due to inflation and some other stuff, right? The biggest thing that my brain goes, but the tax is what's different. So maybe it was 8% on my $200 Xbox many years ago, right? And that's $16. And now it's 10.1% on $500. So now the government, the group pool, gets $51 basically, and it's the same product essentially, close enough. And I wonder if spending has gone up at the same clip. Like, well, it seems like when I talk to government employees that their wages haven't gone up 3 or 4x. Maybe products did, like maybe computers for the employees, maybe materials for the roads, and all that went up. But it doesn't seem like, government employee wages went up that much. So, there's definitely weird things to think about all of this with minimum wage and inflation and other things. And the more I think about it, the more I see things are always moving. It's just not everything moves like, so, hey, why are we paying people $18 an hour and this person works here for 20 years makes $18 an hour? That doesn't make sense. it means that the things didn't move in proportion like they should have. That's the breakdown. And there's always going to be these things of like, oh, just like in my business all the time, shipping goes up, and then at some point I raise it. So like shipping went up at the beginning of October. I didn't increase shipping it for you guys at all. But eventually we're going to go, well, okay, raise it again. We're going to have to do something about shipping. And so it's not always instantly like, hey, inflation and shipping and this went up, here's the result right away. It's like, well, let's see if we can do something in our company to combat that. And then if the answer is no, then we change the price. And I think that's what should be happening in most businesses of like, hey, this is a problem. How can we combat that problem? If we can't, we change, we change the price. Do you give homeless on the street with a sign money? No. Nope. We, I'll say my wife, because I don't really partake in it, but my wife does all our charitable giving, and, I've told stories in the past on when we were both working late, and we had long hours from work at the store, and her doing that, where one of the reasons I married her is even after a crazy long overtime shift, she had to stop and get gas because she couldn't make it back home without it, and it was like a block from home. She saw some homeless digging in the trash looking for food. She went through the McDonald's drive-in across the street and bought them $10. They're like dollar burgers and chicken sandwiches. I think it was 5 and 5. She then handed it to that gentleman, came home. It's now 10 p.m. at night, and then made us dinner. Right? So she's very, very much more charitable than maybe I'll ever be. I don't know. I mean, we obviously, well, I shouldn't say that, but we pull our money together, and so I think last year we adopted, not adopted, I don't know if that's the right word. She chose to buy presents for like 15 kids that wouldn't be getting presents, so she sponsored all that. We try to give a decent amount to, I think one of her places she likes to donate to is Cocoon House, and then other places, and so, but I don't like handing money to someone who's homeless. Not that I wouldn't help them. I don't want to have to do the mental gymnastics in my brain of like, oh, are they just going to go buy drugs? Are they going to do this? And because I realize I'm too lazy of a person to walk in or drive somewhere, buy the food, and go back and hand it, I just don't do it. And we funnel it through my wife giving stuff back. So it's the same reason I don't round up at like PetSmart or Petco. Do you want to round up to donate to this? Like, no, I just want to donate myself or have my wife do it instead of that. So, and it's because I don't want to have to spend the time and fully research, like, is there a tax loophole that is benefiting PetSmart, my competitor, by taking in the donations, being able to write that off, even though it's going to a good thing? Is this actually a good thing? Instead, I can go, you know what? No. The answer is no right now. And then the stuff that my wife has researched and I agree with, let's do that. That sounds amazing. So, yeah. We're definitely on the rabbit hole of tangents. I should probably cut this off any minute now. Yes, my wife is a world treasure in that she is very compassionate for everybody, whether it's an animal, whether it's a person. And I mean, she married me, for crying out loud. She, I was a charity case. She grew up well. She's out there right now. Here's maybe a good example. I don't know if it is, but her mom and sister are out there with her, and they're doing up the front of our house with way too much Halloween stuff, because she's been advertising our home to come and visit for trick-or-treating, making sure she specified we have gluten-free. We can make it so that if your kid has sensory issues, we don't want any seizures, all of these different ways. She wants it so that your family could come, and if you're normal, that's fine, or you can give a heads up, and we will accommodate any special needs. Even though we don't have kids, I have half a Costco of candy bars and chips and popcorn and freeze-dried fruit and toys in case the parents don't want their kids to have toys, or candy. Maybe they can't have candy. And so, she's always going, how do we give back? How do we do this? Even though our neighborhood doesn't have a ton of kids, she's she's going out of her way to spend time and money and energy to do that kind of stuff. So, and I'm lucky. All I have to do is help earn the money to do it, and support her when she needs support. Sometimes I gotta help deliver stuff. I gotta obviously make sure that it's safe out there when the family's out there doing stuff. So, let's see. Thoughts on State of Magic the Gathering? I don't know. I kind of want to get back into playing some games. It's more of a movement to how do I get out of my house and go back to hanging out with people. Magic the Gathering themselves as a business, they're making some weird decisions right now, but I think they're trying to navigate the post-pandemic economy like everybody else. As I always say to anybody, they've made it 30 years. They probably have a decent-sized war chest of money. They'll probably make it some more. Most corporate donations are big write-offs. Patagonia CEO donated to charities he made himself to avoid $2 billion gift tax, except he owns voting shares in the charity. Yeah, I don't know. I don't like to talk about charity like that much because there's so much I don't know. And so that, I just read that statement could be 5,000% true, could be, a Vice article that's completely not true, it could be somewhere in between. I have no idea. And but yes, there's plenty of ways to do weird things with money and all of that. And my hope is that even if that statement is true and he's donating all this money, it's going and getting filtered through and weird stuff happens, maybe it inspires another company to do it, but they don't do that, right? Or maybe it just changes, maybe all the news cycle in that story changes the minds of a million people to we should preserve nature, and that is a good thing. It's hard to always see things as black and white, 100% or 0%, and especially when I can't deduce all the intricacies. I try to go, I don't know enough to know if what I'm hearing and seeing is true or not, and I try just to maintain that of you only know what you can know or what you've seen or what you've experienced, and you can't know that something is 100% truthful from I read or heard or someone told me. And so that's why my videos are always we're gonna test this. Why? Because I haven't seen it myself. That's why. Let's see. Living in your car sucks. I did it with my cats, but still figured out how to keep my job and get an apartment. So there are ways out of being homeless, but it takes a lot of will and sleep deprivation. I've known, quite a few people that have been homeless at different points. Some have been employees and things like that. Luckily, myself, I hadn't been homeless. I did grow up very poor on welfare and, stayed at a lot of relatives' homes and things like that. But, I've been fortunate that I always did have a roof over my head. And, there's ways out. Sometimes there's not ways out, though. Sometimes there's not. But, yeah. What's the best way to grow Balbitis hutulati? I put it in my tank with CO2, only tank that has space with special requirements. Mostly I set it and forget it, a little bit of nutrients and stuff, and just keep letting those rhizomes get huge. Most people with cardboard signs and a sad puppy aren't truly homeless. The people walking down the street that you see in the town every day could be the ones living in their cars and such. I mean, I definitely have seen documentaries and stuff like that on where, how much money you can make if you pretend to be homeless. But at the same time, even part of the problem becomes, even if, let's say 30% of the homeless people are fake, fake is the word, right? Like they have a normal job, they own a home, whatever it is. It's still hard to be like, well, I won't help anybody because 30% will go to non-good things. You're still 70% good. That's good, I think. So it gets really hard. And that's where every charity, I truly believe, like I've spent way too much time thinking about this, but true charity, in my mind, for me personally, could only exist if I donate money and no one will ever know that I did it, and I'll never know who it may have benefited. So I've actually said this money will no longer be mine. I hope it will go somewhere useful. I'll never get to know where it went, and no one will ever know it was me. I believe that is the purest form of charity that I can think of. Because in my mind, to me personally, when I give to charity, there's always a little bit of it that likes the recognition you get. Like, oh, thank you for helping out, or you got this card, or you got an invite, or something. So there's always a little bit of that taints it for me. Even though I think I'm doing a good thing, I still wonder, like, is this truly charity? So, yeah, so that's my own personal definition of, like, I think to truly do charity with the purest intentions, those parameters have to be set on myself to know. Like, yep, I'll never know where it went, and no one will ever know I gave it. That's the only way I think I could do pure, true charity and not doubt myself thinking, did I do it for recognition? Did I do it to make... Because even making somebody else happy is rewarding, right? So, yeah. It's sad that donating isn't just a good thing. With charities, you always need to research them. Some don't donate properly, giving money versus donating equipment. Some spend tons on advertising. Yeah, I still think that at a certain, like, very basic level, you kind of just have to make a choice on, are you going to try to help, right? Like, have you ever done anything in life where you tried to help but you made it worse? Like, I can't think of a good example, but I know most people probably encountered that, where, like, I tried to do this thing and then I broke this glass or something. Like, you tried to help, you make it worse. But I still think on some level we're better off trying to have good intentions than never doing anything under the fear of it not being perfect. So I think there's something to that. Like even my wife, I think, was telling me she was researching our local food bank, and that they don't really want any of our leftover candy if we have it, because they get so many donations of candy that most of it goes unused and they just end up throwing it away. So it can almost cost them money to get rid of it. And it's still way better to give healthier food, I guess, like stuff that won't be in excess, which makes sense, right? Like, oh yeah, if everybody's done with Halloween and hands over the 5-gallon bucket of candy, like, we still need potatoes, and we still need meat, and we still need stuff. So, but it was interesting to learn, like, oh yeah, you're not necessarily helping. Makes sense, yeah, you don't need candy. I mean, if you have no food, some food is better than none, but if the goal is to help, oh, well, I should help in this way, right? I should try and do, it differently. On the plus side, you feeling good about yourself, giving to charity doesn't bother the recipient. In fact, the receivers often love to see the giver enjoying it too. Yeah. No, I agree. I usually try to keep any charitable stuff we do hidden from you guys, mostly because it starts people asking for charity, which I don't enjoy, and mostly because I don't like telling people no, right? Because there's lots of important causes all around the world, and there's more causes than I have dollars, and making choices is hard, and I don't like doing that. So I try to pawn it off on my wife. She seems to enjoy it. So, why don't you deserve to feel good for doing something good? Why does that cheapen it for me? I mean, we still donate stuff, but I just think the highest form of potential charity would be that no one would know. I think that's the highest level. And I'm not sure that I'll ever be at that highest level. I just think it is the highest possible level in my mind. It's still good to give, and yeah. I'm trying to think of why I thought about that so much. I think I spent so much time because I was trying to figure out, what do I do next in my life, right? Business is successful, and I don't really need more money. Like, if I make less money, that's gonna be bad, but I don't need to like keep scaling money, right, to a point of like, I've got billions or millions. Like, that's not, so then if you like, what if, I made the hobby better, I've accomplished my goals, what do I want to do now? And then it's like, okay, well, maybe philanthropy. And it's like, well, I don't know, there's so much, do I want to spend time making sure that people don't think we're paying our board of directors too much, we're advertising too much, we're doing these things too much? And then like, okay, well, what could I do with my money? I could try and make money through Aquarium Co-op, and then I could give it away. Would that truly be philanthropy though? Or is it like, if I tell you guys like, oh, every dollar you spend, 20 cents is going to this charity, that's advertising in my mind. And it's effective and it works. And I'm not saying that I won't even do it someday. I know that that's, in my mind, actually advertising the way I classify it. And even though it would do a good thing, go to charity in the hope. But it's a very useful marketing tactic that, I guess I'm just striving for that perfect charity. Whether I'll do it or not, I'll never know. But I usually start from what's the best possible and work back from that. So that's how I got to that point, probably. $60-gallon big enough for 2 Aranda goldfish? I think so. Keep up on the water changes and don't feed too crazy. I think it's doable. At the very end of like, they're 12 years old and they're honkers, you might feel a little small for them, but you got a lot of years ahead of you with that. All right. As Mr. Ed says, very little fish content this week. Corey's in a philosophical mood today. It's probably the sign that I need to log off and go monitor the Halloween decorations and pet my dogs, and then get ready to clean the studio and everything, because I've got Aquapros coming over this next weekend to hang out. And all right, looking for last comments that make sense. Sounds like you don't want to take advantage of people who are less fortunate than yourself. To me, you don't want to make it about you. Yeah, I mean, that's basically it. I mean, in my mind, like, I'm in a good spot. Let's be real. I own Aquarium Co-op. I got 30 employees. Our products are in 60 stores. Like, anyone that starts, like, counting the beans and tallying, like, wait, that's probably a lot of money. We do well, right? And so I'm very fortunate, but I remember 10 years ago, or maybe 12 years ago, like, very poor. And so I'm not so far removed that I don't remember what it was like to be like, like Katie and I will talk about things. We would try to make it to November at least before we would turn the heat on in the house, because we couldn't, it was difficult to afford turning the heat on before then, right? And we put up, and I probably have pictures of it somewhere, like, because it was our first aquarium stuff, we put up sheets and stuff at all the doors so that our living room was as small as it could be, and we would just only heat that room, and it would stay warmer if her and I were in there and we didn't have to turn the heat on, versus trying to let the heat go out in the whole house, right? And so knowing, and even in the first years of the co-op, where I was eating top ramen every day behind where Murphy's Tank is right now, and so I'm not far removed from that to know that I'm very fortunate. I want to give back in the ways that I can, and that's hopefully making the hobby affordable, making people enjoy nature, whether you have $1 billion or $1 to your name, you can kind of appreciate nature, so can I. And, I will try to do whatever I can to make sure the business does continue to do what it does, but not only maximize profit. We do need profit. We always have to have profit. Otherwise, one bad mistake, we go out of business, right? My light flops, we're out of business. But I think we can also do a lot of good when times are good, and so we try to do that. And that's why at a lot of the Aquashellas, Aquashellas cost us about $25,000 to do, from all the t-shirts, the shipping, all of these things to give out. It is a form of advertising, but it's not nearly as efficient as Facebook ads or other things we could do. But I think it's what I want when I was at the show. It's like, why wouldn't they just, I'm advertising, why wouldn't they give me the shirt? Things like that. So, IKEA has their meatballs, co-op gravy. Yep. I do like the IKEA meatballs. I never get them because we almost never go there, but they are tasty. I've had them at camping before. Water is life means tanks bring an enjoyable life. There is a quote. Oh, it's on my phone. I can't access it. Let me see if my old phone syncs photos or not. There was a good quote that I read today. I was like, hey, I like that. It does sync. Apple, you're amazing. Oh, okay, it did. So it's from Andrew Huberman. If you don't know who that is, it's a guy that basically makes a podcast that works for Harvard, and I think he studies brains, and I only listen to him like a couple times a year mostly. But this quote that I don't even follow this guy, I just came across my Instagram this morning while I was waking up. Addiction is a progressive narrowing of things that brought you pleasure. So that really resonates. Like, oh, I love aquariums. Guess what? I only live, eat, and breathe aquariums. Like, that is the definition of addiction. Happiness. So, addiction is the progress of narrowing things that bring you pleasure. Happiness is a progressive expansion of the things that bring you pleasure. So instead of narrowing what you like and becoming addicted to it, you're expanding things that bring you pleasure, bringing you diversity. The former emerges passively, the latter takes work. So passively you get addicted to things. It takes effort to have a wide scope of things that are bringing you joy, basically. And then the second part of that is a general rule: beware of anything that delivers high dopamine with minimal effort. Enjoy the little things in life, of course, but keep the amount of dopamine scaled with the degree of effort to reach it. So those resonated with me today because I saw them and I was like, yeah, that's exactly what I'm feeling like. I got a lot of enjoyment out of going to the movies. The effort was high. The dopamine was fine versus sitting at home and just watching Netflix. So, alrighty. Thanks for hanging out. Long stream. I will see you guys in a video coming up. I'll see you next Sunday. Have a safe holiday tomorrow if you're going to celebrate it. If not, avoid that Monday traffic, and we'll see you next Sunday live and sooner in a video. So thank you so much. Let me line up my stuff and hit those done buttons. Why can I not find them? Oh, because I'm in front of myself. That's why. Gotta find them all. Crazy house. That's in the way. There we go. All right. We'll see you around. Thanks, everybody.
Let's just jump into it today. I couldn't even wait for it to start. That's how much fun I'm having with these streams. So if you're just joining the chat, or maybe you're watching this in the future, we have a text alert system now. Basically, YouTube has been terrible for a long time, and I've wished they've gotten better. But basically, they just, even our most engaged fans, they expressed it like, well, sometimes people fall out of favor. And then there's when the members aren't getting signals, and they say like, I double checked it, I'm liking the videos. So we put in our own text message notification system. Down in the description, you'll find a link. You put your number in there, it goes worldwide. If you live in Germany, apparently it costs me like $10 billion to send you a text message, but that's a-okay. If you're in the US, it costs us about 1.5 cents. So, part of the memberships will go towards paying for the text fees to send out when we go live, so that way I can go live at any time and you won't be caught Although if I go live in the middle of the night and you get a text and your wife's angry, I apologize in advance. I'll try not to do that. Maybe I won't do it after certain hours, who knows, but somewhere it's always 2 o'clock in the morning. So yeah, if you want to get updates, do that down below. Maybe we'll do some other crazy stuff down the road, but primarily video releases and going live. So, all right. Thanks to the new members. We got a poll going on, what to call it so far. In a landslide, the NERM alert is winning. So, I came up with NERM Insider Club. Last by a long shot. So, that just shows how good I am and how good you guys are, because NERM alert, once I read that, I was like, yeah, that's kind of the winner. That's just way better. Kind of like Nerd Alert, but even better. So, all right. Well, today I'm gonna answer questions as I always do. I've got a little bit of stuff planned, and nothing I can spill the beans on yet. I've been working on a lot of stuff. Ooh, we do have new emojis, so there's that. You know, if you listen on the podcast, that won't affect you, but do know I'm working on all kinds of things to increase about every area of Aquarium Co-op's social media stuff. So just stay tuned. The NERM count is growing strong. Gotta be honest. As of before the live stream, we were at 2,299, but we've got a couple of late NERMers, late bloomers, if you will, at 2,301. So there we go. We have crossed the 2,300 threshold and are on our way to that 10,000 mountain. Catching up on chat, seeing what's going on with the people. Haven't gotten YouTube's alerts in weeks for any of my subs, which is weird. I only have alerts on for like 2 people, and one of them's my second channel. And I've never missed an alert ever, so that's why I was kind of like, I don't know what these people are having problems with, but you know, I do know it was a problem, and my hesitation was basically the cost. You know, like today, we had like 400 and some people sign up for it was $7, right? But I do believe that all the stuff Aquarium Co-op does and you guys buy from us and all that kind of stuff, it'll pay for us. So I'm not worried about it, and I think it's just a better system overall. And now I've got your phone number. Who knows? Maybe actually I don't have your phone number. I was like, I could call you. I'm like, I actually don't have your phone number. It's a company, so I can't even do it. So I can't even surprise you with like a surprise wake-up call or anything fun. So, dang. Well, we'll figure out that system someday. The Corey morning wake-up. Is Aquarium Co-op coming out with their own master test kit? Nope. The reason I don't plan to ever, unless it fell into my lap of like some company was like, we have the best test kit ever. We would love you to put your name on it. Sure, maybe. But I'm not going to go through the effort of designing and help build one because I just don't like the time it takes, and I don't believe in the aquarium hobby we need that fine of water parameters. You know, people want to fight me. I should be at a desk right now with a, with a mug. Should I leak stuff? Randy loves it when I leak stuff. So this showed up on my desk a couple days ago. Randy is in love with this style of mug, and I'm not so in love with it because I think it's impractical. But then I saw this and I was like, oh my god, the thing is awesome. So maybe we'll get this coming in someday. But it's this stainless steel Murphy logoed. Oh, that's not. Let me, if I can hide my face. Come on. There we go. Oh. One day. Maybe if I turn more lights on, it stresses my eyes. Hold on. That help? A little bit. Hide me. There you go. So you got the Murphy on one side. You got the Aquarium Co-op on the other. So this mug, unlike our other mug, is right and left-handed. We learn from our mistakes. And then it's got this, like zipper top to it. So I don't know. These things could cost like $1 billion. What I do like about them is that if you ever go to jail, you can run them along the bars. So there's that. And then they won't break in shipping. So I do like those aspects of it, but I don't think it's microwavable. Not unless you want a light show. So, I mean, that's the only way I can cook is via microwave. So there's that. But we'll see. Like, they could be $1 billion, and, Randy's that guy that likes Yeti products, so. Need more ounces? I thought the complete same thing. I was like, huh. That's good for a few sips, I guess. But I don't know. It's got the three fingers. Reminds me of the 3 seashells. Shout out to Demolition Day. But it's a decent thing. Maybe it just needs that fourth. Like, it would go up a little bit. I don't know if they make that. I need it to be like this. That big. That's what we need. So, we're looking at it. I mean, Randy and I are always looking at products, and we, you know, what I don't like is there was a dent right here. There's a tiny little dent. And I'm always leery. I'm like, you couldn't get the sample to me perfect? What are the odds that our production ones are gonna get here perfect? So, well, we'll have to see. That, by the way, don't even worry about asking that stuff. Like, even if we were like, let's do that. Like, and this already takes a while to, like, you know, get the mock-up and all that. We're 6+ months out from getting anything where we could actually sell it and all that. So, you know. For the people that hate me talking about products and stuff, sorry, we're just, that's the new stream is. The new stream is anything on Corey's mind we talk about. And today, we find the right page. We've got some memes on the mind. You read memes on the mind? Make sure my audio is working. By the way, I had one person, a long loyal fan, say the audio was a bit quiet in the past couple live streams, so I turned it up a little bit. If it's blowing out your eardrums, I apologize, but I am working on dialing it in. I'll have to dial it again at the new studio, which this might be the last stream here if everything goes right. If I am not lazy after live streaming, I'm going to pack all of this computer stuff up and move it to the new place, and then I don't know if I'm going to set it up today, but I will hopefully do that this week. So, we're on the Aquarium Co-op website. If you've never been there, maybe you should. But we have a forum, and the forum has the memes. And meme streams, we've done it once before. This will be a little memeage. Maybe I'll just work in the memes a little bit each stream, because it's a bit much if it's 2 hours of memes, even for myself. But mixed in is pretty funny, and I usually, this is about not the only time, but one of the few times in my day that I giggle, you know, and this was pretty good. This is a pretty good Photoshop right here. Nirvana, pretty good too. So, I should give warnings that I don't specifically endorse any of this. There could be memes that are not 100% politically correct or anything like that. Like, I don't police this, as in, I mean, if there's something horrible, we would take it off, but most of these I haven't read. Like, I come in and I just kind of thumb through some, and then I gotta get back to work. And so, if something's on screen that's absolutely horrible, then my apologies in advance. I don't think it'll be that way, because that's not the NERM crew we're running over on the forums. It's not that way, but, you know, there could, right now there's always a bad actor, like, watch this, I'm gonna post something horrible at the end, which I probably won't go to the end, and that's one of the reasons why I kind of pick some of the middle stuff, so that it's relatively been gone through. The problem is, here's the big problem I have, is I don't know how to make a good meme stream, because I watch, let's say you watch PewDiePie or you watch someone else, and outside of something actually making you laugh, you're kind of like, you have to give commentary and it's not comical. So I haven't found my style yet. My style of, how do you make this funny? You know, other than I can actually say that, you know, this meme coming off the back of me talking about what it's like in Peru, it's true. There was like garbage everywhere, and you see the cichlids breeding in it, and that's almost a better reality of the Amazon River biotope. You know, it's funny how an Amazon River biotope usually shows like this traditional setup on the left with sticks and branches and leaves. And there is some of that, but most of it is more of like terrestrial plants that got flooded. So even when we try to replicate it and we go, oh yeah, let's put Amazon swords in there, it's like, well, really you should get like trees and other stuff that's actually been flooded. So is it best if I read these? It's got to be best if I read them out, because then podcast people, they can't see it. I don't know. Maybe the meme stream's not for the podcast. I know there's been this thing. I don't even think it's a shrimp. I think it's a prawn, right? I'm pretty sure. I know that there are these things. I could not have this in my hand. It grosses me so out when like a blue wood shrimp or a Singapore shrimp touch me, and I don't know why. Like crayfish too. I mean, I've been pinched by them. That's like, whatever. But the actual like touching of the creepy legs, that's the horrible part. So, yeah. It's giving me the willies just even like remembering being touched by them. This one I thought was kind of funny that we do have quite a few people that fly in or come in from out of country or even just out of state. I would like to remind people that it would be very illegal to take meds back across the country like that without declaring them. You can definitely bring aquarium products like normal stuff, but yeah, I do feel the pain. I honestly don't know what we'll do when there's no meds in the United States, because I mean it will be like other countries. I get that part, you know, but I honestly, you know, hopefully our herbal remedy game will just level up like over 9,000 and we'll have these great more natural things that don't get outlawed, but you know, hopefully long ways away. That's my hope. Ron Burgundy. On the warehouse, on the forum, we do have a limit. You only get something like 20 reactions a day, so that way you can't just give everything a like. You gotta choose what actually makes you laugh. All right, I'm going random because I looked at these because I found the Nirvana one and I was like, I'll make that the thumbnail. So I'm going random. We're hitting the random button here. We're going to 27, page 27. Salt and pepper. Oh, is it for my good salt and pepper hair? I hope so. Although that could be like chia seeds. Oh man. Yep. Although we should probably have someone defends pineapple pizza that we know that's like a figure. What I mean by that is like I'm sure members love pineapple pizza, but there's like maybe Bob loves pineapple pizza. That's savage. Ugh. It's so bad. It really is. Like I don't even like pineapple on like a cheeseburger, like the Hawaiian burgers. I can eat pineapple. Pineapple itself is delicious. Don't get me wrong. I like pineapple juice. It's all fine. Warm? No, I just can't. I bet you Zenzo loves pineapple on his pizza. I could believe that. Because he loves Hawaii. So I could just, that's, you know, obviously a lot more pineapple and warmed up pineapple in Hawaii. And that's why I call it, well, I say stuff like that and it never doesn't actually mean that. Like you could say like, well, that's why they call it Hawaiian pizza. That doesn't mean anything. That could just be, yeah, I have no idea actually. Oh man. My favorite part is I get to make fun of Dean with these memes, and he so rarely gets on the forum these days. It's been so busy. His life is I'm not gonna say falling apart, but there's a lot going on in Dean's life right now. If we're lucky, we'll get up to meet up Tuesday, but that's not even that's for sure. Oh, getting hit up. That's just a good thing right there. Yeah, I should do some of the stream in nothing but green screen to make this easier. This is an old one too. Look at that. I got the Murphy pin. That's old school. All right, I kind of want to do questions because I can't figure out how to do this format better yet. I know I do feel bad when we launch new products and people like I just ordered, but there's no. Like if we just say like there's a new product coming out this month, no one will order, and then we go out of business. So it just kind of has to be that like, well, order again. Sorry. Yeah, when I tried to hide the test strips, by the way, it's an instrument. They were on the front page, and I had to actually get a developer because it was bugged and wouldn't come off of there. Yeah, did you guys see Corvus Oskin's live stream? He had the mustache on yesterday and it was cracking me up. And it reminded me of this is Bert, right? Yeah, Bert. It's gotta be Bert. But yes. Oh no, here's a cartoon. There's more to life than looking at the forum. Actually, it's a myth. Everything is the forum. It always has been. My dog's not the forum. Look again. Sassy had a little bit of a rough night last night, but she's been doing well. She got put on a little bit of weight, so. All right, questions. I want questions. A little bit of memeage. I find my Congo puffers with 3 Pandagaras and a 40 breeder. Probably works out all right. Spam and pineapple pizza, the real Hawaiian pizza. I do like fried spam. If it was fried and put on a pizza, maybe. With the pineapple, I would just pick it off of there. Although pineapple pizza is kind of better if you're eating the pizza cold. Kind of. It's still not great. A little bit better. All right. Welcome new members, by the way. I'm trying to develop, some new segments to have more stuff to do than just answer questions. All that's kind of trying to be built out, and more of a, like, if any of you are nerds, and if you're nerds and you watch gaming live streams, more something like that. Like, I don't want to game, that's not what I'm going to do, but having a little something to, like, little bits to bring in, chime in, get some more viewer interaction. I've got a platinum biter for you. I'm not ready for it quite yet, Cody. That's part of the problem. Like, I need to get a line on one, which you're the line now, but I also have to get the tank ready. I've got to move the 230 gallon at minimum, and then I got to make sure it's not bigger than my eel at the moment, so my eel can have enough size to always stay grown bigger than it. Which, I guess I could talk about that. A lot of fish keeping is timing. Oh yeah, I'm gonna end the poll because Nerm Alert won. Nerm Alert. Like, half the time when you ask, can the Congo puffer go with the Pandagaras or any other fish combo, timing is very important. You know, has something lived its whole life in that tank for 2 years and it's gonna be very territorial? Is it too big? Is it too small? All of those things actually play a pretty big part. And so, like with this 230 gallon, I'm gonna move it. And then I'm going to introduce like the eel and the ghost knife and some other kind of oddball fish. And then it might be the right time, depending on the size of that platinum biter. And, you know, so a lot of it just, yeah, I have to grow stuff out or, you know, and you're not always ready for it. And so buying fish while moving is super dangerous, especially when it's big fish. Small fish are easy. But yeah, if you saw, well, maybe you saw, maybe you didn't. Today, a video came out on the Steenfod Aquatics channel. I moved my koi, and I also got some shrimp in that are in that video as well. There's some tigers I want to play with. I haven't been back yet. I didn't go there yesterday, so hopefully they're doing all right. But you can watch that video afterwards. I think it's like 20 minutes. Whew. Straight fire, by the way, because I'm in it. You haven't been camping unless you've had a campfire, fried spam, and bologna? I mean, I do love fried bologna. Fried spam is like 60%, like sometimes like, ooh, that sounds good, and then there's like 40% like, heck no. So, on the campfire, well, I'm not good at cooking at all, let alone on a campfire, but it seems a little like another level of difficulty. If you can't cook it on a stick, I've got no hope. Half the time I can screw that up. Can I cut my water changes with RODI to soften the water for my discus? My pH is 8.2 and my water is super hard and they aren't growing well. You could use an RODI unit that would bring in very acidic water with no minerals. You could cut it down. That being said, I always hesitate when it's a specific water parameter. I would look at, you know, temperatures, the food you're feeding, what are your expectations? Are you just like thinking they're gonna grow too fast? Because as an example, Dean's water is like 8.2 pH. He doesn't have that much hardness, so there is that. But you could also, if you didn't want to use RODI water, you could do a planted tank, and the plants will consume the minerals, and over time the water will acidify also. And then you'll bring water or minerals back in with your water changes. But I try not to. You know, with a discus tank, you have a pretty large tank, and if you have to do too much RO water, to me it just becomes a big hassle, and then I stop enjoying it to the fullest amount. Like, I want it to be easy. Easy is what I'm into. Here in Sweden, the pizza places make pizzas with seafood like clams, shrimps, and sardines. Yeah, that's... Like in the UK, they have tuna fish on it, and they'll do like Indian curry pizzas. They're okay, I've had them. I'll try a lot of weird things, but I think I remember seeing something weird at like a Papa John's in China. I didn't get it, I just got like normal. Because when you eat it, sorry. When you eat it like a Papa John's in China or McDonald's, you don't go there always to be like, what's the craziest thing they have? Mostly you're going there of like, the past 3 meals have been crazy weird, or I just want something normal. And when I mean crazy weird, like, or maybe they're watching, but we went to this place in China where they basically serve chicken that is, for lack of a better term, not cooked. Like the skin and all of that, it's still like gelatinous, and if they like, it was not my thing. Like, it wasn't terrible, but it wasn't my thing. And it's a delicacy, and people love it, and you pay extra money for it. And there were people at the table that were chowing down. It's the best thing they ever had. And for me, I was like, nope. But at the same time, like, I've been at lunches with vendors, and it's like the language barrier is there, and so you're like, I'm eating eel right now. Oh, and this is a root of something, huh? And sometimes it's amazing, and sometimes you're like, oof, man, okay. And you don't even, like, if you go somewhere where I can't speak the language, it's hard to go, okay, so I don't want that, but do you have something more like this? And so yeah, somewhere like a restaurant can be a welcoming sign if you're there for a couple weeks and you're like, yeah, let's do that pizza, let's do something else. Plus, typically the Western restaurants will have a Western bathroom, which is worth its weight in gold. Thanks for stopping by, Timothy. Hopefully you guys are getting a lot done today. It's Sunday. Can you talk about supplementing iron to root feeders? Yeah, mostly you would get, the only way I really know to do it besides like the root tabs that we would have would be, it's a red clay, and I'm not even sure where I'd buy it because I never do it, honestly. You could also use like a red fluorite, but I honestly question how much red, well, here's what I question. With like a fluorite, like a red fluorite, how much red does that bring to the plant versus how much fuel for the algae is that just going to be? And I never liked how fluffy it was, and so I never really utilized it. I played with it, but I just never got the results I really was looking for. So I typically use just root tabs, and I dose some like Easy Green or Easy Iron in the water column, because plants usually primarily will take like 75% their preferred way and 25% their non-preferred way. So like a crip, they would be mostly root feeding, and then they can take some from the water. And you know, they just have that so if they get starved out of one or the other, they can at least stay alive. My wife's asking if I'd like any broth. Nope, I just had a frog in my throat. I'm good to go. I've got my water, and it'll get me through this. For 2 years in college, my lunch consisted of bologna and Swiss on white, microwave for 30 seconds. Wow. I'm a guy that can eat the same thing every day, but even that's a little brutal. Like, there's no condiments on that. I would hope there's like, I don't know, butter or mayonnaise or something. I'm not a big fan of Swiss cheese either. I'll eat it on a burger if I had to, but if it's too, I don't know, if it tastes like it's too moldy to me, it's not good. How can I tell if my crib eggs are fertilized? I would say, really, you shouldn't be able to. Outside of, like, they're gonna lay them in a cave most likely. Usually it's just the female will guard them, and then you wait for the best. Like, I feel like you're gonna do more damage trying to flip that cave over or look inside there. Maybe they'll get spooked and they'll eat them, but I'm actually not sure I've ever had a pair of cribs lay eggs that weren't fertile. Like, usually when they're ready to breed, they just do it, and outside of that, they just fight a bunch. Did I see your comment for naming the black ghost knife Casper? I did. I saw a lot of comments. And what's weird is, like, the few people I talked to, we were all going, who is Mac? What is this about? We did not know Mac the knife. But I think the winning name that I like, my wife said we should name it Spoon, and that's kind of my sense of humor of like, yeah, of course you'd name a knife fish Spoon or Spork or, you know, anything like that. So should have named it Ladle. But I like Spoon. Spoon's a good one. So I'll probably go with that. Not 100% decided yet, but yeah, there was a lot of good options. How would I raise the pH and a tank of neocardinia, it's 6.2 to 6.4. I would get crushed coral. Now we sell it at a high price. Let me find it. I think it's under... I don't remember what we keep stuff under anymore. Water treatment, I think. Yeah. So we've got crushed coral. We sell it for $5 a pound. And there's been plenty of people like, that's crazy, man. I can go to my local fish store and I can get a bag, 20-pound bag for like $20 or $30. Yeah, they're not shipping it to you. Like, we're shipping pounds of stuff. And the problem is people are like, oh yeah, I bought 3 pounds. And then they put it, you know, with plants, that kind of stuff. We gotta be really careful they're not getting crushed. So that's why we have an elevated price with crushed coral. But this is the way I would do it. So I mix in crushed coral, basically 1 pound per 10 gallons of water. I mix it into the gravel, and that will slowly raise the pH. Now you want to make sure you rinse this really well, because it'll raise the pH kind of fast and cloud your water. You can use something like just a pound or even less in your filter. It'll raise pH much faster, which can be dangerous sometimes. Also, you'll have to replace it much faster. So, like I did a post on the community page saying, you know, I've been running a lot of people, they had crushed coral, but they're not checking up on it, and their pH crashes. You know, it does buffer for a long time, and it depends on how many water changes. You might have crushed coral that lasts you 2 years. You also might have a person where crushed coral lasts them 3 months because they're changing water twice a week. And so, even though you still physically have crushed coral, that doesn't mean it's easy to dissolve. Like, if you've ever seen brand new concrete or something like that, water will wear away at it and get a lot of the minerals out, but then, or a road, same kind of thing. But then you'll be left with the really hardened stuff that doesn't really dissolve into water anymore. And so you get into a false sense of security with that, of like, oh, I had it, but I didn't see it. Or I see that I have it, but I didn't realize that the pH is going down. And something like, obviously, plug my test strips. Something like that, you know, even just once a month will clue you in. Because it doesn't just go from like 7.2 and then I tested it a month later, like, oh, we're at 7. Huh. Okay, well, you know, and maybe you test a month later, like, ooh, we're down at 6.6. Like, okay, yep, I kind of saw that coming. And if you have a lot of tanks like I do, you know, a lot of times I'll put crushed coral on all of them the same day. So then you can, like, you just got to test like one of the tanks, and oh, okay, yeah, I should put like a handful in. That's what I do, honestly, is I buy crushed coral in bigger bags, and then because I have a big fish room, and when something like that goes on, I basically am just taking like a handful. I'll rinse a bunch and put it into a bucket, and then I'll take like a handful per tank. And then what'll happen is next time I gravel back or something like that, it'll get mixed into the gravel better, and that's how I manage my pH. But luckily the new place has a little bit higher pH and a lot more minerals, so I'm looking forward to seeing how that changes the way I keep fish. So it'll give me the other perspective. Now I don't have crazy hard water, so you know, I won't have that liquid rock water to help people with yet. All right. Crushed coral versus the Wonder Shell. Yeah, so the thing to know about that, it's really easy to confuse. The Wonder Shells here, they add lots of minerals like calcium and, well, mostly calcium. Like there's some other trace elements in there, but they add lots and lots and lots of calcium. Now, crushed coral can add some calcium, but not nearly as much as it does for buffering pH. So I would say that crushed coral is best used for pH and alkalinity, so kind of getting your pH up and buffering it. And Wonder Shell is best for adding minerals, mostly calcium, for fish, snails, invertebrates, that kind of stuff. Plants too. That's actually a good point. I at some point I will develop a product that will be specifically targeted for plants that is mostly like calcium and magnesium, because like in my water I don't have any, and so I do have to use Wonder Shells or Equilibrium, one of those two products. And there's some other stuff you can use on the market as well. But if you're lacking way too much calcium, magnesium, you'll get deficiencies in your plants also. And that is, like, there is some in the Easy Green, but it's really hard to dissolve it. That's why a lot of times you see these are blocks instead of a liquid form. And so you can also use marine salt. Marine salt, so from a freshwater keeper's perspective, marine salt is kind of take crushed coral, take Wonder Shells, take a little bit of the fertilizer and like crush it up into a very fine powder that's very potent, and a little bit goes a long way in a freshwater tank, and it brings a lot of trace elements in, and it'll buffer your pH and your hardness, your hardness and your alkalinity. And if you kind of think about it, the way the world works is kind of everything funnels back to an ocean. So the ocean ends up having about every nutrient or mineral in it, and it won't replace strictly fertilizers, because specifically in a reef tank you don't want high phosphates, potassium, and like nitrogen, right? But it'll bring a lot of the other stuff. So while like Easy Grain has most of what you need, the other could be made up with marine salt or Wonder Shells, Equilibrium, those types of products. And we are bringing out our own salt. It'll hopefully be here in the next 3 months or so. And it's just a marine salt, and we're only selling because we sell brine shrimp eggs, and I like the hatch better with actual marine salt. But being that I have it around all the time, I will use it more in some of my tanks, and it's just a pinch. It's not a lot. Like when I was really testing it probably 12 years ago, my first fish room. Is that my first fish room? I was doing 1 teaspoon per 20 gallons. That's what I was testing kind of after water changes. Now, if you don't have live plants, that's going to build up and could be a problem. But with live plants, for the most part, they would consume all the minerals. Now, they won't consume the salt, I don't think, like the actual NaCl. So I didn't test it for years on end. Like maybe the salt salinity creeps up after like 8 years of doing a pinch at a time. I suspect that most of us don't keep tanks that long. Water comes out from catching fish, dripping on the ground, bagging fish, all of that kind of stuff. So I suspect it wouldn't be a problem unless you're really just going ham on that salt, which I don't recommend either. Aragonite sand is a good comparable for crushed coral, and it's $7.88 per 20 pounds of Petco. I 100% disagree. Not about you can get 20 pounds for $7.88. That's fine. But in my experience, throughout my testing, I've never had the same dissolving rates and the same stability out of aragonites that I have from crushed coral. And I've tested probably 10 different aragonites. They do the same thing, but they take much longer to dissolve in, and I was running into problems with water changes and things like that. It does work, and I do like that you can get black that blends in with a lot of substrates, but for me personally, having very acidic water, I never found it to work the same as a crushed coral. And different crushed corals, by the way, dissolve at different rates. Like we chose our crushed coral specifically because it was a rate in which I enjoyed. And I have had other crushed corals where it's like, man, this is not dissolving very well. So I mean, I don't want it to come off like, oh, aquarium co-op's only the good one. That's not true at all. Just know that if you're not getting the results you're trying to get out of your crushed coral, know that maybe it is that source of crushed coral that's not as good as another one, or maybe it's aragonite and it's going to take longer to leach into the water. So just know that there are different types. That's basically what it comes down to. So I don't think it's comparable. It's a decent product. If you're going to do the entire aquarium all aragonite, yeah, possibly that'll. But if you're looking to just put in a pound per 10 gallons, I have not found aragonite to do as well for me at all. But if I was doing sand dwellers or shell dwellers, something like that, it could work. But even then, I'd still go with crushed coral sand for me personally. I think twice about ordering heavy stuff from the co-op cannot be good for your bottom line. I mean, everything on the website technically will be profitable. It might only mean we make 12 cents, but we won't lose money unless something goes horribly wrong, like just gets lost in the mail or anything like that. I think overall, like, even if we don't make money, let's say we make the 12 cents, right? On a good day we made 12 cents because you bought like crazy heavy stuff or whatever. You'll still tell people that, like, hey, I ordered from Aquarium Co-op and I got this product and that product there, I like them. And so then we're getting 12 cents plus like a positive customer experience and the marketing. And so when someone comes and buys test strips, like, test strips are great, they're small, they're light, right? They ship pretty well. And so it's part of my thought process is not everything I do has to make money. It can't lose money. That's one thing we can't be losing money from doing things, but if if 5 out of 6 things that we do are making money, and then 1 out of 6 things is breaking even, we're still a positive company. We have no problems at all. And so I would not dissuade you if there's ever anything that's ever that bad. Like, we used to sell substrate online, and it got to a point where as the cost kept rising, it didn't make sense anymore, because the product itself, like, whenever costs go up for shipping, it hits you to double, basically. So when we ship it to you, it costs us money, but when we get it shipped to us, it costs us money. And so every time the post office, let's say, raises it by 5%, it really becomes a 10% increase to us. And you get to a certain point where you'll just look like you're gouging the customer. And that's kind of what the crushed coral is. Like, $5, that's insane. It's like, well, we're just shipping rocks at this point, and it's not efficient to ship rocks. And so, yeah, but yeah, I wouldn't avoid it at all. You know, just look at it like an even exchange of, like, maybe you go out to dinner and you're like, okay, I'm gonna pain in the butt here. I want it so that, like, all my veggies are on the side. I want my condiments over here, not on my burger. And it's just like, oh yeah, we can do that. It's not that big of a deal, you know. But it's not as easy as, like, yeah, just make the same burger over and over and over again. So it's not that big. It's not that big of an inconvenience or anything. So I would definitely encourage you, don't feel bad at all. Does my airline get hard over time? I did the clear silicone line a few years ago, and it's already getting hard. I would say I haven't had my airline tubing long enough to know how many years it can go. I've got, 18 months or something on it. It's still real flexible, and that's compared to other competitors' tubing that I used before we had our own. But I probably need 5 more years before I can tell you, like, yeah, legit, lasts at least 5 years. It's kind of like LED lights. It's like, well, how do you know this LED lasts for 12 years? It's been out for 12 minutes, right? So you kind of have to go, well, some good faith. We know it was made out of. We did test it some. We've done these things, but I don't want you to replace a whole fish room on my airline tubing, and then you go, man, it got hard too after 4 years. You said forever. Like, well, no, I'm not saying that. I would just be. I think ours is really good. I try to carry the best products. Ours is food grade PVC. It's not silicone. Silicone has had that problem in the past, but yeah, that's all I got. That's all I got. It's cheap, but I realize the money's not the aspect of it. It's the replacing it. Like, we have to replace our store every once in a while because we were using competitors' airline tubings that get hard, and it's just the work that it's not fun. I have hard water to begin with. Coral was overkill. Regonite was better for me. I did mean as a total substrate also. Well, that's good to know, yeah. So, as a total substrate, I can see it working because it's enough. Is just to sprinkle in crushed coral has always done me better. And I'm not a huge fan of using crazy chunky substrates. I kind of like medium, like not quite gravel, which some of the new tanks do have gravel, but like a little bit smaller, like a smaller gravel is what I like. How is crushed coral collected for distribution? Does it have negatively affect any marine environments? I have no idea. Like, I could sit here and be like, oh yeah, I purposely, or I oversee the process. That's not true. I don't think, I don't think anything in the world doesn't have an impact on a marine environment at this point. Like, the fact that you're on a computer has an impact on the marine environment. But, I think what you're trying to say is this just horribly killing the environment? To the best of my knowledge, no. Usually it's harvested and it's crushed up and it's already dead. So there's all of those aspects to it. Now, I have not spent the last 5 years of my life like making sure and checking. We do buy from an ethical source. We've done cursory research into it and it seems to be good. But as with anything, if you're not there every day, like, how do we know? You could know that. But there's no incentive. Like, live coral would just be more work to process and all of that. And from what I know, it's mostly you can find just like beaches where it's washing up, and that's why you see like lots of clam shells and that kind of stuff in it, because it just washes up. You sift the sand out of it, and now you've got the crushed coral. You rinse that really well, and then you essentially, boom, you now have crushed coral. I just got an 8 parts per million ammonia reading. Can I help explain ammo lock, and do I support it? No, I don't support it. So ammo lock is like, let's say you got a super messy room. Kind of, I mean, my room's pretty messy, but you can't really see it because it's off camera. But let's say I got like a bunch of junk over here. I have an air conditioner, I have a fish tank sump, I've got a monitor stand, I've got some cardboard boxes, right? What ammo lock does is it shoves all of that into the closet, and it's like, look, it's not there anymore, right? Whereas really what you should do is go through it, get rid of what you don't need, donate it, throw things away, recycle, and that's what you should be doing with ammonia, is water changes. You know, if you do a 50% water change, you'll drop to 4 parts per million. So you might have to do that, and then a couple hours later do another 50%, another 50%, get yourself down to like 0.5 or under, and then let the bacteria catch up and take care of that. Now what ammo lock does, in case people are, you know, wondering, is what it does, it changes, has a chemical that bonds with it and makes the ammonia basically non-toxic, and it lasts for about 24 hours. Now after 24 hours, the bond breaks and the ammonia is now toxic again. So in a roundabout way, what you could do is like water change 50%, get down to 4, put in ammo lock, wait a day, well, not quite a day, but you know, let's say 18 hours, water change again, ammo lock again. But my big thing is we can test for ammonia, and so if ammonia is really high, there's usually lots of other stuff in there, not just the stuff we test for like nitrite, nitrate, anything like that, but at a point where we get any one thing in super excess in water, there's likely other things that are in excess as well. And so while ammo lock would take care of ammonia, what about other things that we're not testing for that could be elevated? And so that's where I come back to, well, let's change water. I'll change the water and get the things that I know I can watch in control, and then hopefully that'll get other things in control that I can't test for. So yeah, I'm not a big fan of it because to me it's not actually addressing the problem. Like it addresses, it's a band-aid fix. That's what I'm trying to get to. Does it raise levels on API test kits? I don't use the product that often, but I don't believe it actually will raise it higher than it would have naturally been. So I think you're okay there. Sand is big business since most beaches buy sand to replace erosion. Interesting. I've never been in the sand game. Prime also binds ammonia. Yeah, Prime, Ultimate Water Conditioner from Akari. A bunch of water conditioners will bind up the ammonia. And the reason why like Prime or Ultimate has that in there is because when you have like chloramine in your water and you break the bond, you basically have free floating ammonia. Now, we don't really notice this in most of our aquariums because we have bacteria, it just digests it in a timely manner, we're okay. But one of the good things is, with that ammo lock, or you know, basically the chemical it's going to bind in Prime and all that, it will make sure it's non-toxic so that the filter can digest it in a timely manner. So it's like a little bit extra. I'm not sure we need it, but I still maintain, just get the ammonia out of your water. You know, just because it's not showing, well, it shows up on a test kit, but just because the fish aren't dying, I'm still not certain that it doesn't have an effect on there. It leaves me uneasy. So yeah, if you live in Florida, all tubing's gonna get hard in like 6 months. I definitely have seen some fish farms where the tube is just like, it's like a rock hard. There's so much calcium that you could like pull the tubing out and you'd be left with like a stick that you could snap. It's crazy. I've seen sponge filters that are just a rock. Like they don't do anything anymore. They're just a rock. So yeah. Can you keep guppies in slightly acidic waters? Endlers do better. Over time you could, like if you started out with like neutral water and kept breeding generations, you can get them to be pretty hardy, but a lot of times if you just take a store-bought guppy and you throw it into like 6.8 pH water, it's just gonna fall apart on you. So I would say start higher first. It's kind of like what I'm doing in the video that came out on Friday about my mollies. I put some salt in there, So it raises the pH and it raises the minerals and everything. And then over time, the water changes are going to lower that level down, and that's going to give them time to adapt. And if I do it on a long enough track, it's the babies that are going to raise up in a little bit more acidic water. And over time, each new generation of babies will become more and more used to your water. And a lot of breeders will kind of talk about fish don't really like your water until you're 2 generations deep. So if you bought fish at the store, you have one set of babies, and then they grow up and you have another set of babies. That set of babies are the ones that are going to be much more likely to really thrive and have the best color and all the traits you want in your water. Doesn't mean they didn't look good on the way there, but to truly get fish that are really well adapted to your water, your style of fish keeping, a lot of people say it's 2 generations, which, that might take, maybe it's a year per generation. I mean, you could do it faster, but maybe it's a couple years in your care and you've got a couple generations. A lot of times they'll be looking really good. And then when you bring them to your house, if it was a friend, hey, they're not doing quite as well. Well, you can do that 2 years to really settle in. Well, thank you for the sticker. We've been playing the little bean thing, or apple, or pear, I guess. The pear has a mirror. We've been playing some ping pong. There's some fierce competition. No one knew that Steam Fought Aquatics apparently has played a game of ping pong or two. I think he only lost once, and I probably went 1 for 10 against him or something. It was a savage beating from the Sasquatch. What about ammo lock? A few drops in shipping bags, or does a low pH in the bag make that a mute point? Well, I'm trying to think of how to explain through this without someone hearing this and then not getting into trouble. So what can happen there, if there's a lot of CO2 buildup in the bag, that will drive the pH down. If there's ammonia in the bag, 6.4 pH and lower, it changes ammonia into ammonium, which is non-toxic to fish and inverts. The problem is, when you open that bag from shipping, oxygen comes in and it could raise that pH to above 6.4. Let's say it was at 6.4, you open the bag, it goes to 7. Now you have high levels of ammonia. Could you put a couple of drops of Amolock in there? You could, yes, or prime or anything like that. That's what saltwater people do. That being said, what I do, I always just get the fish straight into the tank. Now again, we can test for ammonia, but what about all the other buildup things in the water we don't test for? Like, we don't test for how many meds are in there from the previous supplier. We don't test for heavy metals or anything else typically. And so when I know that one thing is high, I worry about other things are going to be high. And this is just my method. I always kind of do the plop and drop. Just get them into the new tank, get them settled in. I honestly believe a lot of times we're trying to do the best, but you've got them in a little container and you're trying to acclimate them, and every 10th shipment you get one that'll jump out, and that's not good. You're walking around working with other fish and it's constantly like running into the side because it's spooked. Like, there's all these things that cause stress, and so my goal is to minimize all of that. And moving into the water, regardless of acclimation or not, is typically a stressful thing. There's going to be new tank mates, there's going to be all this stuff going on. So I just want to get to that point the fastest and minimize the chances for me to make a mistake. Really, it's how do I minimize human mistakes? And that's the process that's worked the best for me. You don't forget and go, oh, I went, I was like, can I acclimate 15 minutes? I sat down to eat dinner, watched Shawshank Redemption for 2.5 hours. Oh yeah, I got fish, I got to put them in. Something like that. Should I only dose Easy Green when my nitrates are at 0 parts per million, or can I dose if they're at 10 to 20? You can dose if they're at 10 to 20. If they're above 20, I wouldn't dose. Usually that's a buildup of Easy Green. If you know it's not a buildup of Easy Green, you might have just way too many fish, or you might be feeding way too much, and therefore you might have to work on balancing your tank out, maybe less food or less fish, so that you do have enough room to put fertilizer in there to feed the plants fully, because fish food won't fully feed the plants. It'll get you about 70% there, roughly. What fish go good with turtles to help keep the tank thriving? Depends on the type of turtle, but usually quick fish that are pretty hardy. Sometimes goldfish will work, sometimes. Chinese algae eaters they're really fast. They can work. Endlers work really well for me just because they can breed a bunch and they'll just eat all the little stuff. So it's hard because you have to know what type of turtle, what size tank, what kind of water parameters are you going to do, how much are you staying up on it. There's a lot to consider. So I don't have any room for air hockey, Candy. Don't worry, I don't. I'm choosing to build a gym instead of basically air hockey and stuff, so better choice for me, I guess. Can you use an air pump for an aquarium to put air in the bag for shipping fish? Yes, you can. And like it'll just be normal room air. Yep, that would work just fine. It takes a little while to blow a bag up. And in fact, like some fish like anabantoids, so gouramis and bettas and things like corridoras, you don't want to use pure oxygen. A lot of others you can, but I think it's a little overkill. Unless you're a professional fish shipping company, there's no real reason to be using oxygen, and it will matter on the long stretch, but I prefer to give more water and more space if I can. So yeah, I think if you're, for me, for most fish, not real big ones or anything like that, for most fish, if you're properly putting the right amount of fish to bag ratio, you shouldn't really need pure oxygen. Or use breather bags, either one. Can I talk about spawning corridoras, stir-by corridoras? Specifically, the best water parameters for breeding. Well, I would say, no matter what I say, it's like gonna be taken like that's what it's supposed to do. Stability is the most important factor. Like, feed them really, really well. Keep the water relatively clean. Have decent amount of flow in there, and then kind of like somewhere between 7 and 7.6 in that neutral zone, you'll probably get breeding out of them. It's actually pretty easy to get stir-by corridors to lay eggs. Now, if they're not hatching out, what could be happening is your water could be too hard or your pH could be too high. But for me personally, I don't think like if you just hit like, oh, I'm exactly 7.0 and I got this and this and this going on, they're not breeding. It's so much more about, are they thriving in that environment? Is there people stressing them out? Are they getting really good high quality food, real fatty foods to build eggs, right? Make sure you have enough males and female ratio. Make sure they're old enough. Making sure that it's not too hot or too cold. I let things go seasonally, typically in my fish rooms, where I don't want anything really getting under 70 if I can help it. And then in the summer, they might go to 82 because it's getting really hot, right? But then they cool back down. So they get the seasonality. And then also encouraging them by like live foods, like live baby brine. Lots of microfoods encourage fish to know that there's baby fish food around. So, hey, we should have some babies. Those are all the things I would actually focus on. And if you focused on that for a year, and after they've already been big enough to breed and you're not getting it, then sure, you can start dialing stuff in. But most people, they get a new fish, like stir-bys, they've had them for a month, now they're gonna get everything perfect, and they're like, they're not breeding. It's like, great, you are 18 months too early. Like, you need way longer until they're settled in, they're old enough, their reproductive organs are ready to go, all of those things. So, yeah, great environments. Make great environments. That's what fish tanks are. Let's make our own great environment. You didn't get the notification, Wendy? Well, look in the description, sign up for text alerts, and hopefully you'll never miss one again. I won't spam you guys other than when I go live, when I release a video, and then anything else that I feel is important. And I'm not going to be one of those companies like, oh man, look at this meme. Like, you know, it's not going to be every day. It's like, I honestly hope that it's basically like 2 a week, and then like maybe once every month or two, it's like, hey, there was a 9th one. Because there was actually something worthy of like, hey, you should know this. Like, this is actually an important thing to know about, or whatever. Or there's an extra live stream. And it costs us money too. That's the other thing. It's like, I'm not just gonna like, check out the meme. Oh, it cost me $60 to send that. Once this thing grows, it's gonna be real expensive to send them. So it's not just, but there is another text option. If you put in your phone number as you're checking out on the website, we can send text there. I don't have any planned, but maybe someday, maybe I'll do like new items. When there's a new item release, I'll send a text. I don't know. I haven't played with it, and I'm not big on companies texting out because I personally hate it. But if people opt into it and they want it, I totally respect that. Have I tried using clams as substrate? Yes. Basically, my living room tank, the 230 gallon, it's basically all crushed clams, which is kind of like crushed coral. Thank you to the new members, by the way. I know I say a lot, but that's because we keep getting new members. It's good. I would love the meme. If the right meme shows up, maybe someday there'll be a text meme. I'll wait till it's like 3 o'clock in the morning. I'll send a meme that just says like, "Real nerds don't sleep." And I can't think of the clever picture yet. But also, our texting thing did say we can only send small images and GIFs in the United States. They won't go outside the United States. So I can only serve about 55% of our audience. The other 45% are outside of the United States. If I buy plants from the aquarium co-op, is there any way to request you not remove the snails before shipping? Nope. At this point, the warehouse is a giant, big Borg center where by the time you get an order, 4 or 5 different people have touched that order and in no way relation to your order. What I mean by that is, like, if we are going to ship out 100 Vallisneria, those get packed at the beginning of the shift, and we pack 120 probably because we know orders will come in. And at some point, those will get picked and put into your order, and then another person's going to pack your order. And so there'll be at least 4 people typically that touch every order that come in and out of Aquarium Co-op. And so getting everyone on the same page of like, no, this guy or girl wants the snails is pretty much an impossible task. And it doesn't mean it wouldn't be in the future, but I don't see a path of like, short of creating some kind of like special side fee or I don't know how to explain it, because that's going to be like, oh, of course, trying to get more money. Like, no, I'm just trying to accommodate. But if we had like a special needs order type of thing, we're like, oh yeah, this thing needs this or this, requesting this, or, but that's so hard to accommodate that we just haven't figured it out yet. All right, it's time to finally address this question. I think Eric's been asking it for about 3 months. Can I talk about the evolution of my wedding ring? I noticed over the years it has changed. Would the metals in my wedding ring affect my water parameters? So, first, I don't believe any wedding ring is ever going to affect water parameters outside of if they were to trap soap or lotion or something like that in your hands. Like if that was trapped into your ring and then you had your hands in your tank for a long time, possibly. I don't think so though. For me, my evolution has been, the first ring I ever got was one of those silicone bands, and it was like a little bit too big, and it was like kind of falling off, and I just stopped wearing it. Then I got another one, and that was kind of too tight, or it was tighter, and then the water weight caught underneath it, and it always like, I don't know, smelled a little different and felt weird. So I didn't like that because my hands were always in tanks while I was working at the shop. So then I just didn't wear a wedding ring. Then I thought, okay, well, I'm not in the store as much. I'm gonna buy this vintage, like, it's not here, but it's an onyx stone with white gold. And what I don't like about that is it gets in the way a lot of times when I'm moving tanks and I'm lifting it, and it just like, I'm afraid it's gonna cut my finger off. That being said, all the way until like now, like any day now, I'll have a very, very minimal band showing up. I think it's 4mm. I wanted like the smallest possible ring, and I'm gonna try wearing that. So, yeah, for me personally, I don't think I have to wear a ring to like signify that I'm married or anything like that. Like I know the bond between Katie and I. That being said, I do think rings look good, and yeah, so I kind of want to wear one, but I don't like I don't like to slow myself down in work or whatever I'm doing. Like, I don't like to be hindered by something. Like, I am the definition of comfortable. I wear Amazon cheap t-shirts. I'm wearing slippers right now and some like sweat shorts from Costco. Like, yeah. In my life, I'm only moving towards less fashionable, more comfortable. And I feel like most people have that evolution, because you always meet a lot of people that are older than you and you're just like, man, that guy just doesn't care. He's like living his best life. And I'm like, I need to be that guy. Yeah, more sweats. Bring out more sweats. Does anyone know if breeding reticulated hillstream loaches and panda loaches can be done at the same time in the same tank? I bet it could be if you had enough flow going. Like, you're gonna need a lot of flow so the eggs really get pushed down into the gravel. And obviously size, you know, a big, large aquarium I think will do that as well. I've had 30 monoshrimp die in one of my tanks a few days ago. Ooh. All parameters seem normal. The pH is 7, TDS 93. Could something have been eating them? Definitely something could eat them. A lot of times if something's eating them, you won't see the bodies, right? Now, there could be harassment, like a gourami could be harassing them, but usually that's like, you would never see 30 at once. Whenever you see big die-offs like that, almost every time it's going to be traced back to an environmental thing. And so, like, that is one instance where I'd be like, huh, if everything tests out great, what's the water temperature? And then I would ask, like, do you ever put lotion on your hands? Are you washing your hands? Could there be any way a contaminant made its way into that water? Because it's usually one of those environmental factors. Something has gone wrong enough to kill a bunch, and not just, well, my gourami's hunting them. He gets one every few days type of deal. Yes, my ring that I did order is a comfort style ring, so I'm hoping it's supposed to have less edges. Yeah, it's a fine line for me. I don't like it being wet underneath there, and my hands go in an aquarium often enough. I'm always moving stupid heavy stuff, and oftentimes my hand is in a position it shouldn't be, you know, where it's gonna get crunched. So, and I also don't want to lose it. That's the one thing I really don't like, is like, I really don't want to lose it, because that's a symbol of like, you really don't care. So I don't want to lose it. Like, I have my rings. Yeah. Bring out more sweats should be on my tombstone. Yeah, I actually kind of started a personal Instagram, which is not really personal. It's just not it's not branded for like aquarium co-op stuff, like just my own crap. And I called it Flip Flop Retirement. And it's because when I retire, not that I'm ever really gonna retire, but I just wanna be at a point in my life where I can show up to a flu-vol meeting and I'm just like in my attire right now. Instead of slippers, I'm rocking some flip flops, and I'm just like, hey, I got a NERM army behind me, and we like to be comfortable. We like to do it the easy way. We like to enjoy what we want to enjoy, and I'm not here to impress you, flu-vol. Not that I only show up to impress them, but at a certain point, you do need to show up like you want to do business. Like, if I just show up and I've got stained pajamas on, and, you know, I just like rolled out of bed, which is half of my normal look. I realize that. You know, they're not gonna look at you weird when you're like, I'm willing to buy $1 million worth of lights this year. Like, what can we do about this? That doesn't come off the same, and it's like, oh yeah, you look like you're here to do business, we're having a formal meeting. But I would like it to a point where I can just show up in the flip-flops, and the aquarium co-op empire, whatever, speaks for itself of like, do good work, we'll sell your product, people will love it, we'll listen to the feedback, we'll make the changes, and everyone's happy. Let's do that. And I'm as comfortable as it gets. Need green co-op sweats and Murphy's Crocs? Could be. I would never wear green sweats though, because let's be honest, when I'm wearing sweats, like I did a video with Bob and I was like, geez, most of the videos I'm wearing sweats now, I just don't care. But yeah, my sweats get dirty when you're doing everything, you're moving houses, you're in the dirt, releasing koi and all that. Like, I don't need stained sweats. Like, I draw the line. Like, let's try not to have it be stained at least. Or too bad, I guess. Yeah. The dude. Yeah, the dude's like the ultimate symbol of like not caring. I mean, I care enough. I don't want to embarrass my wife or anything, but you know, I just want to be comfortable. That's all I care about, is being comfortable. Like, and that's what I think everyone should strive for. Like when you're at home, when you're not at work. Like if you don't have someone that tells you have to do something, you should be able to. Because for most of my life, it's been, you know, like, well, I don't want people to like judging me and, you know, think I'm a weirdo and all of that. And as I just get older, I'm like, what do I care what the grocery worker thinks or whoever is thinking? Like, I may never see them again. I know I'm a nice person. I'm gonna wish them to have a nice day. All of that. What do I care? Uh-oh. Great minds are thinking alike. Oh, the Big Lebowski of the aquarium hobby? Yeah. I'm just into efficiency, low-key, what makes sense sometimes the brain doesn't work monetarily. Like, I don't know. I'm just trying to translate that to like every facet of my hobby or my life, really. Just ease. I don't need stress about anything. I don't need more stress about anything, I guess. When I lost a bunch of weight, my ring would fall off, so I put on a few pounds so I wouldn't lose it. I like your style. See? Like, what does that mean? It's like clever times or modern times require modern solutions. Yeah, I just gotta lose a bunch of weight so my ring falls off, and then I will strategically put it back on via Reese's peanut butter cups. New test strips. I'm getting a weird chlorine reading on outside tanks and tubs only. Huh, that is super strange. I don't know. This is where it needs like next level NERM chemists to go, well, don't you know that pine needle sap will trigger a chlorine test or something? I have no idea. That's bizarre. I haven't run into that yet, but to be honest, maybe I'll test after the stream. I don't have the right test strips. I've only got ammonia here. All my other test strips I brought up to my new house, but I'll see if I can test it on some outdoor water and see if there's any kind of, you know, NERM conspiracy going on there. I can see it now, like, so we launch these green co-op sweats, and then we all attend like an aquashella, and the rest of the aquarium scene is just like, what is wrong with these people? Oh man, oh, it's gonna be glorious. Oh jeez. Less stress, less mess in business and life. That's a good motto. I wish I had less mess. I seriously like gotta hire I need a fish room keeper or a studio keeper or something. Like I still have. So part of the reason I got 6 Diet Coke cans. I've been sitting here for 3 weeks because I moved my recycling bins to the new studio. So I just gotta take them into the house, but I can only take like a couple at a time. And I was totally that gamer that had like a mountain of Diet Coke, so I'd just be working. And yeah, I need to figure out how to get a studio helper that knows like, well, don't be spraying Windex on the monitor or anything, because if that gets into a tank, we're gonna kill everything. Like there's all that kind of stuff to. Uh-oh, hold on. This coming in from the wife. Oh no, it says you're gonna want to check on Sassy after the live stream. She has to go somewhere, and we have an appointment. She got stuck all the way down in the net. Oh no, and she started screaming. Oh no. So our bed right now looks like a toddler's bed. I bought, I don't know, they're like baby gate things that like you put on your bed and they can like flip up so that like a kid or a baby can't roll off a bed. So we got this king size bed and there's 3 baby gates all the way around it. And I bought one of them a little bit shorter because we have a ramp down. And between the bed and the gate, Sassy has gotten so blind now that sometimes she'll kind of fall into it. This is the first time she's ever kind of gotten stuck, so I don't know what we're gonna do with her, like baby proof and everything for her. So Katie said she just put some extra pillows in the way, so hopefully she can't get there. But that's been a lot of why I haven't live streamed as much and just been doing as much, because we still kind of just basically have Sassy on like 24-hour watch. I mean, at this point, literally my life has devolved into I put the baby gate up while I'm sleeping in the bed, because about a month ago, one night she crawled over my legs and she can't see and just sailed right off the edge of the bed, and it's like, I don't know, like 3 feet tall. And luckily she didn't break a leg or get hurt. She got stunned for a bit. We felt horrible. So now we literally sleep with the things up to prevent that. And the new house, we actually bought a bed that's much lower. We're still gonna have to have the baby things up and on it and everything, but if something was to happen like that, the drop would be about 14 inches. So it means we're gonna be like getting up off the floor to get out of bed. But it also means the ramp right now that's kind of steep. I mean, it's long, it's 7 feet long. Like, I've extended it as far as it'll go. Our room at this point looks like a giant hamster cage or something. It's just like barriers for my little old lady dog and a long ramp. But it should be better for her. And my goal, I'm gonna try to get it so the whole bottom of the bed is like one giant ramp that only has to go like 2 feet diagonally down or something. So yeah, but that's my life. Gotta take care of the pets, and yeah, she wails and it just breaks your heart. So yeah, we're on Sassy watch 24/7. Do what we can, and I'll be really glad once we're moved. Like right now she has to go to the new house, and we've got like a piece of furniture or something being delivered, and you know, so it's someone's not with her right now. So that's you know, there's always that like guilt of like, I got a special needs dog and someone's always got to watch it. If I'm doing work or live streaming, it means Katie has to watch it. And so I try to take turns, and if I'm just doing office stuff, I try to be in the bedroom with her so I can keep an eye on her. But then I'm on a laptop, and this might be an evolution, by the way. You know, just thinking about it right now is I might need to set up, like right now I've got 3 monitors, there's cameras and all kind of crazy stuff. I might need to set up like a dual monitor system in the bedroom, or we'll make another hangout area in the new house that can do that so that we can keep an eye on her, because just as she gets older, it's unlikely she's going to get better. So, you know, let's make sure that we can keep an eye on her easily. And right now, so we do hang out in the bedroom a lot because our couch is too tall. So we bought a couch. It was like $800, and it's only going to be like, I think it's like 9 inches from the ground. But with COVID, unless we wanted it in the worst orange color you've ever seen, it's 8 or 9 months out. And our current couch that worked forever, we had it for, you know, ever since we lived in this house. Sassy could go up and down the ramp and all of that for the last 5 years, fine. Now she can't go up and down that ramp, so we have to lift her up or lift her down. And, you know, if you're not paying attention, and that only happens like if you're like, oh, what's this? My doctor's on the phone. She'll like try to jump off if she get hurt. And so we got the super low couch, and once that shows up, for sure, it will make the Sassy pad, basically, where, yep, you get to hang out. We bought an extra large, like, deep couch. It basically bought a couch for dogs. I mean, and us, we're gonna sit on it too. Like, it'll be in front of our TV, but it's gonna be ultra low. Anyone that visits is gonna think we're just super weird. But then we don't have to spend time in the bedroom, because if she goes down, like, you know, that far, she can just walk down, where the bed, short of putting it on the actual ground, which I just didn't want to do. I felt like it would lead to mold or something, and it's got to be semi habitable for us too. So, all right. So yeah, that's a Sassy update. It's getting old. Katie was just showing me a dog, a Chihuahua that was made to 23, and I was like, what if Sassy makes it 23? She's gonna be like, it's like another 7 years. That'd be crazy. Ooh, the skinny pool noodle trick might work. We can get some of those at like the dollar store. I mean, it's already changing the sheets. Like, I feel like we have to, because we have 3 dogs, we have to change the sheets like every 4 to 7 days. It's already like an ordeal to work with these baby gate things and put the top sheet on there and everything. But yes, I think the pool noodles would probably fix it. So if Katie's still listening, maybe we'll make a run to the dollar store and try some pool noodles. Not just for fish anymore. They could be used for doggies. Welcome, Crater. Do I think a bucket strainer can work for guppy fry, or it might overflow? Wait, hold on. Or it might overflow and they might escape. And what micron do I prefer? I prefer a pretty coarse micron. That brings up a good point, because a lot of people ask where to get that, and I'm gonna show you. I've seen them at hardware stores and that kind of stuff before, but on Amazon you can get them, and I think the one I linked to one person was this one right here. It's actually a better design. It doesn't have the cutout part. But if I was buying it today, which I am going to buy some more, I think, actually, I might try the 600 micron. 200 micron is pretty fine still. 400 is going to be a little more loose, but I bet you 600 micron, it would still be like, I bet you this shirt is like 600 micron. So it's not going to be like, why am I fry going to get out of it? Like, short of like rainbow fish fry or something, I don't think it'd be a problem. The other thing you need to know is how to make one. If we go to YouTube, let me pull that up for you, because there is a piece that you put like a piece of this foam around the rim so it'll float. Let's see, I gotta go to my own channel and I gotta search. Let's try it here. I try searching. I'm gonna try fry trap, maybe. I forget what we called it. Yeah. So we basically made this one, and it was out of a much coarser plant basket. But the foam that you use in this is the exact same thing you just put under the ring of that, and you might have to use a little bit of silicone. But the foam is like, I don't know, like $3 at a Home Depot or whatever. You can get the link in here. Well, let's see here. You scroll down. Did we replace this? Wait, right here. Yeah, so this foam strip. Yeah, so even on Amazon, it's like $3.48 now. Full disclosure, if you do click on that link, we'll get a cut of it. So that's advertising. Know that. If you don't want me to get any money, don't click that link. Search it up yourself. But I have to say that legally, so we will make money if you click to that link. But if you just buy it, if you go to Amazon, type these in and buy it, get yourself set up. They're really cool. I do use them for breeding as well. So I put in those floating. I wish I had another one here. I would have it on camera, but this is why it sucks to have two studios, because I could just run and grab it, but I can't because it's like an hour away. Anyway, I like to put the females in there with a little bit of like plants, and then you can see the fry, and then you go, oh great, and then you can just put the female back in the main pond the way I'm doing it. But you can totally do it in a tank too. But that's why like a 40 breeder gives you enough room to get some of these. They might make, I bet you if we search eBay and stuff, they probably make some smaller ones. I bet you they make them for like actual paint cans. Is that a thing? Let's go to eBay. eBay paint can strainer. Is that a thing? So yeah, this is what Dean and I do. We search the internet for just stuff that, like this thing right here could do it maybe. Like it's not quite the right thing, but like, I wonder what that could do. These are all like filter socks. They're not gonna do what we want to do. But I bet you, like here's something that's kind of getting acrylic pouring strainer, silicone. Okay. Oh, that's for like, what do they call that artwork? Like I don't know. You just pour it on and it looks cool. I did it once. Cause yeah, I tried to use a lot of strainers like that from like the dollar store, but they won't do the super fine fry. So that's interesting. It's a can strainer. Strain your green beans. You're gonna feed your fish. There we go. See, that's pretty cool. But oh, it's only $12. So that thing, it's metal though. We want the plastic version of that. What do they call it though? Like a solids, a bucket solids strainer? Because I use them all the time. Like where I first saw them ever was being used when people would run their cars on like fryer oil. Why can't I? Yeah, here's some right here, but Alright, okay, here's... This thing's kind of... this thing's kind of cool. A little bit of a mesh system, but that's not the worst thing I've seen. I wonder if we could use this with the foam around it and like have it sit underneath a hang-on back return to be a fine filter, like if we need to polish a tank. So rust remover with bucket strainer. So yeah, there's that bucket strainer. But I know if I spend enough time on here, there used to be tons. Maybe the bucket strainer game is drying up. So, but no, a lot of that stuff. Most things in the aquarium hobby can be DIY'd. It's just sometimes you buy the stuff because it's easier, right? Like, so, sometimes people will be like, man, you just sell, who's gonna buy that like $30? Like, yeah, some people will. You could totally build your own. Like I just showed you guys how to build your own. You could totally buy as this thing that's already made though, because this will, looks a little nicer, fits in smaller tanks, like it's got that fine mesh, right? So this is just like a polished version of that thing that will also show you how to DIY and that we use ourselves. I use both. I've got that use that in my fish room. I use that other thing in my fish room. Just depends. I usually just have like some of all the things. I'm like, what one will work best for this situation? What about sifting pans? That might work too, yeah. Flower sifters. I think I use a flower sifter as a duckweed remover thing. Katie always gets pissed when I grab it. Like, hey, you're gonna need to buy another one of those? And then I always justify like, I had to make a video, I had to get rid of duckweed. What, you not want me to do my job? So order another one on Amazon. There are green funnel strainers for paint cans on Amazon that could work. All right. See? Now here's what you guys got to do. You got to make a better version of what we've come up with and post it on the forum, and then we'll all make one. Crowdsource this. Let's see. I'm concerned about my male betta. I really think there's something wrong with him mentally. Can fish be mentally challenged? Sure, just like any other pet. Yeah. I mean, it's a living thing. It could have something wrong. Could have received some trauma. Could have a parasite that's in its brain right now. Like there's so many things that could be going on, and that's why I always laugh. It's like we know so little about nature. It's laughable. Like we think like, oh, I'm an expert aquarist. Like, okay, so you're king of the people that don't know anything about fish. Great. Like you're the #1 guy, and if we know 1/1,000,000th of all the knowledge of fish, like, great, you're the best at knowing the least amount about nature. All right. That's why we all gotta help each other. No one knows everything, and we just gotta, even what we think we know, we don't know, and so we just gotta try our best. That's all you can do. If you think he's mentally disabled, try to find a way to accommodate him. That's all you can really do. Like, I don't think there's gonna be much documentation on that, and so you're gonna be pioneering it, and maybe you'll be able to teach people somewhere else. Aquarium Co-op probably won't make paint strainers. They're difficult to ship, which I feel extra guilty because I bet you it costs like 40 cents to have a paint strainer made when you're making 10,000 of them, and then the shipping's going to be $12. So we're going to have to charge a lot to ship it out to you. Hot glued the foam to my baskets and it worked great. Nice. I tried way back in my career. I tried to use hot glue to do that for Anubias. Didn't work. It lifted off with the terracotta pots and everything. It didn't kill the Anubias or anything, but it just didn't stay forever underwater. So maybe because if you do it on the top layer, that stays out of the water. That makes sense. Might have to get me a glue gun. Haha. For the Zis breeder box, is it okay to have both eggs and fry in there, or should I have separate trays and tanks? I'm worried about fouling the water with the fry food. I don't think you should necessarily worry about the fry food fouling the water, but at a certain point they might snack on the babies once they hatch out. So that's what I'd be worried about. Best case scenario, you would separate them. In a pinch though, I think all breeders have been in that, like, let's see what happens. And the good news is when you're breeding fish, a lot of times if you screw it up, they're just going to do it again. You get another chance. Do you know a feeder goldfish turns into a dark silverish color? I'm guessing you're asking, do you know why? Water parameters are fine, just happening to one of them. Most goldfish are going to change color wildly. Like, they all start as black, then they can go brown, then they can go silver, then they can go gold, then they can go white. Like, there's a lot of color variations from fish just growing, so that's probably what's going on for you. Can you zip tie pool noodles to float the basket? You can. I just think it looks ghetto. And by ghetto, I just mean, I realize I said that's in my vocabulary, and I apologize because I've been called out for that in the past. I just don't think it looks good. I think it physically takes up too much space, and it draws a lot of attention. I like to keep my stuff looking as good as it can. Not that my stuff looks good, but that fine backer bar is just a more streamlined look. And the problem you can run into is, like with those pool noodles, they come over the top. If you have a glass top, that'll push it down a bit, and I don't like that. So you definitely want to keep it at least level with the screen or the strainer. And so I don't know. I feel like you buy one roll of that backer bar for $3 and you'll have the next 25 projects done. He's eating and everything else is normal. It's just his new behavior. He's been in the tank with the same Corridoro. I'm guessing Corridoras for at least last year, and he just started acting like that last night. Could be temperature change, could be just he's bored. It's hard to know with bettas, or any fish really. They can just, do weird things. Study them, learn them. With mini ponds with white substrate, question regarding mini ponds, what white substrate would be ideal? None. Putting a substrate into a mini pond, it just ends up being a poop zone, even indoors. So my advice is, if you don't have to have substrate, don't. If you have really acidic water, put some crushed coral in, but just a minuscule amount, and then maybe throw a couple handfuls in every 6 months. It only makes things harder. And white in general grows a lot of algae too, so it'll look white at the beginning, but then it's going to be a pain to gravel back and just be an algae source. Let's see, is there email to send interest in funding co-op in Memphis, Tennessee? Is there email to send interest in funding co-op in Memphis, Tennessee? I mean, if you're asking if we need the money to start a co-op in Tennessee, no. To send interest, unless you're talking about like an event maybe? By then, just become a member. Like, all the member stuff, and like, we make enough money, we're paying all of our employees, and we all get to work at what we love, with fish. So we're doing great. When I ask you guys to like buy stuff and become members, mostly it's because, one, I think we have the best products. Two, that money does feed in to let us do more stuff. But, some of you guys could drop off and we'd still be able to do what we're going to do. But the more people that pitch in, the bigger and better things we can do. So, like, the money we make from this, we're just going to put, like, so you chime back in, convention. Yeah, we're just going to put it back towards the person we have to hire to run a convention. Put it back towards, what are we going to give away at the convention? We got to book venues. We got to do different things, right? And so my honest advice here is, we don't want you to just be like, look, I gave you $2,000. You got to be in Memphis tomorrow. Instead, focus on like being a positive member in the community. Get more of your Memphis locals to watch us and that kind of stuff. And you certainly can. We're going to bring on some more. We're going to bring on some more benefits to memberships, if you will, like some different tiers. So you might be like, oh, look at that, I'm at the $100 tier because it supports more people that can't afford to be a NERM. I get this benefit and I get this benefit. Oh, and I get a free ticket into, the NERMCon or whatever it's going to be. Like that's why I'm working on hiring someone. I've already had meetings. We had a 2-hour meeting on what we wanted some of the stuff to look like. We started thinking about when could we launch something like this. What would it look like? How would we do it? I want it to be a smaller thing. My big thing is I want it to be like we all show up and we either rent out like a movie theater. That was this person's idea, rent out a movie theater or a wedding venue. And we basically want to eat. We want a couple, few speakers. We want to do like a swap type of thing where it's like maybe an auction or like, I don't really want to raise the money because then it gets into like weird taxes for me, but some way in which you guys could bring fish, someone else brings fish, people are either bidding or trading or whatever. Maybe use the local club so I don't have to get into the tax thing. But like a supersized club event, basically. If you've never been to a club event, you won't really know, but that's what I'm looking for to do. Something like that. And make it so we can repeat it and make it easy and make it fun. And the big thing I keep having is let's make it so that we fly out to the people instead of the people having to fly out to the event. And so how do we make it where it's smaller and we could do a bunch of them in a bunch of different states, and maybe you only have to drive 3 hours to get there instead of having to fly there, and maybe we make it just a one-day event so you don't have to book a whole weekend off. Like my thought was we pick like a Saturday, festivities start at 3, let's say. Maybe there's like a pre-gaming lunch, like, hey, we're all doing lunch at this barbecue place, right? And then there's, starting at 3, we're gonna open up hangout room or something, and then at 5 or 6, let's say it's 6, the first speaker, at 7, the second speaker, and then food, and then like there's another speaker after that, and then you guys can either stay at a hotel or you can drive home, whatever it is, so don't go super duper late. Like usually we'll probably be there till midnight, but stuff will be done so that people that have to work the next day or they brought kids or whatever can leave and not feel like they're missing out, So I want to make it just a much more accessible event, keep costs down both for people attending and us, and make it so that like, great, we packed up, we went home. A month later, we did one in a different state. That's kind of what we're looking to try and pull off. There's a way to stop my Dovi pair from constantly spawning. They're going through a constant cycle of laying eggs and then eating a previous batch of fry over and over. Try letting the water get cooler. Try keeping them down. If you're keeping them at 78, try keeping them at like 72 or 70 or 68. As that water gets cooler, eventually they'll be like, it's too cold to breed. We're not going to do that. Obviously, don't go way too cold and let them die or anything, but, that natural seasonal progression is what triggers fish to spawn and stops them from trying to spawn. Okie dokie. NERM Generations Kids Workshop. We've thought about some stuff like that. I don't want to bite off more than I can chew. There's a whole bunch of stuff I'm never done and not good at yet, or maybe will ever be good at. So, but it could totally be like, hey, how do we hire someone and put them in charge of, next NERMs or whatever the program's going to be called. Like, there's a bunch of stuff we want to try and do. And my big thing is companies all the time, like, we're going to do all this stuff, and then they never do it. I'm at my capacity. I can do what I can do now. And so if I want to make something happen, I got to hire someone and go, look, your paycheck revolves around making sure this idea happens. You're exactly right. The Fish NERM Traveling Circus. I like that. I'm attending a convention online, the Northeast Council. Nice. Nice. I forgot they were doing online. I've never been to the NEC yet. I always tell myself I'm going to go. I've never been to the ALA yet. I'm a legendary member. I've never been. I've supported them quite a bit. They were raising money for... I can't even remember the cause anymore. I think it was something in the Amazon. We donated a fair bit and became a legendary member apparently. But I've never been to one yet. Last couple times we had COVID, but then before that I think it was on the 4th of July, which that's not good. So maybe one of these days I'll be able to go. Events and custom t-shirts. We thought about that too, almost like when a band goes on tour, you could have like the dates and the cities or something. Like we just want to have a lot of fun with it. That's my big thing is I just want to have fun. I want to show up in flip-flops, maybe we hit around the summer and just, that's all I care about is making sure as much as possible everyone has a good time. I think the higher you set that bar, and you're like, tickets are $80, a 3-day event, blah, 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 like the harder it is to reach that. And I'm like, if I set that bar at like, cool, there's a taco bar and it's $10 to get in and I might show up, I could only exceed that. So that's what I'm shooting for. Shoot down here, come in up here. Is the co-op going to accept Dogecoin in the future? Probably not, no. It is such a headache. The biggest problem with that kind of stuff is like the way the platforms run and refunding. Like, oh, you paid in Bitcoin, and refunding, it wants to refund the same Bitcoin, not what it's trading at the current time. So if it's up, people are angry, they're not getting as much back. If it's down, same problem, right? Like, I should be getting more Bitcoins back. So we work in American US dollars, make it easy. Right? Easy green, easy that. That only adds another layer of complication to doing business. I want, like, the business is the thing that has to happen so that we can change the hobby, make products, do all that. I want to make that as easy as possible and focus on, oh, this is a hard problem to solve. That little bit of energy, put it over there on that hard problem to solve. Is there any fish I regret keeping? I'm not sure there is. And the reason being, there's fish that like definitely haven't worked out, but being that I get to educate so many people and I get to talk about my experience, even something that goes horribly wrong, I can use that to educate other people. Where, like, if I had never gotten on YouTube, I'd probably regret keeping iridescent sharks. Like, they just were never that happy, even in the biggest aquarium I could provide them. And so, but now that's given me such a good insight. Same with baller sharks, good insight. Like, look, even at a custom 6 foot by 5 foot aquarium, they're bouncing off the walls. It's not nearly even big enough. Like, it would be, I don't have an aquarium today, and I don't know that I could buy an aquarium today large enough to house these things responsibly. Ponds, sure, that's a different game. You could probably make that work, but in the numbers that we sell them in aquarium shops, not so much. The Nerminator. I was wondering if the corridors are knocking them off the glass or the rocks, because they've been flying all over the place in the lid. I've lost a couple. I guess that's in reference to some snails? I totally get it. I'm not a fan of my current job. If I was in Washington, I would throw my hat in the ring. Yeah, that's honestly like my new motto is like, let's just bring the people on that would give up everything to work at Aquarium Co-op and then go, great, you don't have to give up everything. We just want you to do the best you can possibly do and want to believe in you that you've done the best job you possibly could do, pay you as well as we can, and that's what's exciting. One of the hires that we're working on right now, they're gonna, if they come over, they're gonna leave a great job to come work for us, and I really think they'll be a great community manager. And so we're working out all the details, and it's a slow process. A lot of times when I hire like a new role, a new section of the company, it takes months, because it's like, well, what's this supposed to look like? What do we want to accomplish? Because the person that comes over, they're trying to figure out what they're getting into, right? You know, they want to know, like, what is it that I'm responsible for? Like, well, it's an idea I haven't fully fleshed out yet. You got some ideas? Let's roll with it. So it could be a little rocky at the beginning, but usually it works out. Will I be at Aquashella Orlando? I will not. Nope, I will not be there. I'm not doing any traveling yet for a multitude of reasons. Pick COVID, I don't even live in my own house I've owned for 8 months yet. Still building the studio, behind on YouTube videos. Like, there's so many reasons for me not to do anything extra at the moment that I'm definitely like trying to just stay on, just keep my head above water at the moment. It's kind of where I'm at. It's like, all right, just keep doing the doggy paddle. I can get there. Can I stock a 10 gallon with 13 neons? Sure, you can do that. At least I could. I don't think it's unreasonable. Make sure it's cycled well. Maybe get some plants in there. Yeah. Any new tech that I'm excited for? YouTube or fish keeping? I'm really kind of excited to develop out the live stream. Right now, I've been nerding out a lot, trying to go, what can I do to take it up another notch, basically? I want some remote cameras in the new studio. One of my biggest things, I want to do live streams outside. I've already started putting the infrastructure in so that we can have fast internet kind of down by my new pond. I don't know if, like, I'm using a system that basically, it's like 2 satellite dishes that point at each other. But I want to be able to do some live streams kind of outside because I love listening to nature and being outside. Like, when the actual sun's on me, I feel amazing. And I just want to make for a better live stream. And I want to make something that's really good. It's just, not the same desk, same lighting, same thing every time. Maybe it starts raining on me. Maybe a bird poops on me. Who knows? So that's an element of surprise. And yeah, I'm really, I would love to talk about tech more, but I don't know if you guys would love it. I really like tech. I've really fallen in love with the Apple HomePods. They're like too expensive, like $300 and some, but the sound is amazing. And the fact that they pair up to a TV and my phone, it's really done well. For working in the fish and listening to other people's videos and live streams, I've really enjoyed that. And so, like, I highly, I've been recommending it. I've got my little circle, right? I've got Dean, maybe a couple others. And I highly recommend this. I'm like, wow, I bought these. They're actually like 2 of them next to a TV because now they can go in stereo mode. It's really quite impressive. And I'm a guy that I want easy. I'm never that guy like, oh man, look at all the speakers I got for my sound system for my TV. That's not me. I'm like, yeah, I bought this sound bar. It's $80. And this has that level of ease with like crazy good sound. So, I'm into it. These new headphones, I love them except my head is too big. So it's like, it kind of hurts the top of my head, and you're supposed to be able to adjust them. Well, I've got it as big as it goes. So I'm a little sad about that because these are $300 headphones. But I'm hoping they're just gonna like, I don't know, I need to make it taller somehow. Maybe, oh yeah, I need it to like bow up more. I gotta figure that out, or get some kind of thing. I need to look into Starlink. Yeah, I signed up for the beta version of it, and I've got a buddy who can't get internet to his house at all. He's supposed to get it, so possibly. Right now, like, for the live stream and everything, I'll just be honest. I spent 10 grand. It was $10,000 to have a fiber line run in the city I'm in. I'm the first residential customer to ever gotten
what you're
fiber.
trying to say.
So now I have 500 up and 500 down, and the internet's $500 a month, and it costs 10 grand to put the infrastructure in because luckily I was fairly close
rivers, streams,
to a
and
business that already
lakes
had it.
conceal an underwater world that few
I was gonna have to go all kinds of crazy. I was paying almost $400 for 100 down and 8 megabytes
It's one
up.
of nature's
this live
best
stream
kept
watching right now
secrets.
takes more than 8 megabytes to
Hidden beneath the
upload,
surface
so it's like going to be
are some
dang
little
near
known
impossible. So
and bizarre
we're
animals.
sitting in a pretty good spot right now. I'll expand that, hopefully down by the pond or everything, make that work. And if
From
not, we'll find
swarms
another
of
way.
microscopic
I do
creatures
there are